We're live. Hello, Roger Ver. How are you doing?
Great, Richard. It's been more than 2.5 years, or almost 2.5 years since we spoke the last time. So time goes fast.
Time does go
Or since we
fast.
spoke on the live stream. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something we should probably do more often because there's a dearth of good, intelligent, actual people in the industry, and you're far more in the industry than I am. You've got an exchange, and I think, do you still do mining stuff?
Yep. Still do mining stuff. Yeah, we have all sorts of stuff at Bitcoin.com, which is a pretty good domain name if I
Yeah,
do say so myself.
it's better than what Satoshi got. I mean, so you got mining, you've got exchange, you've got the best domain name for the brand,
Yeah.
you've got,
Got news, we got games. Yeah.
and you also have got a local bitcoins, right?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. So, which is really starting to take off in China and Europe for whatever reason. The U.S. market's lagging behind a little bit, but
Right.
China just surpassed Europe as having the most volume since we launched it back in June. And so, for people that don't know, it's like the local bitcoins.com that everybody's heard of, but a million times cooler because it's totally non-custodial, but your funds are still safe. So, if you're the one buying Bitcoin Cash, there is no way you can be cheated. It is impossible for you to be cheated if you're the one buying Bitcoin Cash. If you're the one selling Bitcoin Cash, you have to be careful of those reversible payment methods. Like if you're selling Bitcoin Cash for PayPal, be
Gonna
careful,
get
right?
burnt.
Because
Yeah.
PayPal might do a chargeback or something like that. But if you're buying Bitcoin Cash, there's zero chance for you to be
Do you
cheated,
do it
and
for
there's
other
no
currencies or
KYC.
just BCH?
Well, it's not possible on BTC. It is possible on some other things like Ethereum, but like BTC doesn't have the capability to do this because Bitcoin Cash has this cool special opcode called check data sig verify. So you can
Okay.
trade Bitcoin Cash against anything, including other cryptocurrencies. So there's people over there selling Monero and Zcash and I think even BTC over there. So you can buy and sell
So
anything
what
against
is
Bitcoin
so is
Cash.
that like a does that help in atomic cross swaps or something, or what does that sig do? Because
So
I'm
does it help with atomic cross swaps? Probably not, but that's a better question for one of the
all
wizard
right.
developers there. What it does help with is like I'm sure you and most of the people watching this will know what a two of two address is.
Yeah.
It kind of makes a two of two address where like let's say I have Bitcoin Cash and you want to buy it. I deposit the Bitcoin Cash into this two of two address where you and I each have a key. But what happens if there's a problem, right? So like if you don't send the payment or whatever, they're using this special opcode. It allows the person that we appointed as the mediator when the transaction was first initiated to basically magically change that two of two address into a one of one address in your favor or a one of one address in my favor. But the mediator or the arbiter never touches the money. They never have keys to the wallet. They never have control of the Bitcoin Cash in any way whatsoever. And then our
All right.
platform also, in addition to that, gives us an end-to-end encrypted chat session. So while we're doing the trade, you and I are talking with each other in the chat session, but even Bitcoin.com can't read any of the stuff that we're saying in the chat session. And only if there's a dispute, you or I can then release the keys from our chat
Right.
session to the arbiter so they can read our chat logs and we can make our cases to say why the other one's
Right.
doing something wrong and that we should be awarded
This, I
the
wouldn't.
the
I don't
Bitcoin
think you
Cash.
would have made that product if local bitcoins. That's the normal one that people originally
Yeah,
used, right? I don't
yeah,
think they started requiring like no cash deals, something along those lines,
yeah.
which is the
And
only
so you can
reason
still
that the
do duffel
service even
bags of
exists,
cash.
right? Like, and
Right.
it's the
So
only reason you'd
that
ever.
service no longer exists on localbitcoin.com, but at local.bitcoin.com,
Okay.
you can still do any payment method, any country, any amount, no KYC. That's
Right.
a pretty compelling use case. People, so
Yep.
people can buy and sell HEX with Bitcoin Cash on local.bitcoin.com. I haven't seen any
Nice.
ads there yet, but maybe somebody watching this can do that. So
Yeah. It was. I didn't. I didn't want to tell everyone that Bitcoin.com was listing Hex until we could do it together on stream because people love tribalism because tribalism's easy. So if we start talking about like actually getting results for customers and the technology, it's like a slower, harder conversation, right? Like we're talking about checksums and chargebacks and like hard things, right? And that's people they get off work and they've only got so many hours of free time. They want to do the easy tribal stuff. It's harder than digging in deep, but digging in deep is how you really change the world. Like picking this team versus that team. It doesn't really build anything that changes the world, right? So
it's
Roger and
not very
I,
different than racism, right?
well, it's if you put your head in the sand and you automatically assume everything sucks, then you will be overtaken by something else. So we used to use IBM laptops. They used to be great. Now you can't buy them anymore. You can buy a Lenovo laptop, which is a Chinese company, or you used to be able to use Motorola phones, and Motorola phones are amazing. Not really using the Motorola phones or the Nokia phones anymore. So companies do well, and they get hegemon status, and they've got profit margins and first mover advantage and all those things, and then they stop doing the things that got them there, and they just slide and ride and rest on their laurels, and then everyone else is still hungry and still fighting and still building, and they just rocket right past
Sounds like Bitcoin.
When's the last actual feature you got in Bitcoin?
We got negative features, right? We got full blocks and a bad user experience caused by it. So, and at some point today, I would love to discuss the history of that with you, because I think
Sure.
a lot has happened last time we talked about.
So Roger and I have a lot of things that we have in common. We want more freedom for people. We want less middlemen. We want lower fees. We want to onboard millions of users. We want less governments, less war. Like, we agree on like almost everything. So we should be able to work together and create something good, is my opinion. So what do you want to talk about? I mean, we can talk about everything. We can talk about Bitcoin progress. We could talk about HEX. We could talk about BCH. We could talk about Monero. We could talk about anything, right?
Yeah. So why don't we start off? I watched some of your other discussions with Peter McCormick. I don't even know if discussion is the right word for that one. But,
discussion.
Yeah, I watched his meltdown. I watched Peter McCormick have a meltdown with you.
He ejected. He quit Twitter afterwards.
Yeah.
He has zero fucks given in his profile, and then he cries like a baby after he's done bullying everyone else, right? Calling Vitalik a pedo defender.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah. And then he's just the most toxic person imaginable to every single community except Bitcoin, which he doesn't even understand. Doesn't understand the technology. Got in last, bought at 700. I was in at 30, mining at 50 cents. You were in before me. And this guy comes along with no knowledge, loud mouth, pisses everyone off, and then cries when people yell back, and then leaves. It's like,
I think we agree on all those points.
What is this? So. What is this? Trolling art or something? Like, what? Oh my God. He infiltrated one of my streams. The Bitcoin maximalists I've been destroying them. Just every single person they send to me, they're just destroyed, because I know they're just wrong, right?
About the subject, and they're wrong on what they're trying to say. So.
Yeah. So like this guy Giacomo Zucco was supposed to come and debate Ethereum versus Bitcoin with me, declined to, just pussied out, and then I left this window open, and then McCormick used his link to get on my stream without permission. And he just appears on my screen, and I'm like, I don't want to talk to you again. It was horrible. And then we had another 3-hour horrible conversation. It's hilarious that these people that are so slimy and scummy and cheat the system and are abrasive and abusive and brag about being toxic. I know how to be toxic. I would be very good at it. I know how to use Photoshop. I could make very viral, very funny images about people. I choose not to, because I'm not actually trying to make extra enemies, right? Because I think we get more done working together, right? You and I could.
So let's start off with a hard question on that topic there too. And I don't expect, because both of us, but we've talked, every time we've ever spoken, we're both very respectful to each other, even on the parts we disagree with. So let's ask a hard question. So there was recently a video clip that came out where you were talking about getting SegWit activated on Bitcoin, and you said that. Something along the lines of, we lied, cheated, and stole to get it activated. And I know, because I was one of the ones doing the lying, cheating, and stealing.
I may have, in the heat of the moment there, in the debate, I may have overstated my role. So,
understand that happening sometimes?
Well, look, there's nuance to everything. So I was not at the New York meeting. So here's what happens, right? There's people that make a living actually using Bitcoin. They can't just sit and hold it. They need to transact in it, and they care about fees because they can. Me. Right. So, for instance, BitPay is a payment processor in Bitcoin, and if the fees get too high, they have to go out of business because they can't compete with other payment processors. So for that particular company, there's nothing more important than fees, basically. And so, Roger and I believe you're an investor in BitPay as well, and the BitPay guys, and probably the blockchain.info guys too. Everyone wanted to see lower fees, and how are you going to get lower fees when the blocks are full? Well, we can either make the blockchain less popular and less people want to use it. Okay, that's one way. Or we need more throughput, like period. So how are you going to get more throughput in a blockchain? You only got two ways to do it. You can make bigger blocks, or faster blocks, or more efficient blocks. I guess there's three ways. Well, if you get faster blocks, it doesn't work in Bitcoin because the block reward is set per block. So you'd actually have inflation that was higher. So that you can't really have faster blocks in Bitcoin without doing extra crap, which means you're just stuck with bigger blocks and more efficient blocks. And so the Blockstream guys that were in charge of and are still in charge of the code wanted more efficient blocks and had on the roadmap that they would also increase the block size, but later. Now it's been 2 years and we haven't got that. So what happened? Did it just fall off the roadmap, right? Little funky, little weird. Doesn't make sense to have, they weren't doing other stuff. They could have done it. But it hasn't mattered much because the bear market reduced the demand, and we haven't had full blocks, and the transaction fees are pretty affordable. If you max the slider on Electrum, you're going to pay maybe 30 cents, 34 cents to send a transaction.
I think a speculative argument could be made that part of the reason the bear market is here is because Bitcoin wound up having a horrible user experience, and everybody that tried it at the height of the end of 2017 thought, oh, this is horrible. Why would anybody use this? And they went on to other things.
Maybe, but there's other blockchains that didn't have that user experience that still endured the same bear. And so I don't think that the user experience was the cause of the bear market, but I do think that if you want to have more than 2.8 million users with $1,000 in their wallet, which is what Bitcoin currently has, you need to start doing things better. This has been around for 10 years. That is a very, very long time in technology terms. And people are acting like it's this new revolutionary technology that just came out. Bitcoin did not just came out. It has been around for 10 years. And everyone that has tried to use it, to tell you the truth, for the most part, they stopped using it. So, a lot of stores used to accept Bitcoin. Wikipedia used to accept Bitcoin, and now they hide it because it's too confusing and they lose money by showing it to you. It reduces the conversion rate. Well, that you have to fight the battle. You have to keep improving, or these numbers won't get better. We have less on-chain volume. We have less transactions. We have more centralization and central parties. 42% of all Bitcoin is held in under 2,000 addresses. It was 2,038 last I looked. This is the opposite of what Bitcoin was designed for. Bitcoin was designed to get rid of counterparties. And so what has everyone done? They've gone and created giant, massive counterparties to recreate the banks. And now, they're doing everything wrong. This is not why crypto exists. So, I built something to help solve that, right? So my project gets people to take their keys.
In hindsight, do you think it was a bad idea for the 2x part of no 2x to never activate? And what are your thoughts now looking back?
So let's get to the misleading part. So the people that are looking for the drama, which look, drama is fun. I understand, right? Drama is fun. So let's get into the lying and cheating and stealing part. The agreement was, first of all, none of you poor sons of bitches that are watching was at the New York agreement. You guys barely matter, okay? The people that actually matter, that are in control of the mining hash rate and in control of the software design, right? Either one of those parties could screw up the whole game for everybody. But you people at home, you can't screw up the whole game for everybody. You could just stop playing and that's it. But these guys, these actually, when they make decisions, when exchanges and miners and software developers make decisions, everyone's affected, period. Those are the people that truly matter. Those are the power brokers. So they had a meeting, and there was a Blockstream guy there, I think, and there was the Italian name dude. I can't remember his name right now. And then there was some miners there. I think maybe Barry Silbert was there, and then
I was not there. I had some personal stuff going on, but I think Brian Armstrong, probably the CEO of Coinbase, was there. I think Peter Smith, CEO of Blockchain.com, was there. There was a representative from Bitcoin.com there as well. Barry Silbert, I believe, was there. A bunch of miners were there.
Right.
I think BitGo and most of the big businesses were all there. And there was 90-something% consensus between the hash rate and
that's
the businesses.
Important. This is not so. Here's this is what I mean about nuance. And how you frame something can make it look evil or can make it look good. You could frame that as a backdoor meeting with a bunch of corporate interests, with no representatives from the users there, deciding about the future, and that Satoshi would have never stood for that. And that I could sell that, no problem. People would love it, right? Or I could represent the same thing another way, and you'd love it that way too. Do you want to improve the network? Yes. What's the only way you can improve the network? Consensus, period. Okay, how do you get consensus? People sitting in a room talking to each other. So it's like, well, how do you want to frame it? Because I mean, I could feel bad about it, or I could feel good about it, and it's really kind of like a coin toss, right? Like, what do you care more about? Making the network better, or preventing this idea of some evil thing will then cascade and a parade of imaginary horribles will happen, and then everything will fail. And I got to tell you, I'm sick of that fantasy fan fiction bullshit where we're protecting ourselves against these evil guys that are always trying to attack us. It's not the case. The majority of bugs that Bitcoin have had are not governments fucking up Bitcoin. They're not evil people fucking up Bitcoin. They're just random software bugs. And they have no bug bounty program, and they've hired no auditors, and therefore they are likely to continue to have bugs with their spaghetti code. But it doesn't need to be that way. Instead, all the Bitcoin developers that want to make money, because of the tragedy of the commons, they can't make any money developing Bitcoin, they make side projects like Liquid and Lightning and sidechains and every other fucking thing imaginable where they could actually make a little bit of money, because they can't make any money developing Bitcoin, which is why you don't get any fucking upgrades. And so
what do you think about the fact that like Blockstream's financial incentive is to strangle Bitcoin on chain so that they could sell their business to that, because otherwise they didn't have a product. And if layer one's working great, who needs their side chains and their Liquid and all that other stuff?
I used to defend Blockstream a lot because I liked the work that they did. So here's what people don't get, right? When we talk about nuance and we talk about paradox, the reality changes, and then you have to change your opinion of the reality. If you're a trader and you said, hey, I'm bullish, and then bad news comes out, you instantly have to turn bearish. It's that fast. And for no one, if people's sampling frequency isn't quick enough and they're not keeping track, they don't know that you switched gears, and then you seem like a sellout or like you're not doing right. And you're like, no, I'm trying to update reality for you. Reality changed, and now we have to change with reality. And that's what happened with Blockstream. So Blockstream, it used to be Gavin Anderson, and then
Gavin was never at Blockstream. He used to be the core maintainer. But
that's what I'm saying, is that in the beginning, Gavin was the guy that was the lead dev that decided what got in and what didn't. And then he gave up those rights, and they had to be handed to somebody else. And the person he handed them to... So
should we talk about how he gave up those rights? Are you aware of how that happened? Or
go ahead. Let's get juicy. So, people want the drama, so let's give them the fucking drama.
This was definitely some drama. So there was Gavin Andreessen and Mike.
Mike Hearn,
Jeff Garzik.
Okay.
So Mike Hearn,
Jeff Garzik,
I think, was already gone at this point.
I dislike Jeff Garzik greatly.
Yeah, well, those two guys, for better or worse, had access to the main repository there. Gavin Andreessen came out with a blog post about Craig being Satoshi. And so the Blockstream guys who Gavin had shared access to the repository to then revoked Gavin's access, claimed that they thought his account had been hacked.
Well, that's a good claim, and they did the right thing. Because if Gavin truly did believe that...
But they did the exact same thing to Jeff Garzik at the exact same time, but without any reason given whatsoever, because there was zero assumption that Jeff Garzik's accounts had been compromised.
Jeff Garzik's a bad developer, and he's been a bad developer ever since he's been developing. I don't think
people can make arguments about every developer makes mistakes, right? So Jeff Garzik wrote code that's in every single Android device on the planet, right? So Blue Matt sometimes is a good developer, sometimes he's a horrible developer, right? He introduced a bug that allowed infinite inflation on Bitcoin BTC, and it was a BitcoinCash developer that discovered that. But all in all, Blue Matt's probably a pretty good developer, but people can make mistakes. So I think
I don't want to breeze over so quickly that inflation bug. Because describing it as an inflation bug doesn't really express to people how horrible it is. It is the most horrible thing that can happen in a blockchain. It means anyone can mint as many coins as they want for free. If that happens, it's the most horrible thing you can think of in a blockchain. Because I'm witty, I can think of one thing worse, which would be actually rewriting history, because then it would be even harder to try and recover. So like, it's the second most possible, worst, horrible thing I can think of. Like, it's unimaginably bad. And Bitcoin is likely to continue to have problems like that because it is spaghetti code. It is not modular. They do not have audits, and they do not have a bug bounty program. And everyone that could possibly improve the software is leaving to go do other things because those things actually pay. And that's not because there's some evil party. That's because it's a tragedy of the commons. That's why it's called a tragedy, because it sucks and everyone knows it sucks, but it's really, really, really hard to fix. The only way you can fix it is with a better design in the beginning, truthfully. I mean, the other option you have is like pre-locking funds and committing them towards a thing and then only unlocking them if other people commit as well. So that's how you can build a lighthouse, basically. So let's not open up too many threads. Let's close some of them. So let's talk about the lying, cheating, and stealing. I believed in the more efficient method because a blockchain. So currently Bitcoin can only do about 5 to 7 TPS maximum, and that's with like ideal transactions that don't even happen in the real world. When you use real world transaction sizes, like median transaction size, you're getting about 4, maybe 4.2 transactions a second. You can't run any video game on 4 transactions a second, none, because it's not enough, right? So now we double the blocks. Okay, now we're up to 8. And back then it would have been less actually because we didn't have SegWit. It would have been like 7 or 6. It's still not enough. So I know that if we want to make an impact in the real world, we do need level 2 technology and we do need more efficiency. I know that. Now the question is, before we get those things, how do we want to handle that middle ground when fees were $70 at the time? I think this was before fees got to 70, but they were pretty high.
And people were certainly arguing about it before then, yeah.
Yeah,
so
we knew it was coming, right? Like, hey guys, the blocks are getting full. The blocks are getting full. The blocks are getting full. And then you've got core developers like Luke Dash Jr. that believes the blocks are 4 times bigger than they should be. Now, he wants it to go to 250 kilobytes. It's an interesting, it's just a design trade-off. Do you want more security? Do you want more throughput? This is the design trade-off you're always faced with. Do you want more convenience or do you want more security? It's always that way. So I sided with the
I think an economic argument. I think an economic argument can be made, though, that more users brings more security.
I don't think so. Why do you think that? How?
If you're let's say you're, I mean, what's the difference between a religion and a cult, right? It's just like the number of followers. And if you have the Catholic Church with millions of users all over the world, for the most part, like if you have a cult with 12 people, man, they're going to come at you fast and hard.
Yeah, it could. So
I think the same is true.
I think what you're trying to say is that the wisdom of crowds works better when the crowd is of a reasonable size. If the crowd's not large enough, then you don't really
safety in numbers maybe is another way of.
Yeah, I understand the idea. I could pretty that up and make that like compelling. So Blockstream, I thought so back to the lying and cheating stealing because I want to get that out. I supported SegWit. I supported no 2x. I supported user-activated soft fork, which would give us SegWit, whether the miners wanted to give us it or not, because we could do it as a soft fork instead of a hard fork. Now, if you people that aren't listening, hard fork means everyone's got to upgrade their clients, or else they don't work anymore. Soft fork means, hey, you can upgrade if you want or not. It's still going to be fine. So soft fork is like you can upgrade or not.
If I can take issue with it's still going to be fine part. So like with the hard fork, everyone is forced to come along.
Right.
I'm sorry. With a soft fork, I said backwards. With a soft fork, everyone is forced to come along. You don't have a choice. With a hard fork, if you don't like it, you don't upgrade your software and you don't come along. You fork off on your own or you don't participate in the network at all. But with a soft fork, everyone has to participate, whether they like it or not.
Well, I don't know. I think we might both be missing something because, that inflation bug that let anyone print as many free Bitcoins as they wanted, the Bitcoins had twice. Once executed in 2010, somebody minted 16 billion Bitcoin. They had to roll the chain back. And then again, a BitcoinCash developer found and responsibly disclosed a print as many free Bitcoin as you want bug. And I want you guys at home to listen to this. You're a developer for a project has a rather animosity style relationship with Bitcoin Core for whatever reason. And you found a bug that lets you print as many free Bitcoin as you want. Are you going to go print some Bitcoin? or are you going to stay broke and tell everyone about it? And he chose to stay broke. And that's amazing. Because I don't know a lot of people that would be like, yeah, I can print as much free money as I want, but I won't. Wow. Like, hats off to that guy. And we should actually know his name.
I don't know if he stayed broke, but
do you know his name?
In the sense that, so the guy that founded, his screen name is Amini. I don't know his name in real life, but like most Bitcoin Cash supporters, I'm guessing he's an early Bitcoin adopter and probably did just fine on that front. And I think a whole bunch of the early Bitcoin adopters, when the vision for Bitcoin started to change, a bunch of them went to Ethereum, and a bunch of them went to Bitcoin Cash later on.
Right.
And so he probably is. I would guess he had some Bitcoins from early on, but lying, cheating, and stealing is where we're headed.
Yeah. So the lying and cheating and stealing part. So the open threads are. I want to be able to name that guy because he deserves respect, and for me talking about that event, I shouldn't just talk about, hey, look, we dodged a bullet, and hey, let's fix the code and have audits and do these things to fix it. But also, hey, look at that guy. He did a really nice thing, and he should be rewarded for that. I'd like to get there, but I don't know his name right now.
His screen name's Amini. So Awemany.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So we had a Mexican standoff. Two parties wanted two different things. And if one got their way, the other one wouldn't get their way. So the mining companies had ASIC boost, and certain mining companies had more ASIC boost than others. So from the perspective of companies that had ASIC boost, which gave them a quote unfair advantage over other miners, they didn't want to see SegWit because it breaks covert ASIC boost. You can do the ASIC boost that's still visible, but you can't do the covert one. So there was a theory that maybe the miners didn't like SegWit because of that, right? The miners that
that's a theory. I think that's unlikely to have been the case. Especially
I don't think they ever really did covert ASIC boost. So I mean, but we in a game where you're not being attacked anyway, like no one's really attacking Bitcoin. Like, because if they were really attacking Bitcoin, you could actually fuck it up. Like you can go on the Bitcoin wiki and look up known attack vectors against Bitcoin, and no one's doing them. Like, you could Sybil attack the network. There's only 10,000 nodes. So you could spool up 100,000 nodes, and now good luck guessing which ones are the real network. You won't be able to guess. Anyone could do that. It would be very affordable to do, but no one's doing it because no one really wants to hurt the network. There's other attack vectors, right? There's all these attack vectors that people aren't using. So you have to ask yourself, like, what's the value of a door lock if no one's trying to break in? Well, now it takes longer for you to get in your house all the time. But then the question is, well, what if people know you have a door lock? Does that prevent people from becoming criminals and prevent them from trying your locks, right? So SegWit 2x, do we give the miners what they want, give them 2 megabyte blocks, let them not signal for SegWit?
It wasn't just the miners, though. It was pretty much every business.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Right? It was the wallets. It was the payment processors. It was the exchanges. It was just about everybody.
Sure. Yeah, it could have been. I mean, I agree. So the question is, do you give the power structure, the guys that are in charge and all that, more power, or do you let because you've got this triumvirate, right? Users, exchanges, developers, and businesses. It's really a quadrant. There's 4 of them. And really the developers, they don't actually have any power. The developers don't actually have any power at all, because the miners can choose to run that code or not. And if they choose not to run it, it doesn't matter that the developers wrote it at all. So I kind of believed that the developers had the best interest of Bitcoin in mind and the best future Bitcoin in mind, and they wanted SegWit and not 2x. And so I sided with the developers. And, now things have changed. Look at what they did.
What do you think now?
I try so hard not to say bad things about Bitcoin because, one, if Bitcoin's value is high, all cryptocurrencies' value are going to be higher. And if people are going to switch to other cryptocurrencies, wouldn't it be nice if they got more from what they had to get into the next thing, right? And all of the people that follow me, for the most part, are big Bitcoin guys, and I've still got a bag of Bitcoin, and they've got bags of Bitcoin. So I really try to not say bad things about Bitcoin. But it's near impossible because it's fucked up. It is fucked up, and it's been fucked up for a long time, and it doesn't look like it's getting better. It looks like it's getting worse, and I'm tired of having to lie basically and not tell people the truth to try and hold up their prices and not lose followers. And it just pisses me off that I don't like doing that shit. I like telling the truth. It feels better. So what do we got right now? We do have other.
So in hindsight, yeah. In hindsight,
Look, in hindsight, the miners could have been bigger pricks too. I don't know, right? So the developers turned out to not work out, and then maybe if I had sided with the miners, then maybe they ended up being pricks too. And it's like, we still need the developers to do good work. Maybe if they didn't get their way, some of those guys would have fallen off, and then we'd have less development. It's too hard to say which way was the right way to go. Here's what I do know. People agreed to give 2 megabyte blocks. So whoever was in that room agreed that they would mine and signal for 2 megabyte blocks if SegWit got in. SegWit got in, and the 2 megabyte blocks didn't get in. So whoever that party was, and I don't know who they were, I don't even know their name, whoever that party was that agreed to give the 2 megabyte blocks and then didn't, reneged and was fraudulent, right? Now people don't realize how dangerous what the UASF guys, of which I was one, and promoted and wanted to see happen, they don't understand what that really meant to the network. What that really meant was, if the miners ignore our UAS stuff and just do what they want, do their 2 megabyte block stuff, all the people that were on UASF, the no 2x guys, they would have just splintered off and had their own network with no hash rate, or such a pitiful hash rate that they could be attacked by anyone with like some SHA-256 ASICs. And then now what? They probably also, as you said, didn't have any of the businesses. So all they really had, right. So all they really had was the ability to Sybil attack the actual network. So in the event that the miners were like, no, actually screw you guys, we're going to do what we want. Because look at the economic difference, right? How much money do the businesses have invested, and how big is their mailing list, right? How much money how big is blockchain.info's mailing list, right? How much money do the miners have invested? And you compare that economic energy and that customer base with what the nerds that run nodes have, and mostly just default nodes. They don't even know what the fuck's going on. They just want to feel cool, so they double click that node that they think's cool, but they don't actually know how to edit the configuration file or know when something's going wrong. They're basically script kiddies, right? So you got a bunch of script kiddies that now, if the miners didn't fold and the script kiddies maintained their little node, it would have just been a Sybil attack. They would have just acted like, oh no, we're the real Bitcoin, but you're not. You're the fake Bitcoin, right? You don't have any of the things that make Bitcoin good. The exchanges, the businesses, the mining hardware. Anyone could attack you at will. It was a big risk. It was actually a very big risk. And so the UAS guys put a gun to Bitcoin's head, and the miners put a gun to Bitcoin's head, and they're like, okay, well, sort of Democles, right? Like, we're going to split the baby in two unless one of you gives up. And the miners gave up. And it worked out okay, but it was risky. And now is it working out okay? I don't think so. So to summarize, who lied, cheated, and stealed? I didn't lie. I didn't cheat. I didn't steal. But I promoted something that was, dangerous and happened to work out. So yay. Then it worked out then, right? We got transaction malleability fixed. We got Lightning. Like, the ability to build things on Bitcoin did improve. Go ahead. Yeah. I don't want to do all the talking.
You said we got Lightning, and I was going to say, do you? That's another thing that's really bothered me. Maybe you've addressed it already, but I see all these people passing the Lightning torch around, and they have no understanding of what they're doing. They're using these custodial wallets, and if it's no different than sending PayPal from one person to another, but they're all out there on social media saying, "Hey, I got the PayPal." I mean, the Lightning torch, right? And they have zero understanding of what's going on there.
So, all Lightning is. So in summary, so we can close this thread. The lying and cheating and stealing there was risk taken, and somebody said that they were going to give the 2 megabyte blocks after we got SegWit. We got SegWit. They didn't give the 2 megabyte blocks. Whoever that guy was, and I don't know who it was, he reneged, right? Now, could the rest of the community have been? And it's weird. The rest of the community wasn't in the room either, right? I didn't get to say anything, because I wasn't a dev and I wasn't a miner. I'm just a smart guy that tries to tell people the truth on YouTube for free. So that's my position, right? Thought leader, I guess. Now, in your team, the BCH team, you would love to see what was going on in the Dragon's Den, because I was in the Dragon's Den, right? And the Dragon's Den is this little secret room inside some Slack server for Bitcoin people. I can tell you guys there's nothing interesting going on in there. Absolutely nothing. Because I went in, I scrolled up for a while, and I saw absolutely nothing of interest. Nobody doing anything interesting whatsoever. And then I never went in again because it had no utility. And it's very easy to believe that it had no utility because look at their messaging. They don't have memes. They don't have marketing. They're not effective socially. So why would you think that they had a secret room to be effective socially when they're not effective socially? So
maybe they're spending too much time in the room rather than out there doing effective things.
Yeah, look, you wear the shirt, man. You wear a BCH Please shirt, which means I know you're doing the fucking best you can. Look, you're a rich guy. You could wear whatever you want. You could be jolted up and wear whatever you want, but you're committed to getting something done. And so you're going to take a fashion hit to get that shit done, right? And I'm doing the same thing. I'm wearing I'm covered in so many fucking hexagons that I basically look at a geometry puzzle because I'm for the mission. I got something I want to do. And look at the fashion wear that the Bitcoin guys are wearing. They're literally wearing a hat that summarizes to fuck you. That's the hat.
Toxicity, yeah.
Right. How are you going to get can you tell me any government in the world, any ruling party that's done well with the fuck you mentality? It doesn't work. It's just like you do martial arts, right? You're probably black belt in jiu-jitsu, right?
I'm brown belt, yeah, working on the black belt still. So.
Yeah, but the style he does, I mean, it probably takes 15 years to get a black belt or something. How long does it take to get a black belt?
I'm 11 years in, so yeah,
right.
I'm getting pretty close.
Right, so this isn't like you go to the corner, like, with the kids learning karate, and then 4 years in you get a black belt. No, he's doing something that takes a decade. The reason that being an asshole doesn't work is the same reason you don't see people punching each other in the face in the street. Because basically one guy will lock up one other guy and get into a wrestling match, and then the only thing that actually wins is more parties, more people, usually, right? So in jiu-jitsu, a small guy could hang on to a big guy and wear him out and eventually win, like almost always, if he can get and hang on, right? There's like a short window where the big guy has a chance to get a good hit, but if he doesn't get that chance, it's fucking over. The same thing happens when you're being an asshole trying to promote a cryptocurrency. When you're an asshole, other people fight you, and you get into a bickering match, and neither of you is building anything, and neither of you, it just doesn't fucking work. Being an asshole does not work. Finding commonality and finding places that you can both make progress, that works. That works amazing. Like, look at America. Look at the United States. We had all these people from all these other countries that chose to find commonality. Sure, they still lived in different neighborhoods and still spoke different languages, but when it came to getting shit done, I mean, the Empire State Building was built in, single-digit years. I think it was built in like 4 years or something because they could work together. Well, that's how you should feel with cryptocurrencies too. You should skip this tribal bullshit. And when you're being tribal, you're actually fucking your own pocketbook. Like, I don't want to say bad things about Bitcoin because it's bad for all cryptocurrencies, truthfully, for the price. It's not. If you want to speak like privately and tell people like, hey, look, I think you might want to do some things differently. Well, that's not bad for everybody. And you could still get people to switch to the better thing, right? And we don't look like a bunch of noob idiots to the whole rest of the world that's watching. Who represents Bitcoin publicly? Roger used to. I still do. Like, I went on stage in Malta a couple weeks ago and said only good things about it on purpose because it takes effort for me to do so. But who else? Andreas, he's on Team Ethereum, right? This idea that there's some cool dude that just loves Bitcoin, there aren't any. If you just love Bitcoin, you're an asshole. You don't actually care about getting things done in the real world. In the real world, all these cryptocurrencies actually work pretty good. You send you have a little screen and you have some number in it and you make your number go down, and then somewhere else in the world, someone else's number goes up and it doesn't double spend. And that works like for Dogecoin, for Monero, for Bitcoin, for Ethereum, for
BitcoinCash.
Fucking BitcoinCash. They all actually work pretty good, and they're all mostly forks of Bitcoin. So if you liked Bitcoin a year ago or 2 years ago, that's where they started from. That's where they started from.
And so let's talk about the big differences then between these two. Like, they all, for the most part, work pretty good.
Yeah.
I would argue that BTC has one of the worst user experiences there because of the full blocks and the high fees, but
they don't have that. They haven't had that for a while. They haven't had that for a while. But if it ever gets successful again, they will.
They will, exactly.
Yeah.
So So if we look at it today, what differentiates, Dogecoin from Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash to these and, this and
Let's
that, and
go over them.
Ethereum, of
I
course?
mean, I've never really had a smart stream like this where I've actually compared different coins before because I was a maximalist and I would talk
Yeah.
my bag, right? Oh, I've got a bag of Bitcoin. Well, this is the best thing in the world, right? And then you,
And so I think there's a few characteristics. The biggest one is the network effect, right? So I think the reason Bitcoin is still the top dog is because it has the biggest network effect with the most users
I,
and the
I don't
most
think Bitcoin is the
infrastructure and
top
the
dog.
most.
I don't think having the highest market cap makes you the top dog. I really don't.
Okay.
So let, I pay
I'm open to
people in
this line of
crypto.
reasoning. Let's define what makes something the top dog.
Sure. I pay people in crypto and I avoid Bitcoin like the fucking plague because I don't want you
Yeah.
to know how much Bitcoin I have. I don't want you to know. So I can't fucking pay you basically. I have two options. I either have to route through Monero or I have to route through mixing, and neither of them's fun because if you want to get to Monero, got to go through a central counterparty. Maybe they give you your coins, maybe they don't. You
Maybe
want
they
to
report on your coins to, maybe they're being run by the feds and spying on you too. Right?
it's there's no Bitcoin and crypto is invented to get rid of counterparties. That's why I love what's going on in Ethereum because it's all on one chain. All the distributed finance things you want, it's all on one chain. You get to keep the trustlessness. You never have to jump out to some central counterparty that fucks you with an order book or fucks you with fees or fucks you with an exit scam. You get to stay on the same chain. That was the dream. The dream of Bitcoin was this was going to be programmable money. You can't program shit. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. You tell me.
So I think I've seen you talk about it before, how they like intentionally crippled counterparty and all these tokens that were coming to
Sure.
Bitcoin
Fuck yeah.
early on.
Yep.
So
Because they're antagonistic. They don't want you to do well. They don't want you to improve their project and they don't want you to improve anything else either. They just want you to buy their bag and hold it and never use it and never spend it. It's just fucking. So I'm trying to speak with a nuance here, right? Bitcoin has the most liquidity. Now, who does that really matter to? Not you broke fucking people. You guys are broke.
if you're
All you
trading to
guys are
$100, it doesn't matter. There's plenty of
right.
liquidity on Dogecoin for that.
Exactly. So that liquidity idea, it does not matter to you, Joe Blow person listening. Doesn't. Okay, so like, what kind of features do you have in Bitcoin? Do you have anonymity? Do you have privacy? Nope. Worst. Every single chain analysis company that gets paid millions of dollars a year to remove your privacy from you and fuck you over and de-anonymize you, their tools are all primarily built to operate on Bitcoin. So the people that are trying to fuck you up, they're trained to fuck you up through Bitcoin, right? And it's very rare. It's very rare that people are caught from Bitcoin. They usually screw up some other places first. But I think I heard about maybe one or two child porn guys that paid out of their Coinbase account and got locked up. Now, is that good for the world? Yeah. Nobody likes child porn guys. But
Is that good for Bitcoin as a currency? Absolutely not.
Well, fungibility is a very important part of currency because if you don't have fungibility, you no longer have efficiency. So if you can't trust that the money that you got paid, you really got paid, and it can't just be removed from you by some other party, well, then you have to.
It's not good money.
Well, you lose efficiency. You end up with Visa and MasterCard, right? Like those extra percentage points that you pay in Visa or MasterCard, you actually do get stuff for that. You do get chargeback protection and the ability to have recurring billing through pull system. Now it could be better and it could be more affordable, but really over the 50 years it's existed, it has been demargined and it is a rather competitive industry. And you might on a 2% extra that you pay for something, you're probably getting at least 1% of actual value there, right? So back to Bitcoin. What makes something the top dog? If I want to do a giveaway and start giving people stuff away, I'd rather give away Monero because then, like, there it is. I gave it to you and that's it. I don't got to worry about chain analysis. I don't got to worry about people looking at how much money I got. I don't look about, and by the way, they don't just know how much money you've got. They know anything you've ever done with any of your money ever. That sucks. That nobody wants that shit, right? We were advertising.
So that's another example. There used to be privacy on Bitcoin. So blockchain.com, or back then it was .info, had coin mixing built right into the wallet. And when the blocks became full and the fees became high, that was no longer practical. And
Right.
right now on Bitcoin Cash today, you have a thing called Cash Shuffle. I don't know if you've read about this or aware about this, but you
I'm
can.
behind. I'm behind in the technical innovations that are happening in a lot of different places because I traded that knowledge, which is not profitable, for a more profitable knowledge. So the
On
guys that are the
Ethereum stuff. So
yeah,
let me tell you some fun stuff though here though too. So like this
please.
stuff all used to exist on Bitcoin. It's coming back to Bitcoin Cash. So if you go to cashshuffle.com, there's this cash shuffling trustless software, and we're about to build it right into all 6 million Bitcoin.com wallet users. And we have 6 million Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin.com wallet users shuffling their coins automatically on by default for everybody all the time. You
It's
have
awesome.
privacy that's in the same ballpark as Monero.
It's really
And you
good.
have and I love Monero. I bought a bunch of Monero early on when I thought Bitcoin was having its scaling issues. But Bitcoin Cash, like it or not, has a much bigger network effect than Monero. Bitcoin Cash is the second most used cryptocurrency for payments, bigger than everything, even ahead of Ethereum. And I love Ethereum. I have a bunch of Ethereum too. Ethereum's awesome. I'm never going to say anything bad about Ethereum until there actually would be something bad to say
Yep.
about it. And at the moment, there isn't really. Um, but
So we
so
could talk
anyhow,
about
what makes cryptocurrencies the top dog?
so
Market cap is one metric, but
I
privacy is
I
another.
don't think like I really truly do not think market
You say
cap
it's not
should
that
be
important,
used.
and
It because look, 42% of Bitcoin's held in 2,038 addresses, each over 1,000 BTC, and none of you guys listening has any control over any of them. So liquidity matters for those guys, not you, and market cap matters for those guys, not you. When the market cap of Bitcoin goes up, if you have a giant bag of it, your net worth goes up. But if you've got a little tiny bag and the market cap goes up, right? So let's say Bitcoin's 7,000 right now, and there's 18 million coins. That's what 70 million plus 56 million, which is like what 126 billion, I guess. So you've got 126 billion dollars of market cap. Let's say it doubles. It doubles. Amazing. Now we're up where it was 3 months ago. Lol, at 14,000. If you've got a $20 bag of Bitcoin, now you've made 20 extra dollars. Is that life-changing wealth to you? No. So that idea that like market cap matters for the normal user, what really matters for the normal user is their ROI percent. Like that matters, because if you've only got a $20 bag or a $100 bag, you actually need a lot of ROI to even go to dinner next week, you know? So I care about anonymity if you want to really use it. I care about ROI percent if you want to get rich on it. And this like vanity metric of market cap is very manipulatable, and it doesn't even work right. Like people don't understand. The market cap number that you see is based on circulating supply. And in Bitcoin, they count circulating supply as 18 million coins, which we know is indeed factually not the circulating supply, because there's coins that have never circulated a single time, like Satoshi's million coins. And they're counted. And so the actual market cap is inflated unfairly in Bitcoin, and it's miscounted, but no one appears to care. You know, like there's so many things that can be made better in crypto, and like I know them and I want to share them with the world. So what Roger's doing with making mandatory coin mixing, it's the only way you can actually get anonymity. There's only two ways to get anonymity. Mark my words. There's only two ways to get anonymity. One, you use zero knowledge proofs, and they're new and they're hard and not that many people know how to work with them. Two, you use mixing with a large anonymity set. And if you don't have a large anonymity set, the mixing does not work. And it has to be mandatory. If it's not mandatory, then people can Sybil attack it and enter the pool of anonymous users with a bunch of their own users that they really just know who they are. And then they see who the odd guy out is, and then they can track that guy, right? So what he's doing makes the world a better place. And who else is doing that? I don't know. I mean,
so can we quote you, Richard? Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin.com are making the world
sure.
a
Yeah,
better place.
if you're making
Thank you.
cryptocurrencies more anonymous, I 100% support that, and I think it's beautiful, and we'll continue to support that as long as most human beings are honest. As long as most human beings are honest, then the majority of the benefit from the technological increase is going to honest people. Now, if we find some technology that only evil people use, well, then we could say, okay, in this instance, let's try and do something weird in this place. For the most part, most technology makes the world better for everybody. Most people are not criminals. Most people are not terrorists. Most people are not child rapists. And therefore, most technology makes the world a better place. So I totally support what you're doing. And I tell you, man, if I think that Bitcoin Cash would be more successful if you guys said less bad things about Bitcoin. And I know it's weird, and I know it's hard because you see the truth and you want to be honest about it. But the politics of it is, you know, who's the easiest people for you to convert over to BCH, or in my case, HEX, or in, you know, Charlie Lee's case, I don't even know if he owns Litecoin anymore, but, you know, like everyone's got their flavor that they like. The easiest people to convert are people that are already in crypto. And do they want to get on your team if you've shit talked their bag and made their bag go down in price and made them feel bad feelings and stuff? They don't want to. So like I would know more about BCH technology, but the community was so mean to me after I was so mean to it that I just kind of stopped paying attention, right? But apparently you guys have been doing cool stuff, which is neat, right? Like this SLP token you told me about.
Yeah.
Which lets you pay dividends. It's basically like an ERC20, except it's on BCH, and then you can use it to pay dividends and stuff, and have a ticker symbol.
Yep. And then one other really cool thing too is they're setting it up, or it's kind of set up, token on Ethereum. You have to have Ethereum to act as gas to move the token. So if you send someone an ERC20 token, but they don't have any Ethereum, the token's stuck. On Bitcoin Cash, you can move the tokens without needing any Bitcoin to act as gas, using these things that they're calling gas stations, where somebody else can pay the Bitcoin.
They've got that in Ethereum called meta transactions.
Zero Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah. Ethereum's version of that's called meta transactions. Yeah.
Good.
So like what I try and do is be nice to things that deserve to be nice to, even though I don't own any. I don't own any Bitcoin Cash. I don't own $100 of Monero, you know, but if I see something that's good, am I going to be an asshole and like pretend that the good things aren't happening in the hopes that somehow my bag goes up in price? That's gross. It's literally gross. And for the majority of people that are doing that shit, the Bitcoin guys that hate by default everything that they see, they insert their head in the sand, and it's a tranquil, easy way to go through life and watch other people pass you by one day and you don't know how it happened because you had your head in the sand. So Bitcoin devs used to be the smartest, best devs in crypto. And now they're not. They're not even working on Bitcoin. They're working on shit that's not Bitcoin. If you have a Bitcoin developer that stops working on Bitcoin and now he's working on Lightning, it is a different software repository that runs by different security rules, that doesn't use the same, like, there's nothing in common. There's nothing in common between Lightning and Bitcoin. So you just effectively lost a Bitcoin developer when someone went to go do that. And when they work on the Liquid sidechain, or when they work on this BSE thing, or when devs start to do all of the other things they could actually make money on instead of work on Bitcoin, which is how the tragedy of the commons is tragic, Bitcoin stops making gains. Now, let me hedge this statement a little bit. If you read the last Bitcoin version that came out, which I believe was 0.17.1, Bitcoin Core, there's a shitload of improvements, a ton of improvements, but they're all little tiny things that make a bunch of little things a little bit better. They're not big feature improvements. When you compare that type of upgrade, which maybe makes sense for the most expensive cryptocurrency, maybe they should go slower, maybe they should make slower progress, that they make less mistakes. But in that case, if you want to make less mistakes, the best solution is not to make less progress. It's to hire goddamn auditors that for a living catch mistakes. Gee, there's a class of people that for a living find mistakes. What do you know? You could hire them and they'll find mistakes. How do I know this? Because I hired a bunch of them for my project. So I have audits and Bitcoin doesn't. It's stupid. They could do it. You need to recognize what is good, learn what other people are doing well, and integrate it into your project, or you will get passed the fuck up. Bitcoin has less adoption, less on-chain volume, no features in 2 years, less everything good that you'd fucking care about. The only good thing that's happened is SegWit opened up, some other people could build on top. But how's that working out? There's $6 million of Bitcoin on Ethereum. I'm sorry, there's $6 million of Bitcoin in Lightning, and there's $4 million of wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum. And I guarantee, I would be willing to bet there will be more Bitcoin transacted on the Ethereum network in 12 months than there will be on Lightning. And so
I think you're probably right.
You know, the stuff that's going on Ethereum isn't beta. It works great now, and it's worked great for a long time. And we've got zero knowledge proofs, and like we've got ZK rollups and optimistic rollups and more development budget and bug bounty program. And you're just like, look, we have
and
more
a
devs.
Huge developer community. I went to DEF CON in Osaka a couple ago.
And I was the number one.
Passionate people they're trying.
So you chopped out a little bit. I believe you said you were in Osaka at the DevCon 5, I believe, and you met a lot of passionate people.
Yeah, and it's just an amazing amount of passion and people excited about it. And it was really amazing to see just how fantastic the Ethereum community is. It's
a total different world. So let me tell you how different the Ethereum world is. And you've been in the Ethereum world longer than me, so you probably know it better than I do. It's funny. People always tell me that I'm like a conceited sociopath who thinks he's smarter than everyone. I don't. I do not think I'm smarter than everyone. I think Roger's got more money than me. I think Roger started more fucking Bitcoin businesses than me. I think he knows more about, you know, mining equipment because he's buying it and hosting it and shit. Like Roger knows a ton of things that I could learn, and I only know some things that he could learn from me. So I think I can learn more from Roger than he can learn from me. But people, I don't know. They like, I guess humility is underrated or some shit. Like, there's a lot. Everyone's smarter than you at something. You have to respect and honor everybody for what they're good at. You know, in Ethereum, people are more friendly. Now they're not totally friendly, right? They're more friendly. Now how do you know that? Because as a maximalist, I know that I could put up a thread and say, hey guys, let's talk about what sucks about Ethereum. And everyone would pile on and tell you everything that sucked about Ethereum, right? They rolled back the chain. Look at all these people losing money. Oh, Vitalik, if Vitalik dies, everything's going to go to zero, right? What else did they say?
No.
Did I miss any, or was that like all the anti-Ethereum stuff?
But yeah, the DAO, right? The big DAO, rollback.
Right. Exactly, so. Yeah. Which is funny. Like they did fuck that up. They're like, code is law. We wrote the code wrong. Law is law. Roll back the code. That was pretty funny. But so here's the nuance there. I talked so much shit about Ethereum because it was easy to do. And now all that stuff's still true. But you have to realize that the Ethereum network didn't fuck up. The people using it fucked up. The people that programmed the DAO wrote bad software, and the Ethereum network did what it was supposed to do and executed their bad software. And then the socially enforced consensus network, which is all blockchains are socially enforced. Like you think there's a 21 million limit in Bitcoin? Miners don't have to let that shit go. They can just edit the EXE, and now there's no halvening. There doesn't have to be halvening in 6 months. It's an optional thing. So any network that you can improve by improving it, you can de-improve through the same mechanism. So if you have any network that you can make better, you can make it worse through the same mechanism. So they use social consensus to take money away from a hacker. Some people didn't agree with it, and then they ended up with 2 coins. And in general, when you end up with 2 coins, you actually have a higher market cap across the 2. Why? Because you're providing more value. These people are getting what they want more. These people are getting what they want more, to some degree, right? Like in theory, maybe there could be some fork that gave somebody less, but because
most of the time that's the case, yeah.
Yeah, Ethereum Classic did get 51% attacked, but the hacker gave the money back, and you're just like, there's so much nuance here. So why do I tell you this? This is back to this lying and cheating and stealing stuff. Oh, Richard used to hate Ethereum, and now that he's got a token on Ethereum, he loves it. Guys, the reality changed, okay? The people, I leave that article up, 9 reasons why Bitcoin will always be better than Ethereum, because it's all true. And the things I'm saying now are true too, right? So if you use Ethereum wrong, you will get fucked up. And it's easier to use wrong because there's more things you can do. It's harder to lose money in Bitcoin because you can't build anything on it. So it's like saying it's harder to lose money if you don't have any money, right? Like I can't get pickpocketed if I don't have a pocket, right? So Ethereum is a more powerful network that can do more things. You can have Bitcoin wrapped on Ethereum. Try wrapping Ethereum on Bitcoin. It sucks, right? There's 2 companies that tried to build on Bitcoin. So I think Roger and I first met 2013 maybe in
Amsterdam, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we met a couple, like quite a few times at different events. You know, I remember we went out to dinner there, and you're trying to get the restaurant lady to accept Bitcoin. You know, so Roger,
I think I did, right? The Thai restaurant, is that the one?
Yep, that was the one.
Yeah, you did. And she's still involved in Bitcoin to this very day. So some of my guys at Bitcoin.com, they go and visit her when they're in Amsterdam, and she still is.
This one thing I love about Roger is he wants the sale. He wants you to start using Bitcoin. He will give it to you. He'll put it on your phone. He will wear the T-shirt, and he will talk about it, and he'll evangelize it. And he used to do that for the project that had BTC as a ticker, and now he does it for the project that has BCH as a ticker primarily. But listen, you know, Bitcoin.com has an exchange, and they just listed HEX, which is my project, and they also list a lot of other things. And he wants the world to be a better place, and he's not a prick maximalist about it. Anything that'll get the job done, he's willing to work with and listen to. So that's fucking good. Like, what more do you want? You know. So other good things I know Roger's trying to do.
To be honest, though, I'm kind of undecided on Ethereum. There's lots of tokens on Ethereum.
I could sell you on Ethereum.
And that works. Your tokens.
You're gonna have to repeat that last sentence because the connection dropped. Can you repeat the last sentence? Let's try dropping the video because your video just paused anyway.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of undecided on it. Sure.
All right, so you're gonna have to repeat the last 45 seconds.
Is that better audio for you now?
Yep. So repeat the last 45 seconds.
Play with. Sure. So I was basically saying that we have some latency here as well. It seems like I'm saying that. Yeah, sure. I'm saying that I'm still kind of undecided on HEX.
Oh, undecided on HEX. Sure.
Yeah. So like.
Well, do you have questions?
If you have questions, I can answer. Why not some other token on Ethereum? I mean,
sure. So Roger's question was, okay. I don't mean to talk over you, but I just get like bits and pieces, and then I try and translate what I heard. So what I heard was, you're not sold on HEX. You don't know that much about it yet. Oh, I guess he's going to reconnect. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. I think this one is different.
I'm back.
All right. So we left off saying you're not sold on HEX, and why HEX over another ERC20 is what I heard.
That great summary, yeah.
Sure. So I believe that in any financial ecosystem, value accrues at different strata, at different levels. So if we look at electronic commerce in the United States, most of the value has been captured by Amazon. Is Amazon a shipping company? Nope. Is Amazon a fiber company that handles TCP/IP? Nope. Is Amazon a hardware manufacturer? No. Are they a software manufacturer? A little bit, but not primarily. Okay, so what are they? They control the endpoints. So you have a user has money, and they're the closest to that user that you can get, and therefore they get all the margin. And then everyone else after them gets less. The shipping company gets less. The internet service provider gets less. So in the world that we live in today, the majority of value is captured in basically all industries by the people closest to the money. That's why salespeople make the most at a company, because they're closest to the money. Everyone that supports the salespeople makes less. Janitors, secretaries, IT technicians, they make less than the sales guys because the sales guys are closer to the money. So if we look at cryptocurrencies, the same way that we look at normal businesses, who's closest to the money? Well, whatever the ticker symbol is that they bought. That ticker symbol that they buy on the exchange, or if you're using a DEX or a smart contract in that transaction, that's where the majority of the value will be accrued. and whatever supports that will get less. So in the Ethereum network, you can chart the Ethereum price versus the market caps of the ERC20s on top of it, and you'll see that there's divergence and that the tokens on Ethereum are becoming more valuable than Ethereum is. Now, I think that Ethereum is likely to not appreciate as much as people wish because it is becoming more of a substrate for other things to capture value on top of. So for instance, what is actually the most popular usage of the Ethereum network? It's not sending Ethereum. It's sending Tether, which is a centralized token on top of Ethereum that has a single counterparty that isn't really crypto. It's basically digital ledger technology. They could perform, they could do their digital ledger with Excel without the whole blockchain stuff if they wanted to. Because if they want to roll back the money, they can. If they want to take the money, they can. If they want to mint more, they can. If they want to, they can do anything they want, right? It's trustful. It's not trustless. So that is the primary use case of Ethereum currently. Do you know the second most used thing on Ethereum? HEX, the token I invented, has been the second most popular thing on Ethereum since it's existed 11 or 12 days ago. So if you measure what a network does, it's who uses it, who does the most transactions, and how much of those transactions for. And right now on Ethereum, it's Tether and then us. And then, what was its old claim to fame? Its old claim to fame was, ICO launching. Well, now if you want to launch an ICO, you've got different places to get your ticker symbol and get funding. So you could do it on this new Blockstream thing, or TRX, or EOS, or
BitcoinCash or Ethereum. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I appreciate you bringing it up because I'm not used to including BitcoinCash in these things, but sure. So in my opinion, the most successful cryptocurrency will be the one that gets the most users that hold, if you care about price appreciation. If you don't care about price appreciation, then it would be the most users that actually use. The problem with projects that hunt scale as their advertising tactic. So for instance, Hashgraph, we do 10,000 transactions a second. They don't, because those transactions have a weak security model. They're not the same security model as actual confirmed transactions. Of what utility is a bunch of throughput when someone buys, uses it, and then sells? The price goes right back down. So for instance, did Ethereum...
So don't you think that having some use case of buying or selling or doing payments, that gives people an incentive to hold that currency so that they can spend it later as well?
No, I don't. So if the economists have figured this out...
Tell me why.
Sure. So the economists have figured this out, that the velocity of money decreases the value of money. Now, that's only in a fully adopted system where everyone's using the same money. In non-fully adopted systems, like crypto, having faster throughput or other features like anonymity or lower, pollution or any of those things, those do help. And so in these smaller systems, I do agree that higher throughput is better. My statement isn't that it's not better, it's that it doesn't help the price. Because the only thing that actually helps the price, so in that example, when people are using a lot of throughput, the lag between when they buy and when they sell is actually the only demand. Sure. And so more lag creates more float, removes supply, creates price increase. So to prove this, I can prove this to you in crypto. Because Bitcoin sucks so bad, Tether used to run on it over the Omni protocol. The Omni protocol launched 4 or 5 years ago, and it worked fine. And Tether ran on it, but it sucked so bad that they switched most of their coins off of Omni onto ERC20 and Ethereum because it's better and faster, and in my opinion, more secure. And did Ethereum's price go up when 30% of the Ethereum network now is Tether transactions? No, it didn't. And why would it? Because they're only paying a penny to do a transaction. So I have proof that you can increase the throughput and utility and usage of Ethereum by 40%, 20%, some huge number, right? And the price won't move up at all, because why would it? And truthfully, in Ethereum, if the price moves up, it becomes a less effective network because it's designed for computation. And more expensive computation sucks. Now, Bitcoin, it's not designed for computation. You can't do shit on it. It's just kind of digital gold because it didn't end up being able to do anything else. So in that system, you don't actually need higher throughput. You need higher prices. So I'm okay with design. I'm okay with convenient security trade-offs. I'm okay with security throughput trade-offs as long as people know what they're doing. So Bitcoin has the lowest throughput but the highest hash rate. And if hash rate mattered, it would be the most secure. More hash rate does not mean more secure. It often means less secure. 65% of Bitcoin mining is in China. If you could choose a country where you didn't want to have your mining centralized, it's in the top 5 probably, right? Maybe in the top 10. So that's bad. Now, if I personally increased the hash rate with my own hardware tenfold, would it improve security? No, because then I would just be the hegemon and could do whatever I wanted and roll back whatever I wanted, and I'd basically be PayPal. So more hash rate is not more security. In crypto, truthfully, more audits and better, more modular software is more secure. We don't even have these 51% attacks. It's actually a protection racket. Who are you protecting yourself from when you pay SHA-256 miners high fees? The same guys you're paying.
Miners, yeah.
Right. Yeah. There's no other SHA-256 miners that you're preventing from coming attacking you. It's literally a protection racket. So since it's security theater, and since all they do is pollute the environment and dump the price, Bitcoin price is at 3 times less than all-time high. Bitcoin mining difficulty is at all-time high, which means they have to sell more percentage of the coins they get than they ever did before, and they get about $1 million of coins every hour. So poor son of a bitch like me on YouTube talking about how good Bitcoin is, and on stage talking about how good Bitcoin is, I'm trying to overcome these assholes that are selling $1 million an hour. Now,
so let's talk about that for
sure.
if we can.
Sure.
How long did it take you to build HEX, and how long were you working on that before the launch?
It took 2 years. Yeah.
So in those 2 years, you were busy building something on top of Ethereum, while almost daily you were on YouTube espousing the Bitcoin maximalist position.
Yep. Well,
does that seem hypocritical to you?
I've been churning followers for years now. So my follower rate has been static and flat because I'll lose 100 and gain 100. So I lose 100 haters and I gain 100 nice guys. And I've been doing this for years now because I got kicked out of the Dragon's Den. Why? Because I wanted to, at the time, make a useful proof of work cryptocurrency. So, hey, we're going to burn all this electricity. We're not getting 51% attacked anyway. It's security theater anyway. So why don't we actually get some type of utility out of this electricity we're burning? Why don't we try and solve hard problems, right? Do protein folding or computational fluid dynamics. And I had a rocket scientist friend who wrote his own computational fluid dynamics software. And I was like, all right, so we'll use that for our proof of work. And then we make our own cryptocurrency, right? And it just turned out to be too hard. And I couldn't get it done. It just was really a lot harder than I thought it would be. So I said, all right, well, what else can we do to make the world better? Well, let's take Bitcoin value and allow it to speak over the Ethereum network. And we'll just do Bitcoin, but on Ethereum. Okay, well, let's say that works. How are you going to get people to use it? Okay, well, we need a referral program, just like Amazon has, just like Ponzi schemes have, just like Amazon has. Okay, usually Ponzi schemes have like a multi-level thing. I'm not into that scammy stuff, so I just did one level, like normal, honest ones. And how are we going to get the price to go up? Because we want the price to go up, because this stuff's only useful with high prices. If there's no high price, then you have too much slippage when you try and buy or sell, and then the fees are too high. It's like a Bitcoin ATM. Do you want to pay 10% extra to get in and 10% extra to get out, and lately have to fill out AML KYC forms? No, I'd rather use Visa or pay with normal dollars, right? So originally the idea was, let's just transact Bitcoin value on Ethereum and make it so that it gets adopted and make the price go up using time locking. And then what it evolved into was something beyond my wildest dreams. What it evolved into was something that I think is world changing, and it didn't start in a world changing place. So what do you need to onboard millions of users? If you really want to make impact in this world, what do you need to onboard millions of users? You need advertisements, period. You need advertisements.
I think the advertisements, that's great to get the word out, but you have to have some underlying utility and usefulness.
Sure.
and a
Yep.
reason people want to use your service. So if you advertise something that sucks, nobody's going to care and nobody's going to use it. So
But all the
what's the
blockchains
underlying
basically
reason?
get the job done the same way. They're not blockchains are not actually that interesting. They're literally just an
But HEX
Excel.
isn't a blockchain; it's just a token on another blockchain.
Right. Yep. Which is better. So if you want to reward honest behaviors, then you need to be able to pay people to perform the honest behaviors. Bitcoin has a tragedy of the commons problem where if you do good and honest things for Bitcoin, Bitcoin doesn't give a shit and it doesn't pay you. So if you're a YouTuber and you go on YouTube and you say nice things about Bitcoin, you want to know what's underneath your nice things that you're saying? An advertisement for a margin trading platform that destroys people's lives and removes their private keys from them and creates new central parties and gives them worse health, worse family relationships, and is a behavior that could cause them to kill themselves. And that is the only thing that you see advertised primarily under every single YouTuber and every single Twitter link. And that is horrible, and it makes the world a worse place. And I used to have one of those links up there too. So I know exactly how it works. I know exactly how much you deposit and I know exactly how much you lose. That sucks for the world. So how can you fix that? Well, before I tell you how to fix it, what's another thing that sucks? One coin stole billions of dollars of people's money. BitConnect stole billions of dollars of people's money. Plus Token stole billions of dollars of people's money. And they did it under the guise of being cryptocurrencies. Those were users that real cryptocurrencies could have onboarded. Those are users that real cryptocurrencies could have served, and everyone in the world would have been made better. But instead, they got annihilated and destroyed by scams. How do you prevent that from happening? You've got to get a better message, or at least an equally compelling message in front of those guys to get their money out of their hands and into an honest project before the scammers get it. There's only 3 ways you can stop scams. You can complain to the regulators. It doesn't work. They're understaffed. A lot of these countries don't have working laws for crypto, like for electronic anything, right? They don't have good murder enforcement laws, let alone crypto enforcement laws. So the regulator thing doesn't work. They don't have enough funding. They only act after the fact. They never get the money back. It just doesn't work. If it was going to work, it would have worked by now. Okay, so the regulators thing doesn't work. So what else can you try? You can try screaming and begging and pleading for these people to be smarter and not get scammed. And you know what they do? They get scammed more. The people that hadn't have heard of the scam hear of it because you're complaining about it, and then they fall for it. And then it's harder to convince people to not get scammed than to watch them be scammed. So that doesn't work. If it would work, we wouldn't have had the ICO thing, right? What were ICOs? The wrong guys doing the wrong thing with the wrong incentives, and none of them worked except for 1 or 2, and everyone yelled and said it was stupid and terrible, and it just happened anyway to great effect.
So I think it's still early to say that none of them worked. Like I think
some
we'll
of them
probably
worked.
see some pretty interesting things come out.
Well, I said 1 or 2 worked. Like I know BNB worked, and I actually don't know of any other ICO that worked. So if you know one, I'm happy to learn. There's another ICO.
Yeah, I think it's still early, right? It takes time to build a business.
Well, a lot of these guys are just out of business, man. Like,
yep, some of them definitely are. So, but everybody remembers the successful investments I made in the Bitcoin space early on. Everybody remembers the BitPays and the Krakens and the Ripples.
Yep.
But there's a lot that people have forgotten about that are long gone, so people don't remember.
Yeah, it's survivorship bias. If you want to read about it, it's on Wikipedia.
But my initial survivorship bias, exactly.
Yep.
My initial question for you though was like you spent the last 2 years building HEX,
yep,
while busy promoting BTC and talking up Bitcoin as the end all be all cryptocurrency. Does that seem hypocritical to you, or while you're busy building on another platform?
I don't remember a period of hypocrisy, and I think I would be called out on it if I had one, because everyone's gunning for me now. Absolutely everyone's gunning for me.
Yeah.
Right. So I am now enduring the same things that you endured when you tried to make the world a better place and said, hey, look, I think the world should be like this, and I'm going to try and make it happen. And then everyone turns on you. And I mean, I've said a lot of bad things about you because I felt like you were stealing the brand and misleading people. But I think you've got the right intentions. And I think that now enough time has passed where it doesn't feel like you're doing bad things to Bitcoin. I think you're speaking honestly about your opinion.
Let's talk about that a little bit if you don't mind there. So like So I think what makes Bitcoin is, right there, it's a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And I feel that the BTC version of Bitcoin, or the thing everyone's calling Bitcoin, isn't trying to be a peer-to-peer electronic cash system anymore. And so if it's not trying to be a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, I think that would be disingenuous to call it Bitcoin. And I think that Bitcoin Cash has more Bitcoinness about it than the BTC version, or just about anything else out there.
You could be right about that. The question is, what benefits the user the most? So if the rule you were trying to apply was, this is what I got into and this is what I want, then your thing makes sense. I believe that most people don't give a shit about that. They want to buy something that goes
Clearly.
up in price. So from my perspective, it's like, which thing is more likely to go up in price? Now, I believe that almost every single fork of Bitcoin that happens is doomed from a price perspective. So the mechanism behind that is, what makes prices go up? People buying and not selling. Okay. So now an event happens and everyone now gets this new valuable thing handed to them. Okay. So that creates new selling pressure because they have a new thing they can sell. Does it create equal buying pressure? Do they get more? Does their wallet get forked too, and the US dollars that they have get forked too? Nope. They still have the same finite dollars, but they have this new thing that they can sell. And they've got this hype that maybe this thing will take over, right? Like Bitcoin Cash was worth 50% of Bitcoin at one point. Bitcoin Cash had the same amount of hash rate that Bitcoin had. It could have really won. It could have won. So a lot
It
of
still
people,
might. We'll see. It's time. The
sure.
song's not over.
Yep.
So.
Sure. It might. Yeah. So from my perspective, understanding trading and price stuff and what, it seemed to me like people would be better served. And I was right. I mean, I wrote a guide. I have been very right about things. So I wrote a guide on how to sell Bitcoin Cash at 0.19 when it was worth 19% of a Bitcoin. And I believe it's worth 3.5% of a Bitcoin now. So if people had taken my advice and sold when I wrote the guide that used a virtual machine to protect your private keys, so if that EXE that you got was, funky, it couldn't then, steal all your money. People would have 4 or 5 times the Bitcoin Cash now that they had because they took my advice. I was right about the price.
Yep.
And I was right about Craig
Yep.
Wright. I warned you about that guy in our first meeting, and you said, he sounds good to me. He says he sounds like he knows what he's doing. So I was right about Craig. I was right about the BCH price. I wasn't right about Bitcoin making technical progress because it just totally stagnated and nothing good happened. There's not a single good feature that's been added since SegWit that I'm aware of. I'm, pretty smart dude. I mean, am I missing anything? Did some good feature happen after SegWit? I don't think any did.
So if anything, I would say SegWit was a disaster, not
Why?
necessarily from a technical standpoint, but from a social standpoint, because the entire goal of SegWit was to fix the transaction malleability there and have it be a soft fork so that it wouldn't split the chain. But in reality, it wound up splitting the chain and fracturing the community and doing all the exact things that they were claiming SegWit was designed to prevent. And so it had the exact opposite effect of what they were claiming the reason they needed SegWit for was. So from that perspective,
Maybe.
I think it was an absolute.
It does make you wonder. I mean, in an alternate reality, what would the Bitcoin price be? I think the world became better when the fork happened, because I think the things that you want are not compatible with the things that they want. They want digital gold. They don't want high throughput, or we would have already had a block size increase because the shit was on the roadmap, but now it's just not. And I don't know that we will get any type of interesting improvement in Bitcoin ever again. We had to really, really, really work to get SegWit, which I believe was non-controversial, was just a 25% throughput increase and a malleability fix, is all that was. And look,
that resulted in a shattering of the community, though. That's the problem.
But you guys opted for that, right? Like, if someone wants to be divorced, they can get divorced, right? Like even if they had, I don't think it's fair to say that they shattered the network when you were just as responsible as they were for that, right?
I don't know
if they would have switched to your side, then you wouldn't have forked.
We talked
but if you would have switched to their side,
from a technical standpoint, I'm totally agnostic on SegWit. I don't have.
You want to try turning your video camera on? Like your audio is pretty good. We might be able to survive the video.
Sure, let's give it a try there.
Yeah.
Hey, so on SegWit itself, and let me know if it's bad again. I'll turn it back off.
It looks good. But, yeah.
Okay. I'm agnostic on SegWit itself, but what the end result was that it shattered the whole community, and I think the
I think it made the community better. I really do think it made the community better. Let me give you an example. You've got developers.
The splitting, or what aspect made the community better?
It removed a lot of. So, if you want to develop code, I've had this in my own project. I've had a lot of volunteers that have done a lot of good work to try and make HEX amazing. And their work only matters to the world if it gets merged into the code. So people can write good code and do pull requests, and then those pull requests can just be ignored and die. And I believe that if you had stayed in the Bitcoin ecosystem with Blockstream in charge of the keys, that all of the technical innovations that you've built into BCH now, you sure as fuck would not have. You wouldn't have them. The only world in which you would be able to have the things that you built is one in which a fork occurred and two different parties worked on two different code bases, period. So I think it is actually net better for the world that the fork happened. Sociologically, the two ecosystems just kind of diverged, and that's fine. Like, you don't want to watch the same movies as everyone else. You
be married to somebody you hate.
Yeah, you want to see an action movie, somebody wants to see a romance. Neither of you guys is bad. You just want to do things different. You want more security, less throughput, less security, more throughput. Like, those are all fair and fine trade-offs, and I think the fork made the world better from that perspective. I guess
I wish the fork had happened sooner in that sense.
So. Yeah, well, you tried to make things better from the inside. You want more throughput, and you shouldn't feel bad for wanting more throughput. It's an honest intention. And our first talk was me trying to explain that it is a security trade-off. And in reality, right now, we don't really need the throughput, but at some point we will, right? So
we definitely needed the throughput.
Then, in 2017, we did. But the only reason we needed it then was because ICOs, truthfully. If it wasn't for the ICOs, we wouldn't have had that 2017 bubble. That brought all the new money and the new energy, which gets me back to the marketing question, right? So there's this weird thing that crypto people have where they think that whatever they bought is world-changing and amazing, and that whatever they didn't buy is a scam. And the ICOs helped that usually be true. And the shitty crypto projects in the past made that usually be true. Now the problem is that people are used to it usually being true, and now that those things are dying off and more kind of honest things are what is remaining, now people have got their heads stuck in the sand, and they're unwilling to remeasure the reality and see that the landscape has changed, and see that things are different now than they were 2 years ago. They're not different in Bitcoin land. That shit's all the same. Nothing changed there. But everywhere else, it's fucking different and better. Like, things everywhere else got better. So you've got to take your head out in the sand and look. So when we talk about what makes a cryptocurrency valuable, you need more users. Cryptocurrencies are only efficient when you have circular economic movement. Every time you have to jump off the chain to a counterparty, you get wrecked. Your efficiency is totally fucked. If you have to go pay 10% to an ATM to get in and out, 20% round trip, forget about it. That doesn't make the world a better place. It makes it a worse place. When you have more AML KYC for crypto than not, that makes the world a worse place, not better. It's also security theater. So how do you get all those millions of users? Well, there are millions of users being gotten and totally destroyed and ripped off with the same sales pitches that we have. They just have better marketing. Plus Token had better marketing than BCH and Bitcoin and every other cryptocurrency. Cloud Token, which exists now, is another Ponzi, has better marketing. BitConnect had better marketing. All of these fucking scams have better marketing than honest crypto projects, and what happens? They just steal everyone's money and make crypto look bad. It's worse for everybody. There's only one way to stop that shit, and it's to use the same tactics that they're using successfully to onboard users, which, as an expert, limited time offer, referral program, FOMO, right?
But you have to have some underlying usefulness. Like the usefulness isn't that the price goes up and that's
the underlying
it.
usefulness, it's lower fees than Bitcoin. It's more secure than Bitcoin. It's been audited 3 times. It's got the world's first monetization of time. Bitcoin pays and rewards people only for hashing things. HEX does not inflate the currency to pollute the environment. HEX inflates the currency only to reward stakers. So if you're a staker, you don't have inflation. It's a 0% inflation system for you with no externalities of the miners selling down the price. So it's better for the environment, it's better for the price performance, and we're the first cryptocurrency in the world with a chart of future market supply. So if you've got a masternode coin, you can dump whenever you want. If you've got a staking coin, you can dump whenever you want. Well, dump whenever you want is bad for the price, and it gives people less certainty, and it gives you more volatility, and it's worse. So because we know where everyone's stakes are ending in the future, you can choose to have your stake end on a day where someone else's isn't, which reduces the volatility, which gives you a better Sharpe ratio, which is better for everyone. So there's less pollution, better marketing.
Everyone except the person
security.
staking, because they have less chance, or they have less options as to when they want to in their staking. So because nobody knows the future. The future is uncertain. Maybe today it seems like, staking for the next 5 years is a good idea, but then tomorrow I get diagnosed with cancer.
Yep.
And I need the money for medical treatment. And
there is an emergency end stake feature, and in the future it's likely you'll be able to trade the staked things by wrapping them with another contract or an open dime. And so your theory sounds right. However, your theory doesn't match the real world. In the real world, I know this business works because it's more than there is printed currency. In the United States and China, there's $7.2 trillion in time-locked CDs. Fact. I can send
People
you the
can trade those. Yeah.
No, you can't.
You're right.
You can't trade those. They're CDs. They're not tradable.
Yeah, but no, people can trade CDs, of course.
No. When you go to your bank and you buy a CD, you ain't trading it. Ain't nowhere it's not tradable. Bonds, treasuries, maybe. Bank CDs, not. If you go to SunTrust Bank, if that even still exists, and you say, hey, give me a savings account, they'll go, all right, we'll give you like 0.02%. All right, I want more percent. What can I do? Oh, we lock your money up. Okay, well, how much extra do I get if I lock it a year? I think if you lock 5 years, you get 2.49% or 2.25. I think like 2 years is 2.25, and then every extra year you add, they give you 20% more interest. And it starts to trail off towards the end, like they give you less interest. So in the real world, we already know that there's a time value of money, and we already know there's 7.2 trillion in time deposits, and we already know the only thing that makes a time deposit unique is that it pays you more if you lock longer. We just copied all that shit and put it on the blockchain, and no one else did it. It's the second most popular product at the bank. If you want to replace banks, you've got to replace all their products. Bitcoin tried to do currency and failed.
So
I'm not sure.
I guess one additional difference here, though, with the CD at the bank, they're not just holding the money, they're then lending it out at a higher interest rate and earning money on it.
It's a very common misconception. It's not actually what happens. Everyone thinks that's what happens. What really happens is when you deposit your money at a bank, they put it on the liability side of their balance sheet. It's not an asset, it's a liability. And then they use that as an excuse, as a reserve, to get the actual money that they lend out, that they get super cheap from the Fed. So when you give your money to a bank, it doesn't actually get lent out. The money that gets lent out is the Fed's money that they give them because they had your money. Now in HEX,
that's true.
Yep. In HEX, we have.
But it's your deposit that helps them enable to borrow more money from the Fed at the super low interest rate.
Yeah, but and the Fed could just decide that they need less reserve or more reserve. It's really up to the Fed. It doesn't have anything to do with your balance. Your coins are as useful as it makes the Fed.
To some extent it does, because the more deposits they have, the more they can borrow from the Fed.
So. Yeah, in effect, but the Fed can change that whenever they want. They can make it more, they make it less, and they do. So, and that's why they have stress tests. They have stress tests because sometimes the reserves aren't high enough, and then they have to eat into people's actual savings. And when they do that, you max out your FDIC insurance, which I think maxes out at $300K, and then you're just fucked. You lose your money. So people don't realize that, yes, banks do fail, and you can look up how many banks fail a year, and it's a number that's published. You can look up how much people got fucked for. In crypto, so what does HEX do? HEX replaces a product that's the second most popular product at the bank that no one else is addressing. It's the first cryptocurrency in the world with a chart of future market supply, which should reduce volatility and is a feature that should increase price appreciation. It uses the same scammy-looking tactics that are wildly effective for the Ponzi schemes and the scammers, and it reduces their ability to scam by taking away mindshare and money. So, BitConnect? You heard of BitConnect?
Sure.
BitConnect stole billions of dollars from people. Two of their top two promoters were Craig Grant and Trayvon James. They both promote HEX now. Why? Not because I reached out to them, because they realize that this design is powerful. There's a reason we're the second most popular on Ethereum. There's a reason over $1 billion of Bitcoin has free claimed their HEX so far. We give these coins away for free. This is with $0 spent on marketing. I've never paid for an ad ever in my entire life for HEX. Not one. Imagine if someone did. The referrals are doing it. We were on the front page of the Pirate Bay for 3 days. We were on Bitcoin Wisdom and some banner ads. I'm not doing it. The referrers are doing it because the system is designed that well. And it's going viral and it's addictive. Every day there's a new bucket that rotates. And people, every day there's about 500 million HEX that are given out. And if you put in 10% of that day's Ethereum, you get 10% of that bucket. If you put in 50% of that day's Ethereum, you get 50% of that bucket. And the bucket's empty out. It's fun, it's engaging, it's addictive, and has more speculative stickiness. There's more things to watch. And because cryptocurrencies primarily are just used as speculative instruments, all Bitcoin is right now is a utility token for margin trading and 5% on the darknet and just speculation. That's about it. So do you want more?
Yep. So I think a lot of people, I think we've both seen it on social media. There's a lot of people that are calling HEX a scam.
Sure. Because it looks like a
really
scam.
Mad about it.
Yeah, it does look like a
Yep.
scam. You have to dig in. You know what else looks like a scam? Bitcoin. This shit goes down 85% every 3 years. Fucking Dogecoin only went down a few percent more. So what's a better store of value, Dogecoin or Bitcoin? Well, it's about this much different. As a matter of fact, I just read an article that CryptoKitties was a better store of value recently than fucking Bitcoin. So
I know Tone Vays has called BitcoinCash a scam a bunch of times.
Everything
and
is scam.
I assume
He doesn't know any other words.
He calls a glass of water a scam.
Yeah.
I assume maybe you've called BitcoinCash a scam. Have you changed your opinion on that, or maybe you never did? Or
my opinion is that you guys should have taken my advice when you were choosing your name, and you would have had a more successful project, because I'm actually good at this shit. So, for instance, on this call that we've been on, having to say the word Bitcoin Cash that many times, it's actually clunky, because when a person first hears it, they think you're just talking about Bitcoin for a quarter, like a millisecond there, and then you attach the cash at the end, and then they're like, oh, that thing. So you never want to use a compound word for your brand. Bitcoin is actually not a good brand name. If you study branding and you study logos and you study logotypes and messaging, Google doesn't mean anything. It's a large number with a bunch of zeros. I think it's 100 zeros. It's one with 100 zeros. They now changed their name to Alphabet. eBay. What's an eBay? Oh, it's tied to the Bay Area in San Francisco. Nobody knows that, right? Amazon. Do they sell tours in the Amazon, in the rainforest? No, right? The most successful companies and the most successful brands in this world, and the brands in this world, have names that aren't actually related to what they do. So if you want to actually have a successful brand, you actually need a short, pronounceable name that differentiates you, that once people know it, they can't forget it, they can't mix it up, and it's shorter. So like when I talk about HEX, it rolls off the tongue, you can't misspell it, it doesn't confuse you with anything else. Your Bitcoin Cash would have been more successful and more profitable if you had called it Bcash. It would have. Now, I think that you guys believed that you could win the war against Bitcoin, and you wanted to keep the name, and maybe since you're an OG and you've been in Bitcoin so long, you wanted to still promote something with a name. But Bitcoin Cash isn't a very good brand name, and Bitcoin isn't a very good brand name. And you need only look at the most valuable companies in the world. Apple, they sell computers, not fruit. And everyone that had a normal name, they changed it to be weird, to be more profitable. Like Alphabet, what does Alphabet have to do with search engines? Right? So I'm telling you the reality of branding. Like you guys would have.
I don't think I particularly disagree with any of that. What I want to address before we get up, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark, and at some point I want to grab some breakfast here.
I think we should do this as long as you can take it, truthfully. But
I see a lot of hate to use the word like Bitcoin Cash maximalists. Fear Bitcoin.com listed HEX. And I'm agnostic on HEX at this point. I got some free because I still had some Bitcoin. Maybe I'll sell it hold it. Maybe I'll wait and see what happens. Maybe I'll do a combination of all those things. But
Yep.
I think giving people more options is a good thing. So if you don't like HEX, don't buy it, right? If you don't like HEX and you got some, sell it, right? If you
It,
like HEX, go and buy it. But make up your own mind. And
the
I
funny part to me
think
is,
this is a good.
good.
That was it.
So the funny part to me is that Hex actually achieves in the real world the exact opposite of everything everyone is claiming. So because Trayvon James and Craig Grant are promoting Hex, an audited, openly viewable source, verifiable smart contract where you mint your own coins with no counterparty. You are your own counterparty. It makes crypto more secure. It's given out for free to Bitcoin holders, just like how I got into Bitcoin. It removes mind share from all the scams that use effective tactics to make crypto look like shit and steal everyone's money. Hex is doing these things in the real world. It's getting people to take possession of their own keys. The proof of keys movement doesn't pay you to take possession of your keys. Hex pays you to take possession of your keys. I would be willing to say that Hex has done more to get people to learn how to use their wallets right, to learn how to be able to sign signatures, to make sure that they've got their private keys to be able to sign from, to get them to get their keys off of these other exchanges. Remember, 42% of Bitcoin's held in less than 2,000 addresses, and most people have more than one address. So maybe there's 1,500 entities, maybe there's 1,000 entities that actually hold 42% of all Bitcoin. Hex is solving that shit. We're reducing the marketing for scams by taking away the referrers and taking away their mindshare. We have a more secure contract than Bitcoin. We are audited. Bitcoin is not. I would be surprised if BitcoinCash was audited. I would state that.
Actually, we've done a bunch of auditing, and I've been the one paying for a lot of it. So
Okay. Well, if you publish them, I'll read them because I'm into that.
I'll send you a link after this. So we just paid for an audit with TrailBits for the Cash Shuffle protocol.
Excellent.
For the privacy on top of Bitcoin as well. So.
Good choice. Our auditors tied for best with them. I think the two best auditors in the world would be Chain Security and TrailBits. And they're expensive. They're $400 an hour, and they bill you by the engineer week. So it's 16.
They billed me too much, and they charged me more than they charged you if it was 400. So,
hey man, prices change, right? So my point to you is, how many actual innovative products are there in the blockchain space? More throughput, we got that shit already. Everybody's got that. Okay, anonymity, Monero does it well already. We got a lot of Zcash stuff coming up. Lightning has it if it works out, right? For the onion routing and all that. So that's kind of like cashed out. And we already know that it's not that valuable to the end user because Monero would be a higher price. Monero prices sucked because people don't really care about the anonymity because they mostly don't actually use it. They mostly just hold it. So what do people really care about? They care about price appreciation. They care about fun and speculative stickiness. And I think that they'll care about getting paid to do what they were already going to do anyway. They were just going to hold anyway. So why not get paid to hold? When you want to make more Bitcoin on your Bitcoin, you've got to give them to somebody and hope they give them back. You give them to Celsius or BlockFi or Finex, and they loan them out, and they try and make extra money to people. People want to short, so they borrow them. And then you hope that they give you your coins back with some profit. And a lot of times they don't. Hex solves that shit. You are your own counterparty. Just like when Bitcoin pays out its 50 block rewards, there's no order book or central party that handles who gets what block reward. It's built into the protocol. It's algorithmic. If there's too much hash rate, the miners get paid less individually. If there's too low hash rate, the miners get paid more individually. Hex is the exact same thing, except instead of bidding for inflation with hash rate, you're bidding for inflation with lockup time. And so we just monetize time in the same way that Bitcoin monetized hash rate. But ours pumps the price harder with less volatility, with less externalities of paying miners. So it's more secure, cheaper, and a feature that's never been in crypto before. It is proven in the real world to be the second most popular product at the bank. There's nothing left I could add to it except fake partnerships, which I'm not interested in, and anonymity, which actually we're working on. So there's a smart contract that's been audited recently called, what is it called? Tornado.cash. And it's mixing, and it uses a ZK Snarks protocol, and it works on Ethereum, and it works now. And we've already got someone working on forking it to mix HEX.
HEX token. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I know you're hungry.
I'm starting to run out of energy
Yeah.
because it's I got up
Yeah.
at 6 and it's almost 9 and I want to grab some food here. But to sum
So
up my
let's do this
stance,
again
like on
sometime
heck, I don't know.
because I think there's a lot of shit we didn't
I'd be
cover.
happy to.
All
I'd
right.
happy to. And you probably did 85-90% of the talking. So
I'm
I'd like to
sorry.
close with a couple of
Yeah.
thoughts on this. No.
Yeah.
I would have interrupted earlier if I had a problem with that. But
All right.
I want to say, I guess, a little bit more about like
Please.
HEX and Bitcoin.com. So for
Yeah.
those that aren't Americans, you can buy and sell your HEX on exchange.bitcoin.com. Is HEX good or bad? I don't know. Time's going to tell. I haven't looked into it. Like, to be honest, the HEX website looks kind of like the
Looks like a
late
scam.
1990s website.
I'm the
There's some room
admin, bro.
for
So if it
improvement on
sucks, it's
that.
because I made it suck.
Okay. Well, we're the the age demographic where we remember the internet in the late 90s is when we were right there when it was getting started, and websites in those days looked kind of similar to your HEX website at
Yep.
the moment. But
True.
don't be a Bitcoin Cash maximalist. Don't be a Bitcoin Core maximalist. Be a maximalist on utility of anything that works. And if HEX is useful to you somehow in your life, feel free to use it. If it's not, then don't. And the same with Ethereum and Bitcoin Cash and everything else. And yeah, don't be a toxic maximalist of any coin type. If it's useful to you, use it, and if it's not, then don't. And if other people want to use something other than you, let them use it. Don't worry about it. And if you find the Bitcoin.com exchange useful, then by all means, please use it. And if you don't, then go use something else. It's fine. But we have a lot of really, really cool stuff happening at Bitcoin.com. We have a team of about 150 people or so total working at Bitcoin.com right now. Check out local.bitcoin.com. No KYC, no AML. You can make money by buying and selling Bitcoin Cash at a profit on either side there. You can buy and sell with HEX or dollars or euros or Chinese RMB, WeChat Pay, Alipay, like anything and everything. It's a really cool thing. So just want to get that out there. Like, is HEX a good idea? Am I the new spokesperson for HEX? No, but I think people should be able to trade anything and everything. So I think we have Dogecoin on our exchange, but if we don't, I'm not opposed to it. Like, let people trade whatever they want to trade, and don't be a hater on other people, right? So
I agree with everything you said. So I think you're an important figure in the space. I think you matter, and I think people should show you more respect than they do. I think that Bitcoin Cash is building and has built things that have differentiated it, and it should be looked at anew. Which I haven't done to the degree that I should because I've been busy. Like Roger and I want the same things from the world, and he's pushing hard to try and make them happen. I'm pushing hard to try and make them happen. And everyone else that's screaming and yelling like pricks and priding themselves on being mean people, they're not building shit, and they're not putting their money on the line, and they're not improving the world. And for the most part, they're just getting you destroyed with margin trading. So look at the people that are really building and producing code that you can read and rolling out new services and adding new features that you can actually use. Those are the people that matter, and everyone else is kind of noise.
Yeah, so I guess the takeaway is be a utility maximalist, not a particular crypto coin maximalist. So
look, we're pitifully small. My viewer numbers are pitifully small. Your viewer numbers are pitifully small. If you want to have a laugh at how pitiful both Roger and mine's viewers are, go on socialblade.com and look up our usernames, and you'll see that we got 90% of our users in 2 or 3 months in 2017, and there ain't been shit exciting since. So we got to punch a lot harder than we're punching, or we can be beat. Like, we could be beat by Facebook Libra. We could be beat by things that suck more for the world. And if we want to make an impact and have peer-to-peer, trustless, audited, no counterparty stuff in the world, we got to punch as hard as we can. We got to wear the shirts, and we got to say good things, It's good having you on, man. Yep. And I hope to talk to you more about other stuff like BSV.
Yeah, I'd love to have another, maybe, similar length conversation about, the history of Bitcoin and the splits and all that. I think that would be fun and interesting.
Look, I wake up.
I need to eat something or I'm going to pass out today.
Yep. I wake up and I work until I fall asleep, and I do it 7 days a week. So as soon as you're ready, we can do it. It's good talking to you, man.
Okay. You as well. Thank you. Thank you for the time there, Richard. Talk to you again
Pleasure.
soon.
Ciao. Well, that was a good show, good meeting. I hope that you guys learned some things that you might not have heard Roger say before, or I might not have said before. I guess since we've got 17 or 1,800 people here. I'll take some questions from the audience. Someone says, broken record Richie. Well, now's your chance to ask a good question and solve that, right? Be the change you wish to see in the world. What's the best way to train people to see gradients in the world around them instead of saying this is good and this is wrong? I made a video about it. So my first YouTube videos, that if you just sort by time, you go all the way back to the beginning, they were self-help videos. And one of them is treat your politics like your sandwich. When you go to Subway and you order a sandwich and you get 7 toppings, you know exactly which 7 toppings you want. But when people ask you about your politics, you can't remember 7 positions you have, but you could, because you could think about them and remember them and be able to tell them. You know, I want less spying on Americans. I want less endless wars. I want lower taxes. I want smaller government. I want more personal freedom, right? You could go through the list of the things you care about if you memorized it. And then you would discover is that, you know, half the Republicans felt the same way that you did about half the things, and half the Democrats felt the same way you did about half the things. And then you realize that these aren't monoblocks, right? Like Israel is not a monoblock. There's extremists, there's moderates, there's everything, right? There's people that are more focused on money, there's people that are more focused on, social equality, and you're going to get them in any group. So you need to see the world with resolution and detail and nuance and spend time on it. Or not. I mean, truthfully, you could skip learning about politics and just build and make the world a better place. And the world would be a much better place than you actually getting educated on politics, as sad as that is. Some things are so complicated that you will never, ever be good at them, no matter how hard you try. So climate is one of those insanely complicated things. Economics is one of those insanely complicated things. Things that are very hard to model and predict. Or every economist would be rich, right? And we would know what the weather is, 2 months from now. Someone says, if a project works, I see no reason the creator shouldn't get paid. Everyone goes to work for getting green bags at the end of the week. Yes. And there's a reason that you get paid at the end of the week. If people get paid at the beginning of the week, they don't show up to work. So even though we're all mostly honest people, a good portion of us, a good 5 or 10% of us, will become shitty if the game is set up in a shitty way, which is why I care so much about incentives. Every proof of work currency only pays people to destroy the environment, basically, is the security model. Well, what if you want people to market and say good things? Shouldn't that be rewarded? What if you get rid of counterparties? Shouldn't that be rewarded? What if you, what if you want to have software development? Shouldn't that be rewarded? There's all these things that should be rewarded and aren't. And that's a reason I believe cryptocurrency has pitiful adoption. But Ponzi schemes, which is fake cryptocurrency, has fabulous adoption. Someone has to bridge the gap between real cryptocurrency with sales and marketing on the front that actually onboards people and the Ponzi schemes that look like real cryptos, but they're fake. Someone has to do that. So I built it. All right. Now look, I'm trying to not focus on HEX because most of you guys already know how awesome it is. I'd like to focus on other stuff. What ETH standard does HEX use? ERC20. Why? It's the most secure and most interoperable. And all the other numbers just do stuff you don't really care about, but you don't realize that. You just see a bigger number, so you think it's better. Like ERC721 is not better than ERC20. ERC223 is not better than ERC20. Not going to beta test your new project with people's life savings. That's stupid. Please answer why and how you hold all of the ETH deposited in your wallet. That's how cryptocurrency works, doesn't it? If you make the private key and people send it money, then it's your money. I think that's how it works. So I don't know who you mean. I don't get your question. How much was listing fee? I've never paid a listing fee in my life. I've also never paid for marketing. Like, I used to own a marketing company 15 years ago. I think I spent $1,000 on Google AdWords to promote my self-help channel 3 years ago. And they sent me a bunch of kids learning to do their alphabet to my political videos. So I got ripped off and I wasn't very happy about it. And I think I spent maybe $20 on Fiverr to people like review my videos or whatever. And that's it. So maybe $1,200 on YouTube and $50 or $100 on Fiverr to promote my self-help video channel. Is the only paid market I've done. I think I did a contest back in 2017 for like $100 in Monero or something to like and retweet something, and then a bot won it, and I was like, all right, well, that doesn't work either. What do I think about video games? I think video games that are narrative are awesome, that have a beginning and end and allow you to go and continue to live your life and be free of someone else's narrative, and let you live your own life and make your own story. But a lot of these grinding games, Clash of Clans, Destiny, where you just do the same repetitive thing over and over again, and they turn you into like a pigeon with intermittent reward. Not good. That's how you destroy. If you want to destroy another army, if you get all their soldiers addicted to gaming, it would be a good step towards winning the war. So you have to look at games as something that they're some of the coolest things you can do. They can also destroy your life. So be careful. I had to quit. I quit video games. I was addicted for a decade or more to video games, and I wish that I had spent that decade in other ways. You will probably wish the same thing. So, can you have a good relationship with gaming? Yes. Can it, ruin your life? Yeah. Depends on how much you do it and what kind of gaming you're doing. Tutorial on how to claim SegWit address on your site. You just go to HEX, if you want a 10% bonus, go to pumpamentals.com, and then go to go.hex.win, install MetaMask, save your keys that it makes, your little seed words, 12 seed words, and then copy paste your Bitcoin address into the claim tab and click claim. Then copy paste the signature to your Bitcoin wallet, click sign, and copy paste the signature back to the claim tool and click submit, and you're done. Now, unless you're mining your own block, which is very hard, you need to have about 1 penny worth of ETH in your interface so that you can pay for someone else to run the software for you, and then you mint your own coins. The software that you're running mints the coins for you. Why have a guest like Roger on if you're going to talk 95% of the airtime? His connection wasn't that good. And then if I get into talking, let me ask you this. What do you think Roger was going to tell you that I didn't? So I can try and emulate Roger and then virtually make up for the time that I took. So first off, I'm used to like 8-hour, 7-hour, 4-hour long live streams. So for me, I don't have the same time sensitivity, so it just doesn't seem long to me. So I guess I'd lose track of time. So I'll try and represent Roger's opinions. So I'm guessing, and I've heard some of his stuff. I think he believes that Blockstream is corrupt and that they literally want higher fees because some developers there have said, we literally need higher fees, we need a fee market, or during the halvening we'll lose security. And that combined with no block size increases and the screwing over of supposed to get 2 megabyte blocks with the New York agreement where they got SegWit and they didn't give the 2 megabyte blocks, and a lot of bad things being said about Roger. I think he could support the case that, we didn't get into it, but Blockstream is doing a lot of things that aren't good for Bitcoin. So for instance, cloud mining. Do you want your developers also selling you mining? Well, the game is decentralization. Well, that sounds like centralization to me. So that sounds bad. So that's worse. They should have started a new company with a new brand and let it operate separately. It's very stupid to roll those into the same brand. Very, very stupid. Their liquid product. All right, what's that? Something that competes with Bitcoin. Okay, well, and what do? They charge you to use it and charge you to maintain it. It uses hardware security modules to operate. Okay, well, that's not good. And now they're doing some ICO launching thing. I don't think the Bitcoin community really likes ICOs. This sounds all kinds of bad. Now, I know some people that work there. I like them. I've defended them publicly numerous times. I'm not exactly excited to be saying these things, but they're fucking up and they're making Bitcoin worse. And it's probably not probably not all of them, right? Like Peter Wooley, he's sitting there writing code, and he wants to sit there and write code. And that's what he wants to do. So all this other biz dev stuff that they're doing with, things that are not good for Bitcoin, I don't think that's got to do with really the core devs. I think that has to do with someone else that's there, maybe Samson Mao, the CSO. And I have this thing where if I never comment on your threads and you block me, wow, that's a personal insult, right? Because I'm not commenting on your threads. I might not even follow you, but you just block me? Okay, well then let's take a look at what's going on here. Why are you blocking me? Oh, because I said the truth about some things. So Samson Mao has blocked me on Twitter, and Alan Silbert has blocked me on Twitter. And they're both in this ERC20 exchange project that Samson put $100,001 into to buy in some shares. And he's an advisor, and he gets paid in their ERC20 tokens while he sells Bitcoin maximalist hats, toxic maximalist hats. So he sells toxic maximalist hats, advertises toxic maximalism, is a prick to other projects, but that's his public side. On his private side, he's buying ERC20 tokens, and he's working for ERC20 tokens. And to be specific, I should rephrase that he's buying ERC20 tokens. He buys shares in an ERC20 token project, which is called INX, and I published the filing that I did with the SEC. And I could name and shame other people that are in there as well that act like Bitcoin maximalists, but in fact, they're trying to get your private keys from you. That's what exchanges do. Exchanges remove your private keys from you. Is that better for Bitcoin, right? Is it better for Bitcoin to launch ICOs? Is it better for Bitcoin to have more centralization? Is it better to have someone that's CSO of Blockstream acting like an asshole all the time? No, that's not better for Bitcoin. It's not better for Bitcoin, and I don't actually think it's better for Blockstream. It's just stupid. It's stupid and bad for everybody. But since I came out and wanted to do something better in the world, and if I would have been able to do it on Bitcoin, I would have, but I couldn't because it sucks. I had to do it on something that didn't suck. And as soon as I did that, I'm persona non grata. And I was slightly persona non grata when I wanted to do useful proof of work, which is like, fuck you guys. You only have 2.85 million users with over $1,000 in their Bitcoin wallet and their Bitcoin address. It's pitiful adoption. You've been around 10 years. You get less on-chain volume, less retailer adoption, no fucking feature improvements whatsoever. Why should I do what you want me to do when you're a loser? I'm a fucking serial winner. Everything I do works. Not everything, but so many goddamn things that I retired at the age of 24, right? I mean, I've had so many businesses and been good at so many things. I'm going to take my advice that I know works over people's advice that I know doesn't work. So they started a business in the tragedy of the commons. Hey, we're going to develop software and we're going to try and make money on it, but no one's going to pay us to do it. So I hope we figure out some way to make money at some point. Yeah, you're going to have to do shady, stupid shit at some point, or you're going to have to go out of business because no one wants to pay for what you're selling. So that decision was made when Blockstream was founded. The fact that Blockstream would eventually have to do something shitty was set in stone the minute they incorporated, because their business model was, we're going to work for free. Okay, well then you run out of money and everyone goes home. Okay, you don't want to run out of money? Well then you need to do stuff people will pay for. Okay, what will they pay for? Not Bitcoin improvements. They'll pay for not Bitcoin improvements. So let's go build a bunch of stuff that's not Bitcoin so that we can stay and have jobs, right? Now, look, I think Reid Hoffman gave them enough money and Bitcoin price went up high enough that they have enough runway to probably not do some of the stupid shit that they're doing. I'm not looking at their books, and they might not think the shit they're doing is stupid. And if they were their own standalone without the right control of the Bitcoin repository, then sure, go build whatever you want. Try and find product market fit, pivot as you will, fine. But if you're the core Bitcoin core guys and everyone looks up to you as in a leadership position, you shouldn't be doing shady, stupid shit that also is low margin stupid anyway. They're not going to make $1 billion on their liquid product ever. So why bother doing it? There's so many other things you can do to make the world better at scale that you can make $1 billion on. Why not do that shit? It's equally hard. It takes the same amount of time. So they're poisoned from the moment they started the business because it had a bad business model, which meant that they would have to defect and do things which people didn't want in order to stay in business. And then even after they defected and did shit people didn't want, the things that they did are low margin, maybe could pay 2 or 3 devs in a year garbage. Like, wow, like you've employed 2 or 3 devs with your side project that enables like some more exchanges to help. Like, it's stupid. Like, I can think of so many better businesses that they would have made more money and bigger impact with than their original one and what they've pivoted to. So, I mean, I don't even know why Alan Silbert blocked me. He's like a nobody, right? His brother Barry's successful with his, an investment fund, Bitcoin investment fund. It's got, GBTC ticker where, they mark up Bitcoin's price and let people buy it on the exchange in, the US. It's listed on some exchange over there, a real securities exchange, not a crypto exchange. Now, what does his brother do? Alan Silbert, he ran BitPremier. What's that? A failed business. Okay, well, how did it fail? Oh, well, they tried to sell stuff for Bitcoin, like cars and jets and shit. Okay, well, how's that working out? Well, I guess not so well, because now he's doing this other thing, trying to start an exchange with an ERC20 token. So Barry's successful, Alan not successful. I have no idea why the guy blocked me, but if he steps up and gets snappy about what I'm saying, I could dig a little deeper. I don't think he'd like that. Yeah, so I'm more than willing to go heads up with anybody because my ass is already on the fire. Everybody wants me. They want to fuck me up because HEX is successful and they're jealous. HEX is successful and they're jealous. I'm making a difference in the world and everything I built's working and what they're doing ain't. And they get mad about that. So if they want to step up and have a drama war, I'm going to end up winning it. Down the list. This question comes up all the time. I don't want to talk about HEX. I'm going to try and find something that's not HEX related. But if I can't, then we'll talk about the origin address and the Ethereum and all the good, awesome questions you guys ask. Who comes out on top, Bitcoin or BitcoinCash? I still think Bitcoin. But, I mean, it depends what you want. You want, mixing built in? Well, then his wallet or whatever is better than Bitcoin now, apparently, right? So if you want like mixing and security and like anonymity shit, I won't say security because it is a little extra attack surface, so it's a little bit less secure, but it is more anonymous. So if you want anonymity, then I would say the thing he talked about, as long as it works, right? If you want liquidity, which all you broke people shouldn't care about, well, then Bitcoin's better. If you want to buy stuff on the darknet, Bitcoin's better. Even though it's the wrong thing to use, it's what everyone accepts. What else? I hate that cryptocurrency, basically, when you compare them, is just comparing these fantasies of attacks that never happen. Oh, well, Bitcoin has more hash rate, even though it never gets attacked, versus BitcoinCash, which would be a more successful project if they had used that phrase that I just used. Bcash is a better brand name. They should have used it. They would have made more money. They would have stood out. It's good branding. They screwed that up. It was originally called Bitcoin ABC. So like the repository that you write to in order to improve Bitcoin Cash is called Bitcoin ABC. So they did choose a weird name on their own, calling it Bitcoin Cash, when more accurately it would have been called Bitcoin ABC. It was a project invented by Amaury Sichet, who I used to make an image of and call him public enemy to Bitcoin, because he tried to kill Bitcoin by taking all miners away with his emergency difficulty retarget. But he's actually a smart guy. So I used to have him blocked, unblocked him. Why? Smart guy. He might say something smart I might learn from. You gotta, what does blocking people do? It makes you stupider because you can't see what they're saying, right? So I block a lot of people and I regret having to do it because it makes me not see what's going on, but it's the only way I have available to me to make sure that people aren't polluting my viewers' time. So I care about my followers' time and I don't want them to have a high noise to signal ratio. And so if someone posts shit that doesn't benefit my viewers, I tend to try and get rid of it. Because people don't mind wasting your time. You know, they'll say things that aren't true. They don't do any research. They'll post FUD, bad jokes, you name it, right? Pictures of dudes' butts. It's not relevant to crypto, right? I don't think there's a dude's butts coin. Maybe there is. Somebody says, why end referral after 1 year? We need adoption. I know. It's on a list. There's a list of things that would be cool. It's on there. A lot of things on there. Now, why do I say a list? Because it doesn't imply work will be done. And I can't imply that work will be done. So I'm not in the business of promising things. I'm not in the business of making expectations. I can tell you that I'm aware of it and is on a list. I won't tell you what type of list. Somebody says Grayscale. Yeah, that's the company that runs the Bitcoin Investment Trust. It has other very odd products like an Ethereum Classic Investment Trust. Okay. I hope he opens up a HEX Investment Trust. We'll see. Richard, did you end the Zoom meeting this time? Lol, I did. This is a reference to somebody infiltrating using a link that somebody else gave them and appearing on my screen. Talk about XRP. Okay. If you want to do fast transactions, they're nearly instant. So that's nice. If you want to do arbitrage between one exchange and another, and you're worried about the price moving against you and then losing money on your ARB, that's cool. I don't think anyone's using it for international remittance. I know that when they bought shares in MoneyGram, MoneyGram's price went up more than their price did on the cryptocurrency, which is pretty funny because you think the crypto's like more illiquid and would pump harder, but it turned out the MoneyGram stock pumped harder than the XRP. So you would have been better off for that time period owning MoneyGram stock than owning XRP once the news was released, which is funny. When dollar collapse? Hopefully never. If you think that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is going to do well in an environment where people need to pay bills, it won't, because you can't pay bills with that shit. So you'll sell it for something you can pay fucking bills with. So you people that are hoping for a global financial crisis, thinking that your pitifully small bags of crypto will go up, they fucking will not. They will not. They will go down in value along with everything else. So if you want to understand how that works, you can watch a video called Ray Dalio, The Economic Machine, and I linked to it on my Twitter yesterday, when I made a post that said, if you're hoping for a financial collapse so that you can have a bigger piece of a smaller pie, you're an asshole. Because you are an asshole. Like you will end up with less GDP. The world will end up with less GDP. Everyone will sit around and do nothing, and it'll take time to get back to working and back to productivity, which is the end game. Finance is only as useful as real goods and services are created. Without real goods and services being created, finance is a fucking joke, and money is a fucking joke. Money and finance are only as useful as they facilitate the production of goods and services. Period. People forget that for some reason. I don't know. Economics is hard for a lot of people, and it probably took me 3 viewings to get that Ray Dalio video, even though it's simple. And I'm pretty fucking smart, so you might have to watch it 6-7 times. I think it's 45 minutes long until you get it, and then it's really good. It's really, really good when you get it. What's my point of view about the Fed ramping up repo operations? Whatever. Do you care how they print the money? It's like they're going to print it one way or another, man. That's outside my purview. I mean, look, I'm building something that I believe is the best cryptocurrency. It's done. I mean, building. I built what I believe is the best cryptocurrency in the world. And I believe it for reasons that you can read about and research. It does everything better than Bitcoin except liquidity, the 800 websites that accept Bitcoin and going down. And maybe if Lightning works out, the Bitcoin could be a substrate for it. But even in that case, I think you could build a lot of amazing DeFi products on top of HEX that you can't build on top of Bitcoin. So I would even say that there's more market cap and more utility in building on top of HEX than in the Lightning Network, which doesn't exist. still beta, still has critical vulnerabilities, still loses people's money. Only has 400 Bitcoin on it or something. Well, I mean, that was back when. So last I checked, there's $4 million of Bitcoin on it, but the Bitcoin price went down a lot. So it would have been about 400 Bitcoin at 10,000. Now it's only 7,000. So someone says BTC will absolutely go up when the dollar dies. No, it won't. Like everything. I don't think you understand complex systems. I also don't think you understand that BTC doesn't have any throughput and it only does 3.7 transactions a second, basically. You can't replace anything. You can't even replace a video game with Bitcoin. You can't replace anything interesting with Bitcoin at all whatsoever. So your idea is so terribly stupid that you should stop saying it. Please. You don't know what you're talking about. People that don't know anything about the Bitcoin technology or economics like to dream that their bag is going to go up because everything else in the world's gone to shit. Doesn't work that way, dude. Why don't you go back and look at 2009 and see who got rich? Go do that. Oh, Bitcoin existed back in 2009. How many people actually got rich? Well, a few, but not actually that many. Because even though they made insane ROI, the market cap was still so low that they had to spread it amongst themselves. Ray Dalio is an appendage of the central banks. You're a fucking idiot. No, he's not. He buys companies that go up in value, which has fucking nothing to do with the central bank. Nothing. He literally has to fight and beg and plead and make videos and books about his economic theory to try and improve the world because the dumb fucks that you're accusing of being in bed with him don't listen to him. That's how wrong you are. If he was in bed with the banks, he wouldn't have needed to make that video. He made that video to convince people it can actually make a difference. Just happens to be that you can watch it too, because you can't actually make a difference. You're not. I would be surprised if you even voted. Richard, stop making fun of us. No one said that, but I'm imagining it. Look, everyone watching this is a guy, and guys grow through challenge. Girls grow through praise, guys grow through challenge. I'm challenging you to become better people. And there's a reason that I maintain the viewership that I do, even though I'm hard on you guys. Because you know I love you, and I want the best things for you. And being easy on you isn't going to make you strong. For some reason, the girls that fall in love with me, they got daddy issues. So apparently, I'm like a father. Let me help you. I've gone through a lot of shit in my life. I can help you. I've got maybe 2 or 3 people, let's call it 4 people a month that reach out to me and tell me I changed their life just off the videos I did 2 years ago and my books that I published, or didn't publish, but are on t.me/scivive, SCIVIVE, that you can download and read, and will tell you how to dress better and find love and write ads and be a good friend and how to apologize and everything. Like, my books are better than I am. They have my lifetime of knowledge in them. And I know a lot of stuff. Your life will be made better if you read the books. So I'll say it again. t.me/scivive, SCIVIVE, like survive through science. I want to change that name, actually. Like I like the name, but I hate having to spell it all the time. It's terrible. I guess maybe if it's popular enough, I won't have to spell it anymore. Maybe. I don't know why you guys are talking about the Federal Reserve, right? You've got finite amount of time in this world. Sticking your thumb up your ass and theory crafting about what's going on 40 power levels ahead of you isn't helping you in your life. You are never going to be able to influence the Fed. You are working a day job. You are never going to be influencing the Fed. What you should do is learn something that's more useful to your life and have more utility and more strength personally by cutting out the news and cutting out the politics and cutting out the noise and finding something that you want to do and fucking doing it. You have a goal that you want to achieve and you go towards it and you achieve it. And then you learn whatever you have to on the way. You don't learn a bunch of hobby shit that feels nice and feels good and sucks up all your time so that you can chit chat about it over the internet and yell at people you'll never meet. You're not going anywhere. You're wasting your fucking time. Choose something amazing, and there's a lot of amazing things to choose. Be the best husband in the world. Be the best boyfriend in the world. Be the best father in the world. Build something. Build something that scales. Build something that affects people's lives. Anything. And learn what you need to do to achieve that. And you will feel good about it. You will feel good doing something that you're good at, and you will get good at it if you keep trying. Stop wasting your time on shit that doesn't benefit the world. You yelling Republican or Democrat is not going to make a difference in this world. I could write one advertisement, pay to have it run on Facebook, and for probably $1,000, outdo your lifetime of yelling and complaining and reading fucking magazines. So really, you're trading off all of your free time and happiness and ability to work like easily with other people for some shit that's just not, doesn't scale, doesn't benefit anyone outside you. You don't actually make any impact. You could make an impact in this world. You could. Let me give an example. I came out and started educating when in early 2017. Originally, it was with self-help, the things I told you, like feminism is bad. Why? Because you're trying to destroy difference, and difference is strength. So it doesn't make sense to me that you could, one, celebrate diversity as power, and then two, try and destroy diversity. It doesn't make sense. It's incongruent. So when you play football, you don't have 11 quarterbacks. You have one quarterback. When you go and look on the street, you don't have one kind of car. You've got big cars, little cars, tall cars, short cars, colored cars, cars with blinking lights on them that pull over cars over. Why? Because specialization is power. Specialization and synergy is effectiveness. And in order for that to exist, you need things to be different. So guys and girls need to behave differently and think differently to combine and be more effective together. Other species and other forms of life have tried it other ways. Like there's clonal organisms that just make copies of themselves, like the aspen tree. And they get outcompeted because they don't optimize and they don't mutate enough. And what you end up with is a world of life which is mostly sexual because sex works, and mostly different. It's called sexual dimorphism, which is how different the male and the female are. So it was like the first videos I did. Now what am I doing? So how much impact in the world did I have doing those self-help videos? I don't know, about 4 people a month. Depends, they come in bursts, right? So let's average it at 4 people a month to say really changed their lives. And then maybe it's double that because people don't reach out and they don't tell you, but you did have an impact. That's pretty good. But what if I had more money? What if I had more money, had a different demographic of the book written, right? So people that like green, that's their flavor. People that like power, that's their flavor. People that are like, artsy, that's their flavor. People that are super spiritual, that's their flavor. And now we've got very similar content packaged slightly differently for each demographic, different cover, maybe different brand name. And now I'm impacting the world at scale using techniques that I know work. And, why haven't I done that? Why haven't I made the world a better place in that way? Because I was busy making YouTube videos about cryptocurrency. Is that saving anyone's life? Is that doing medical research? Not really. It's the only thing that went viral for me. But if I had my druthers, I would prefer to be improving the world through medical research than crypto. Because crypto can make the world more efficient if it gets scale. But medical research works like now, right? Like if you make an impact and cure something now, that stuff stays cured forever, pretty much. And so if you can accelerate something being cured by 5 years, man, everyone that would have died from that is happy and vibrant and making the world a better place. I want more medical research, right? That's why I consider Vitalik a hero, because he's given more money to the Sens Foundation, which is my favorite charity, than I have. I think he gave him 3 or 4 million. That's amazing. And does anyone thank him for it? Not enough. He's spending his money to try and save your life and my life and his life and everyone's lives and make the world a better place. Man, what a nice guy. Didn't need to do that. He could have done anything else with that money. but he chose to do something good with it. And he writes open source software, and he does very, 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 very in-depth and good research in the space. So if you've never been to his blog, you should go. I believe it's vitalik.ca, and it might be blog.vitalik.ca, but I think it's just vitalik.ca. And read his last article on, where has blockchain technology progressed in all the things that were wrong with it a few years ago. So where are we at with scaling? Where are we at with anonymity? Where are we at with useful proof of work? Where are we at with, and he goes through and lists every interesting thing in the space and where it's at. And that's awesome. I mean, there's not, maybe Vitalik, Eric Wall, and 3 or 4 other guys are really on the edge of like knowing where all the other technology stacks are currently, right? Because you can't do both. You can't dive deep and improve a technology stack while also keeping track of what everyone else is doing. It just takes too much time. So just like me, like I don't know everything that's going on in BCH because I'm busy building something, and I don't know, like I can't tell you the difference between Graftroot and Taproot and some of the other things that are going on in Bitcoin. 1, I don't think they'll get forked in. 2, I don't think they're really that far along yet. 3, how am I making the world a better place talking about them? If they're not going to get in, if they're not that close and they're not going to get rolled in anyway, and there's other better projects going on, it's not what I should be spending my time doing. So this long thing that I'm telling you was, I was living my life well, educating the world, but now look at how many lives are being affected through the cryptocurrency that I designed. Tons more. $1 billion of BTC has claimed, over $1 billion of BTC has free claimed in less than 11 days. We're the number 2 application on Ethereum, and I believe, well, a few days ago we would have been number 1. There's like this one video game that like overtakes us in transactions sometimes, which would make us number 3 when they do that. But it depends on whether you count Tether as an actual like application. They're not doing any logic. It's just basically an Excel spreadsheet for them. If something happens on the blockchain, it doesn't actually matter. If you like move a coin from here to there, they could just say they don't care. Be like, yeah, we don't care. We're not going to let you redeem. Tough luck. So the blockchain for them isn't actually a vital thing or doing any processing. It's just a digital ledger technology for them. Whereas, HEX really is trustless and doesn't have a central counterparty. And you mint your own coins, you mint your own rewards. There is no network without you. That product, that service, that piece of software really needs the processing, really needs the trustlessness. It's not optional. Whereas, with central things, it's totally optional. So I would say we're flipping between 1 and 2 of projects that actually needs what the chain has to offer. So in summary, by taking 2 years to dig harder and build something and get it to market and get it complete and finished, look at how many other projects got hundreds of millions of dollars, started before HEX, and will never launch. Lots. So I'm very, very proud to have launched something when everyone else just sits around and talks about crypto. I'm building it. I built crypto. They sit around and talk about it. And if you want to talk about people talking about HEX, people are talking about it so much that they're having to like try and start ignoring it because it's too much for them. Get used to it. Get used to it. HEX is designed so well that you're going to be seeing a lot more of it, is my opinion. You haven't seen nothing yet. What we've got done in 11 days, 12 days, oh my God. The community is the best community. We've got a tipping bot on Telegram. We've got, we had the ads on the Pirate Bay homepage. We've got guys that used to promote scams. Now they promote HEX. Now those scams are going to make less money. Excellent. Now those guys are going to live more wholesome lives. Excellent. Now those people are going to get their life savings lost. Probably not. Excellent. Right? We've got people excited about the blockchain again. They can't wait to log on and see what's happening. They can't wait to use the new features. They can't wait to see what everyone else is doing. We've got a chart of future market supply on hexstat.com. We've got a chart of when people join the lobbies and how much they joined for and who the people are that joined and what was the largest amount they joined for. and that's on hex-data.com. And why do those sites exist? Because the community is amazing, and we have a referral program, and they put the referral link right in there, right next to it. You want a 10% bonus? Click the link. It's a better designed system. These guys reached out to me and said, hey, I want to build something amazing for what you're doing. And I just say, that's great. Sounds good. Exchanges reach out to me and they say, hey, we want to list you. It's awesome. They reach out to me and say they want to list. Sometimes they ask for money. I say, no, I can wait. We'll be so big you'll have to list. So I can just wait. No problem. That's my opinion. That's how I feel. You know, I have to put all these caveats in there because the law and the powers that be, sometimes they're not fair. And so you got to be extra special careful about what you do to make sure that those law people spend their time screwing up the bad guys. If you do things slightly wrong and you get a law person interested in you, now he's not making the world a better place screwing up the bad guy. Now he's wasting his time with you, and you know you're a good guy. So it's better to do things the best that you can. So when I say something like, I think we're going to get a lot bigger, I think we are, but the price could also go to zero and everything could fail. Just like Bitcoin could fail tomorrow. Everything could fail tomorrow. Compute your hard drive. Every hard drive in the world could fail tomorrow. You could have EMP, solar flares, whatever, right? Like anything's possible. And I hate having to include that all the time. I hate having to say that all the time, but it's the best thing for the project. The best thing for the project is that I speak accurately and clearly so that we spend our time onboarding new users and making the world a better place and not sucking up regulators' time. So what I built is now operating at scale, and it lives without me. Those sites that exist, I didn't ask them to be built. I didn't know how they would be built. I often don't know they were being built, and now they exist in 12 days. 8 exchanges. I think we've got like 9 with Bitcoin.com now. 9 exchanges in 12 days. Tipping bot, visual graphical thing that makes sound and shows you the movement anytime anything happens with HEX. Someone claims, someone stakes, someone transfers. It's called HEXViz with a Z, HEXVIZ.xyz. These are all community-made projects. HEXViz, community-made project. HEXData, hex-data.com, community-made project. StakeHex.com, community-made project, which models what the system will do in the future. Like what will your profit percent be, things like that. WhaleHex, twitter.com/WhaleHex, shows you when whales do things. It's a Twitter bot. 2 Twitter bots or 2 Telegram bots. Hex Win bot, which real time shows you everything, and you can opt in, like I want to see these things, not those things. Awesome. And then another one, which I really like, but I think he has to manually update them currently. So the guy that runs hexstat.com, hexstat singular, which has the chart of future market supply and how many coins are locked up and some other chart I can't remember right now. There was like 3 the last time I looked. He also runs this bot, and this bot is my favorite place to get hex stats by far. It tells you how many coins claimed, what the biggest claim was, what the biggest penalty was, what the average stake length is, what the weighted average stake length is, how many dollars have been sent to the contract, right? Like you can transform Ethereum into Hex, how many Ethereum have been sent to the contract, and what's the value of Ethereum, and you multiply them, right? I think it's near $6 million now. What else? It just has every imaginable stat. So I like the reason that I know that over 146,000 Bitcoins claimed is because that tool told me. Now I could go and do hard work and beat that out of the blockchain myself, but he already did it. So excellent, amazing. That's t.me/hexstat. And he's also the reason I know that there's about 50,000 stakes. Maybe it's 45,000 stakes, something like that. And I think unique, you can get this from any chain explorer like Etherscan, etherscan.io. You could see that we've got, I think something like 8,000 unique addresses involved so far. Really cool. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but because the order books were thin on bitcoin.com, when Hex got listed, I think someone made a market buy and the price went up 66x Well, more than that, actually, depending on whose math you use. So like I looked at the candle and divided the high by the low, I believe. And I got a 66x, 66.5, I believe, X. But then on their tool, which I guess measures back 24 hours, they showed an increase of 7,000%, 7,300%, 7,389, something like that. So that's fun for marketing, right? Someone made 66x their money or more on the Bitcoin.com HEX pair. So it's exchange.bitcoin.com, and then the pair, there's two pairs listed there. One is BCH HEX and one is ETH HEX. And if you guys ask, I'm sure they could add other ones, but those are the ones that are there now. You know, somebody on that pair made a 66x, which is funny, right? Now, people, here's the funny part. HEX price, when it launched, was valued at about $2 billion because people FOMO'd in very, very hard. So it's a 350-day launch phase, and the first day had twice the supply to try and cancel out some FOMO to make a prettier chart. How do you make the prettiest chart? You start at a very low price and you go to a very high price, and then you measure how far you moved and you go, hey, look at how awesome this is. That guy that bought there made that much, and that's amazing. So I would have preferred HEX to launch at a very, 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 very low price, because then it's easier to get insanely high ROI percents because you're measuring from a lower price. But because some of these exchanges launched day one, and because everyone over FOMO'd day one, like 20 times more people FOMO'd day one than normal days. So what do you think that does? It pushes up the price of that day, and then the exchange trades against that. They kind of like look at each other to see what sanity looks like. And then now on those exchanges that listed first day, you went from insane 2 years of pent-up demand releasing on a day, even though it was a doubling of supply, which in theory like cut the size of that candle, right? So to show you, if you made like 100 times more supply that day, well, then the price would be in effect 100 times lower. So 2x was chosen, but in reality, probably a 10x would have worked. And here's the trade-off. If you go to a Subway sandwich shop and they're closing and they only have time to make 2 sandwiches, and there's 2 people in the store, and the guy ahead of you looks behind and sees you and goes, yeah, actually, I want 2 sandwiches. And he gets 2 sandwiches and you get none. And then he goes, you know what, man, I didn't actually want that sandwich. I just wanted to mark it up and sell it to you. So why don't you give me $50 and I'll give you this $7 sandwich? That would suck. Subway didn't make any extra money. They made the same money. That guy took a risk of having a sandwich that, you know, might have to get thrown in the garbage if this guy doesn't want to pay $50 and might not have the toppings that guy wanted, or you wanted in this example. And now the guy in the back, he has the option of paying 10x for a sandwich or whatever. It sucks for everybody. So there is fairness in distribution and there's unfairness in distribution, and paying the guy that gets there first infinitely more than the guy that got there a minute later is stupid. So HEX was designed to reward early adopters more than enough, but not so much that they have unfair advantage to guys that get in later, because you want guys to get in later because it only works if everyone gets in. Cryptocurrencies are only efficient if everyone's got a wallet. If everyone doesn't have a wallet and you've got to jump to some other thing to then jump to them, you're inefficient. You'd be better off with Visa. So we need everyone to have a wallet. We need everyone to onboard, and we need to leave enough meat on the bone and enough food on the table to bring guys in at the end of the year. And if you give everyone that gets in day one all of the supply to try and buy down their FOMO to make a prettier chart, well, what do you have left for the next guy? And why do they deserve, for being a day earlier, so much more than the day 2 guy? It's unreasonable, it's stupid. So we designed the system to not do that. You know, there were iterations in the system that would have given day 1 guy a 5,000x and day 2 guy a 2,000x and day 3 guy a 200x. And it was crap. Like that is not a good way to start the new financial future, the future of finance. That is not the way to start it. Because how is giving those guys too much valuable? They would have entered in just as hard with less. And that's what we saw. So now those guys that got in day one have the opportunity to double their stacks for 5 or 10% more, depending on where you're at. So they can still, if you treat a 350 day launch phase like a single day launch phase, you are screwing up. They're not the same. And I published the charts of EOS's launch, which was 350 periods, 350 23-hour periods. I published their launch, and I showed, hey, look, they over FOMO'd day one. Maybe you want to scale in. Some people listened, some people didn't. And for the people that didn't listen, they seem to be fine with it because this is a long-term game. HEX is not designed for day 6 performance. HEX is designed for day 353 performance, when all of the unclaimed coins times the adoption multipliers of how many people claimed and how big they claimed. That is the day when everybody's getting divvied up, and that's the day we're working for, because the rewards on that day are gigantic compared to the other days. And with the people that will be rewarded on that day are the people that believe the most and stake the longest. So staking larger, it's only worth an extra 10%. Staking longer is up to 300%. You get up to a 3x multiplier. But on bigger, you only get a 1.1x multiplier, which, to show you a bigger difference, it's a 200% bonus versus a 10% bonus. We want people to stay engaged and to love it and to use it and to be viral about it and to sing about it. And it's what is happening. People that don't use HEX, they think it's a scam. Advertising looks like a scam. Why? Because that is what people want. That is what they want. They want you to be truthful to them. The cryptocurrency people are cowards for some reason. Bitcoin's up 700,000x right now from a penny. 700,000x is what it's up now. But I'm the only one quoting that number because I am apparently the only one good at marketing. Anyone else could have quoted that number, and it's a very nice number to know. How far up is Bitcoin? Oh, it's up about 700,000x. I mean, I could quote it like 7 million% if you want, or 70 million. It's hard to deal with all these zeros. 700,000 times 10 would be 7 million, times 100 would be 70 million. So why am I the only guy quoting that number? Because I'm the only guy packaging the offer properly. The offer is reality. Cryptocurrencies are the fastest and highest appreciating assets in the history of mankind. Is anyone else using that language? Nope, just me. Why? Because I'm better at it. And it's working. But the people that don't have any HEX yet, they scream, scam! Why? Because they don't know anything about it. They don't know what it does. They don't know how awesome it is. And if they did know what it does, they would love it. So I get it for free? Yes. I can refer people and get it for free? Yes. It's got 3 audits, 2 security audits and an economics audit? Yes. I can view the source code? Yep. It's right there on Etherscan, verified. Well, this sounds pretty good. And it gets rid of miner waste, and yeah, like pollutes the environment less because we don't pay mining rewards. We don't inflate the currency to pay miners. They just get a penny of Ethereum currently, or you can mine your own block, which is harder. Well, that all sounds good. Okay, well, what's the problem? Oh, well, there's some other entity that may have a lot of funds from it. So wait, the worst thing about the project is that people traded something they didn't want for something that they did want. Okay, that's capitalism. People have something they want, and then they don't have it anymore, and then they have something they do want. So if I had a celebrity dinner, and only celebrities were allowed to attend, are you paying for that dinner by being a celebrity? No, it's just the rule of the network. The rule of the network is that you have to have a certain property in order to associate with other members of the network. That's what Bitcoin has. You mint yourself 50 Bitcoin. Well, when I got in, it was 50 Bitcoin. Now it's 12.5. You mine a block, you get a 12.5 Bitcoin reward. How does the rest of the network know is okay? Because they look at the network rules, and they look at your block, and they check the math, and they go, yeah, that thing that you just minted for yourself, we're going to recognize that value that you created for yourself as legitimate, and we're going to allow you to transact with everyone else. HEX does the same thing. We just have different network rules. So in addition to having to solve a hard hashing problem, or an expensive computationally hashing problem, it's not actually hard, it's not complex, it's just brute force and expensive energy-wise, that has to be done in order for the block to get rolled in, for the transaction to occur. So it is proof of work for the transaction side. It's also proof of stake for the inflation side. You have to prove that you had staked. And if you had staked and you have ended your stake and you don't have any penalties, then you are paid in full the amount that you mint for yourself, just like a Bitcoin miner. So you're not paying someone to give you a coin. You're not buying a coin from someone. That is not how it works. No one else in the world can give you your HEX but you. Only you can mint your coins. Only you can mint your rewards. You're the person that invented your private keys. Only your private keys can do it. So people get so angry, they get so mad. People are giving their ETH away. Yeah. How do you think Ethereum got created? Ethereum got created by people giving their Bitcoin away. And then Ethereum came into existence. And if they didn't give their Bitcoin away, Ethereum wouldn't exist. And now, if people wouldn't mine their own HEX, meeting the rules of the network, HEX wouldn't exist. It's the same thing. So for something that gets the world to be better by reducing scams, reducing counterparties, getting people to take possession of their own keys, giving away for free, it does all of the things awesome and improves the world in all of the ways that the people crying scam say that it does the opposite of. It doesn't make any damn sense. So then, okay, you don't like the price performance. You don't think the price will go up. Okay, well, where is it starting from? Well, pretty low. It's at 3 Satoshis right now. And trading against Bitcoin, the exchanges will only let it go to 1 Satoshi. And that's the minimum value it can trade at. So if there's going to be Bitcoin pairs, it can't get much lower. So, like, now, in theory, it could just stop trading the Bitcoin pair and go to an Ethereum pair only, right? Something like that. But it seems like the Bitcoin pair is acting like a bottom. Not financial investment advice. I have no idea what it'll do. But, maybe go look up the history. Go look up the history of coins that traded in this range and then see how they act. It would be an interesting study. I would be happy to explore that myself because actually I haven't. I don't know what happens to coins that trade in that range. So I don't think it's easy to go down from here. I don't think it is because of that dynamic of only being able to trade at 1 Satoshi on the Bitcoin pair. Now, if you forgo Bitcoin pairs and they can just die off, okay, cool. Now we're on the Ethereum pair. You've got more room to go down. But the question is why? We have more users. We have more features. Maybe that works. Maybe more users and more features creates more value. So my point in saying all this is, how can someone be a Bitcoin maximalist and promote something that drops 85% relatively often, and then shit talk something else that might drop 90%? Is that 5% difference what you're relying on to claim moral superiority? So that if someone else, so Amazon dropped 95%. Was it a Ponzi? Nope. Was it a scam? Nope. It's now 50% of e-commerce in the United States. It dropped 95%. So if HEX does what other cryptocurrencies do, at some point it will drop 85 or 95%, because that's what all cryptocurrencies do that aren't stablecoins, apparently. So when people say, oh, Richard, you're scamming. How can you say 10,000x in 2.5 years? Well, that's what Ethereum did. And Bitcoin's up 700,000x. And I could list you other things that have gone up even more. I'm just telling you what's possible because I've seen other things do it. And this has better traits. So it could also do it. Will it do it? I have no idea. But I'm not going to feel bad about expressing a very realistic probability to you. I speak as accurately as I possibly can. It could all go to zero. It could all stop working. Or it could do it as it's designed to do, just like Bitcoin did, and go up 1,000,000x harder, depending on where you're starting, right? So if you chart HEX on an exchange where it listed day one, because of all the over FOMO day one, that's a much higher price. If you look now at Bitcoin.com's exchange, where it launched at like the day, I don't know, I think it launched like 2-3 days ago. I just didn't tell anyone about it. Just told the chat about it a little bit to feel it out. But now it's, now it's public, like email, Twitter, video. Now people know. Now that on that pair, the starting price is so much lower, and it has that nice wick up, that 66x wick up, which makes everyone look and go, hey, I wonder if we'll get another one of those, right? the speculative stickiness, it's easier to make a higher ROI number on that chart because we started at a lower spot. And I'm kind of happy that HEX isn't on CoinMarketCap yet, because if your design intention and your goal is to have a really high ROI, it's a little bit easier to start lower than it is to go higher, because it takes less economic mass. So it takes really less economic mass to push the price down early than it does huge economic mass later when everything's heavier, higher up. So if a big ROI number is your goal, starting lower before you get on CoinMarketCap will make a nicer CoinMarketCap chart. Now that assumes that they don't like change what they use as a data source and switch data sources or any kind of stuff like that. I'm basically just describing charting to you, right? A chart will measure a higher percentage return if it starts lower, assuming that the endpoints you're comparing are the same. I'll take a look. I feel weird not having my earpiece in. I feel like I'm missing something, but it really just is us talking. So let's check chat. What do I think about Clojure programming language? I believe Clojure is functional and therefore very powerful. I think it's very similar to Scheme. So like other very powerful languages, it's hard to use. It's hard to find a community. It's a smaller community, but if you can make it work, it can do magic. So I think Clojure's cool. I like when people tell me I'm not a dev, and you're like, no, I'm not a dev, but I know a lot, and I'm kind of a dev, so I don't know. Like, I don't know how to write any Clojure code, but I just know the properties that it has. So I guess I'm a good project manager. I would be a good dev if I put time into it. I would just learn the syntax. What's my favorite type of cake? I don't like dry cakes. I like moist cakes. So, like, I prefer a brownie to a cake, really. What prevents originator address from dumping bonus HEX on the market? Well, first, the origin address has been sending its coins, all of them, to other addresses. And those addresses have been staking for 10 years. So originally, I would say the behavior of the addresses that were receiving from the origin address was to stake at 10 years, 9 years, 8 years, 7 years, 6 years, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, and then that's it. So I just did 1 to 10. And then now that behavior has changed, and that was linear. It would do about the same value all the way across. Probably to make sure there's no supply shock, because there's a good chance that it just won't sell anyway, even if a stake expires. So like, if you like the investment that you have and you're forced to divest for a period, which is kind of how staking works, then you might just want to get back in. There's nothing, unless you needed the money for something, then you don't have to sell for money, right? You can just roll it back in. I think that's what happens in normal CDs in the normal world, right? Like, you have a certain amount of money that you've saved that you want to make a return on. You stick it in a CD. The CD expires. Now you usually end up getting another CD and then doing it again. So it's common. So I wouldn't know why that would change in the system. So back to the origin address. Once again, the public is claiming a parade of imaginary horribles, which HEX was designed to cure. So HEX was designed to prevent surprise dumping by diluting people that weren't staked, by paying inflation only to stakers, to reward people for informing the market about their future intentions and their future ability to affect the price. Awesome, amazing invention. Amazing invention. Designed to prevent surprise dumping. And so what do people ask? When's the surprise dump, man? Well, you can look on the chart and you can see when the stakes are expiring. And then maybe if there's a big stake expiring, maybe you might have some extra price pressure there due to extra supply there. So literally, the currency is designed to fix exactly what you're complaining about, but I guess you just don't notice or something. Go to HEX stat.com, and there's a chart of all of the future expiring stakes, and you can zoom in and look at different time ranges. And around 90% of all HEX is staked currently. And every single HEX that the origin address has got has been staked for an average of over 5 years, because 1 to 10, right? That might actually average to 6. Yeah, that averages to 6 years. It's a 5-year stake, but it ends on year 6. So it depends on whether you want to count the stake's length or when it occurs in relationship to the project start. And currently it appears to just be sending to addresses that the origin address itself has never staked anything, but the addresses that it has sent to, they have staked basically everything they've received. And currently it looks like they're doing 10-year stakes, but then every day that happens, it just ratchets one extra day down. So every day that there's a new day, it just makes a stake closer. And so if that continues to occur, what we'll end up with is that the origin addresses, other addresses that it's sent to, and whoever controls or whatever controls those keys, if anyone, we have to wait to see if they use their keys. Every time they make a stake, you know someone has the keys because the stake was made. So there's some computer somewhere had the keys to do that. If that behavior continues, you'll end up with a linear, flat end staking period for all of the HEX energy that the origin address has received is what that would look like if that behavior continued. Now you'd have to count the days. So I think there is like 339 days left. Let's go look. It takes about 15 or 20 seconds to load. So we're on day 14 now of 351 days. So that would be like 337. So there's 337 days left. Check my math. I'm tired, but I think it's 337. Well, I'll check it. 337 plus 10, 347 plus 4, 351. We're good. So we've got 337 days left. Yeah, it doesn't. So you're just counting like whether there's a gap where there might be some few days where there wasn't any stakes ending, something like that. So whoever the addresses are that are receiving from Origin, it appears that they believe in the project because they're staking a very, very long time everything they get, which I don't know what more you could ask for of them. It seems very nice of them. So that answers Mr. Biggie D's question. Skip to the bottom here. Your opinion if Tornado is better in wallet BCH mixer? I'm not sure. You'd have to look into it. It's a good question. I'll know more in a couple weeks, but right now I don't. I mean, right now, if you needed anonymity, I would just say use Monero for now, because everyone knows it works currently. You don't have to beta test anything. Someone says, what's stopping you from minting HEX for almost free? Because any of the ETH you send to the AA is just going back to you anyway. First of all, you don't know shit about me, right? You don't know what keys I have, don't have. So I take offense to the term me, and it's particularly risky from a regulatory perspective because whoever may have those keys, they may give you expectations of things. And so if you don't know who has the keys, you can't have expectations of them, and therefore you're less likely to have regulatory problems. Because if you're a security, you can't list on a cryptocurrency exchange, because cryptocurrency exchanges in general do not have broker-dealer licenses. Therefore, they cannot deal securities. Therefore, they cannot list your token. So if you want to have a token that trades on exchange, it's very good to be not a security. And if you want to be not a security, it's very good to have the users do everything, and then there's no, entrepreneurial or essential effort from a third party. And it's nice if those users have absolutely no expectations as well. And there's other legs that you can, make points on as well. So I'm doing the hard thing, the legal thing, by not giving expectations, not giving promises for anything from anyone, and having clunky conversations like this. Do you know what would be so much easier? So much easier would be to just make promises. People like promises. That's how advanced fee fraud works. You get a promise, and then you pay up front, and then you never get what you thought you were going to get. And that's what most ICOs did. And that's what many cryptocurrencies have done. And I'm doing the hard thing. I'm doing the thing where you don't have any promises, and you get a fully working project up front that you are the project. You are the network. No promises, fully functional. Opposite of ICO. Not functional, all promises. Opposite. Opposite of a security. Opposite of an ICO. Opposite of a company. Not the same. Literally opposite. So people keep asking these questions, which are damning and bad for the project, and setting stupid, shitty frames. The scam frame is terrible because we're an anti-scam. The, where's the money going frame? Terrible because we're not a security. So you guys keep asking this shit, and you're not making the world a better place by doing it. Think about it. What's the worst case scenario? Think if someone had answered your question. What would the worst case scenario be? What's the worst that could be? I can't think of anything too bad. So stop making a big deal of it. Stop counting other people's money. Go get your own money. So for the recycling thing, there was an accusation that EOS recycled. There was an article written by Consensus that, basically runs Ethereum. And they said, we're going to look to see whether EOS, cheated and recycled money back in. And it was totally inconclusive. They saw some movements out of the contract to Bitfinex, and then that's it. That's where the trail stops. And then they just wrote a lot of extra stuff, a lot of words. But that's the point of the article was to see whether you could detect recycling, and they weren't able to detect any, and then they just typed a lot more. So totally inconclusive, no evidence whatsoever. Furthermore, had they done that, which I don't think they did, I don't think the SEC thinks they did either, because the SEC settled with them. So I don't think they did shady things. Maybe they did, but I don't see evidence for it. And I don't think the SEC saw evidence for anything improper. They wouldn't have settled. But there's other ways that you could detect that. So for instance, the price would be different on the exchange and in the contract. So if you were recycling and getting ETH out and putting it back in, the price would be higher in the contract than on the exchanges. Now, because the contract is superior onboarding and doesn't have a shitty order book that has scam wicks and fees and all the other problems that happen with exchanges, it should have a premium because it is a superior thing. So there should be a premium. It probably shouldn't be too large because if it got too high there, people would just sit in the book with bids in the other exchanges and just wait to get hit, because there was enough discount there to wait for it. So I think you could detect recycling by differences in exchange price and contract price or contract ratio. And so an exchange sells you something. They have custody of it. They give it to you. In the contract, you're minting your own coins. You're not buying them from someone. You're minting your own coins, just like a Bitcoin miner. Bitcoin miners aren't given their coins from someone. They're not given a reward from someone. In HEX, you mint your own coins. No one else can do it. No one else can give them to you. Only you can do it. So I think also you would need more economic energy to come out of the contract to then be recycled back in. So if you look at HEX, the flush address that gets all of the ETH when people run the flush function. So there's people all over the world that for whatever reason, I've seen videos of it, they think it's fun to pay a penny and cause lots of economic energy to move from the contract into the flush address, which is the only thing in the world where it can go. And if you wanted to do that recycling and make a really big number, you would want to suck a lot of energy out of the flush address to recycle. Currently on day 14, a grand total of 0.5% has moved. So out of like 40,000 ETH, 200 ETH moved. So imagine you've got $40,000 in a suitcase, and then you want to buy like lunch. You pull out $200. That's roughly the equivalent of what has occurred thus far. So I don't think that you could make a lot of exciting things happen with $200 against a stack of 40,000. So I don't, there's no evidence of it. If it was happening, I think you could detect it. So I think it's another stupid parade of imaginary horribles, fan fiction retard thing that people love to do. And by the way, if EOS was doing that, why is the price so high? It's still higher than when they launched, and it went up 40x in the bear market. If it was fake demand that came from faking price improvement, then once that mechanism stopped after a year, then the price should take a terrible shit because the fake demand is gone. Well, that didn't happen. So yeah, I think you guys are all stupid and dreaming up stuff, and it bothers me because you could be doing more useful things, like converting scammers from scamming into promoting something honest, or writing content, or making videos, or writing your own software, writing your own code. We're in a distributed finance world now. You can write useful code that makes the world a better place if you take a little bit of time to learn about it instead of doing all this drama shit. A lot of people have made the world a better place just by sitting down and thinking and doing, and you guys could do that too, instead of this fucking useless fan fiction drama. Every single possible thing you would want to know is already answered in written form and in video form, because I've produced hundreds of hours of answers. I've answered the same question dozens of times. You are not new, you're not interesting, you're wasting everyone's time by asking the same shit that you could have already known the answer to if you went to the Telegram channel. You go to t.me/hex crypto and you type !pasta. It will give you a list of all the answers. And some of those answers were so popular that we split them off into their own chat rooms. So that question about the adoption amplifier and Ethereum recycling, it has its own chat room just for that question. It's called t.me/hex AA. Go there, click the pinned link at the top, read. It'll tell you all those things I just told you, but in more graphical format, right? It'll link you to the EOS report. It'll link you to the price charts of EOS. It'll show you all these awesome things, right? If you don't like the amount that Origin gets, go to HEX FUD, t.me/HEX FUD. And FUD articles come out that say all these terrible things, and there's the answers right there. Here's what fair looks like. Oh, you think, you'd rather have 10 whales with, 4% than one whale with 40%, which in my models, the Origin can only get up to 39, and that's if a lot of people claim. And right now we've only got 1% claimed, and in that world, my models, it shows about 35%. So what type of percentage did XLM have in a foundation? 80%. And how was its price performance? Well, it used to not be a top 10. Now it was in the top 10, now it's number 11 as of today. They had 80% in the foundation. Then the foundation burnt a bunch of coins, and now they own an even larger percent of the circulating supply. Funny enough, because they were supposed to give those coins to other people. But people didn't realize that little trick happened. Second, XRP. XRP has gone up a lot. It went up much higher than Bitcoin in 2017. I think it did a 433x in 2017. I think Bitcoin did 100x. What percentage ownership was in a single party there? 60%. Check the numbers. So I'm showing you things that weren't top 10, that went top 10, that outperformed Bitcoin's price performance with 80% and 60% in a single party or something very close to a single party. So this appeal to give the noobs more money so they can panic sell it to buy a car isn't very compelling for price performance. What is compelling for price performance is that whoever has coins just never sells them, like Satoshi. They just don't sell them. And then there's less sell pressure, and then the price is higher. So I don't see the advantage of empowering people to dump the price. So I don't see the advantage of overpaying people to do things they would have done for less, which is why there's a cap on how long you can stake. If you got a bigger bonus for staking longer and you could stake up to 50 years, one person could lock up so many shares by doing that everyone else now has to be underpaid. And so you'd have price performance of far out, and you'd have decreased price performance earlier because less people would lock up, because the rewards would be less, because this guy took so much to optimize the system for a state so much farther down the road. That's inferior. It's stupid. So if you actually look into the game theory of how HEX is designed, it is very well thought out. And we saw what choices you can make. You want to launch a new currency, you got to hand tokens out to people. Okay, who's going to get them? Why and when? You want to front load it and have it early? You want to have it in the middle? You want to have it at the end? You want to base it on honest participation, right? In HEX, you tell somebody about it, you get a referral fee, and they get a bonus for using it. It's awesome. Do you have that in Bitcoin? Do you have that in Ethereum? Do you have that in anything else? No, you just have it in HEX. It's great. I wish you guys would read the many hours of thought and writing that went into the rebuttals for every question that you have. We've seen them all over 2 years, all of them. They're not interesting, they're not unique, and they're very well answered. You just need to look at the answer, and it's in the chat room. And I will make sure that it makes its way out of the chat room onto the website. It's just been very busy lately. Did someone message me? Let me look here. No. I mean, a lot of people have messaged me, but not anyone that is immediately important. All right. I'm looking at your guys' questions. If there's a trustless CD token using a stablecoin DAI, why need HEX anymore? Because any order book based CD where you have to find buyers and sellers is going to have some type of central counterparty that exchanges between the two, or has to use some type of rules. So for instance, DAI, it's not actually trustless. There are people that make decisions, humans that make decisions about it that could cause it to fail. So is it better than some other centralized stablecoins? Probably. But is it actually trustless? No. Human beings can still kill it. That option's not really available in HEX. You can't edit the contract. It doesn't ask questions with the rest of the world. It doesn't have any oracles. It is what it is. It's immutable and locked, and it ain't changing. So your rewards on any of those other things, like lend your Bitcoin out. Okay, you can make like 6 or 7% a year at huge counterparty risk, and you may lose all your coins. Okay, that sucks. I want the returns that the Ethereum guys got. I want the returns that the early Bitcoin guys got. I want the returns that the ICO guys got. I want the returns that BNB got. Everyone in crypto is making a whole lot of returns. So why would I take huge counterparty risk to make 7 measly percent when thousands of percent are possible? Why would I do that? Crypto is designed to get rid of counterparties, not add them. And all of those loan your coins out for money things, the vast majority of them, takes your keys from you and makes the world a less secure place so that you can make 6 or 7% at huge risk. I'm not interested in that. I don't think you should be interested in that. I think trustless interest, which HEX has, is a world-changing innovation. So the answer is they don't pay that well and they have a lot of risk is the answer that you're looking for. Ryder Roger quit. He's hungry. Is Roger returning? I don't think so. We'll do another stream sometime. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. I love how Richard dissed Ethereum and then used it for his coin. Yes, I dissed the people that used Ethereum. The people that programmed Ethereum used it very improperly. And they were given the rope to hang themselves because it's a more functional system that you can do more stuff with. So just use the stuff that isn't broken and have good audits, and then you don't have those problems. 5 of the top 11 cryptocurrencies in the world were launched on or primarily use Ethereum. Let me repeat that. 5 of the most valuable cryptocurrencies in the world launched on or primarily use Ethereum. Let's go through the list. TRX, BNB, EOS, Ethereum itself, USDT. There you go. 5 top, I think they're top 10. I think XLM and, I'll look it up real quick since you guys are asking. So I used to have to say top 11 because like TRX was 11, I think, but I think it moved up. So let's take a look. See, speaking accurately is time consuming because the reality keeps changing. Right, so here's the top 10 market caps right now. Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Tether, BitcoinCash, Litecoin, EOS, Binance, Bitcoin SV, Tezos, Stellar. I guess TRX moved down. No, it's 13. All right, so I have to change my language. 5 of the top 13 cryptocurrencies in the world launched on or primarily use Ethereum. And they didn't have any problems. Didn't get hacked. Didn't lose any money. We're great. So we use the same format. We use the ERC20 format because it's the safest and plugs in with the most things. And you're not worried about being 51% attacked, which if you were a new small chain, you would be. And if you were a new small chain, you'd have worse auditors. We have better auditors because it's a more developed ecosystem. Going down the list here. Yeah, so everything I said about Ethereum is true, and I leave the article up because I'm like that. I didn't say anything wrong the first time, so I don't have to remove it. The reality just changed. Like, you could roll back Ethereum then. You can't now. You could, more easily make mistakes. Now people know mistakes are easier to make, and so they don't make them as often. Somebody says, quote, I guarantee you 10,000 extra money. Shut up, Richard. I get that. You've already made 4 million. But dude, isn't enough enough? One, you're scumbag. Just so you know that. The website says that HEX is designed to do 10,000x return in 2.5 years. And it may not do it. It may not do it at all. It may go to 0. Its design may not work. Bitcoin is already up 700,000x and was designed to do much more and has already done much more. It has already done 2 millionx in 2017. These are not big numbers. These are reasonable numbers for cryptocurrencies. They just sound big to you because you're stupid. You don't know how to chart. Maybe you're not a trader. Maybe you don't know how to measure a move. I do. I'm being very conservative and realistic and telling you what is possible. And I'm not going to let you or a government tell me that I'm no longer allowed to speak about probabilities. I'm not allowed to tell you what's possible anymore because you're so fucking stupid that you know the difference. You don't know the difference between will and can. That you don't know the difference between talking about a possibility and a fucking guarantee. You're a scumbag. You're a scumbag trying to make the world a worse place by giving governments more power and wasting their time when they could be actually ruining the actual scams that are actually taking everyone's money. There's real scams going out there screwing people over, and they don't have audits, and they're not trustless, and they're not peer-to-peer. They have nothing the fuck to do with HEX. Nothing. And pieces of shit like you support that. You help that happen by confusing people. There's no guarantees on the website. I don't think the word guarantee is... I haven't written the word guarantee in as long as I can remember. How are you going to guarantee anything in crypto? Shit goes down 85% rather often. What guarantee what? Well, as a matter of fact, on the website, if you click the disclaimer, it literally says, we're lucky this stuff works at all. Disgusting maggot. Keep making the world a worse place, dude. Good job. Come here and shit talk me, making the world a better place when there's a lot of real scammers whose chat you could be cancering up. I like how pitiful little mini projects that have no adoption and bad brand names and just have sucked for 20 months try and clout chase and get me to address them so that they can try and leech off of some of the success of HEX. You're going to see a lot more of this happening. You're going to see newspapers that didn't say shit about HEX now coming out to try and find some drama. And I help them. I'll help write drama headlines because that's what they want. They want clicks. They want clickbait. They want drama. Fine. I'll give it to you guys. You guys want drama? I'll give it to you. But only because it's an ends to a means of making the world a better place. I wish you would all spend your time on things better than drama. I wish you'd spend your time building like I have been. And then you would get some of the shadow of the results I have gotten because I work harder than you. And I've done so for a good while. Talk about the green candles. Drunk girl knocked over the statue here and bent the candles, and they bent backwards. And so I fixed them to go forwards again and make them straight. And then I actually had to bend all these brass arms to try and be straighter. But for some reason, these particular candles, they kind of like were cross-melting each other in weird ways. So I don't know whether it's a different candle material or whether the air flow in the room has changed. I changed them to green because in the West, green candle means up price. Red candle means down price. Now I think red aesthetically looks better because this is red over here. I think it goes better with this cherry veneer here. It's not a veneer, it's real thick wood. I changed them to green. I might change them back to red because I think red's prettier. And I'm not sure how many people get that the green means price up. And oddly enough, in Asia, it's backwards. So in Asia, green means price down and red means price up. It's kind of Christmassy. I guess red and green's all right for this time frame. Yeah, look, guys that want to build crypto, you could build the best thing in the world and no one might ever use it, ever. Ever. I know people that have tried to copy HEX, launched, failed. No one ever heard of them. They came and they went. You know what would have been better for those guys? You know how they would have made more money? Being a referrer to HEX. Being a referrer to HEX would have made them cash positive. But instead, they want to try to come at the king, and they got crushed. It's pretty funny. You know, I could tell you some ways that they lost money, but I'm not. Because when the next scumbag comes along to try and copy the hard work that I've done, they can discover the pitfalls of cryptocurrency on their own. HEX is not licensed to be copied. It ain't open source licensed. So if you want to try and do some of the things HEX does, get your pencil out and start designing from scratch because you can't use what we built. Someone says HEX is not trustless. It's more trustless than Bitcoin. Ain't never had an inflation bug. Doesn't have 65% of its mining in China, I don't think. Update me on that if it does, and then I'll change my tune. Somebody says, I've got a ton of BTC and a big bag of HEX. You've made some bearish statements on BTC. Do you think this halvening will be a non-event? Here's the problem. I believe the Bitcoin bottom at 3,000 was made by the plus token Ponzi. And I've published charts on t.me/Richard's calls, which show you the balances of the Ponzi's addresses overlaid over the Bitcoin price. And the day that those founders got arrested is the day of the 14K top. And they've been selling. And they've been mixing their coins and selling them on Huobi mostly. So I don't know when that sales pressure will stop. And I don't know when some new Ponzi will come and create demand for Bitcoin again. I see that every day Bakkt does good volume, the price goes down. So if only the Ponzi's are introducing price up pressure, the game predicting Bitcoin price then becomes no longer trend lines and averages and on-chain transaction volume. It becomes, how much do you know about Chinese Ponzi's? And I am not an expert on Chinese Ponzi's. I was one of the last people to know. So was everyone else in the West, because the Great Firewall of China truly does divide us. So, I mean, could Bitcoin go up because of the halvening? Well, maybe. It's supposed to, but it was supposed to be doing that for a while now. We're supposed to pump into the halvening is historically what we've done. And now we've dumped into the halvening, which means the miners got to sell more. I don't know, man. I mean, I would be happier if Bitcoin was technically progressing faster than Ethereum, the number two. It's not. It's not even close. There's no comparison. Ethereum is beating the shit out of Bitcoin technologically. murdering it, like annihilating it. It's a better user experience. It works faster. It's got more features. It's vastly superior. It's never had an inflation bug. They actually fork in the stuff they build to improve the network. You can do more stuff with it. I would rather, if I had a bag of money and I was going to invest it personally, I would put all in HEX. However, some people don't like to put it all in one thing because they think that spreading it out is like diversified. But in crypto, things tend to go up and go down together. So that whole like diversification by choosing a different thing in crypto, it's kind of like, these are really well correlated assets. So if I didn't have the ability to all in on HEX, and I would scale in, because who knows? Like price could go up, price could go down. I have no idea what it's going to do. So for me, it just seems a little bit more reasonable to scale in, particularly if I have like a big stack. Like if you want to put 100 million or something like that, I think scaling in makes sense. But if you don't have 100 million, the price already, it launched at $2 billion effective valuation at the end of the year. And then now it's, a lot less. It's because we had 2 years of pent up demand release in a day versus now normal daily demand, which is, there was, 2 years worth, and now here's 1 day's worth every day. You can't compare 2 years of economic energy to 1 day of economic energy. They're obviously going to be different. And the charts show that for any other thing that's had this long of a launch phase. And I published those charts and the source data for them, and I couldn't possibly have tried to help more. So if I couldn't all in HEX, I would probably own more Ethereum than Bitcoin, because I think it dropped harder and went deeper down, so it probably shook out more weak hands. It's technologically superior. There's more stuff going in on it. And the only thing Bitcoin has advantageous is a futures market on CME and backed, and they don't seem to be helping. If they were going to help, why haven't they helped now? We went to 14K, now we're at 7K. We're going into the halvening. If they were going to help, I think they'd be helping now. And so, like in trading, anytime something should happen and it doesn't, it almost seems to make sense to flip your position. Not to stay neutral or solid, but just be like, yeah, I think we're going to go the other way now. So the fact that we're not pumping it into a halvening, to me, feels like we go downward. I hope we don't. I hope we just go up and up and up. But there's too many weird things going on. Oh, back does volume, CME does volume, price dumps. Going into the halvening, price dumps. We're not supposed to this price performance, terrible. I mean, it was 2 years ago that Bitcoin was 20K. Now what? What are we waiting for? We had this huge pump from the Ponzi. We had a 42% green candle from President Xi's good news. What do you want? More than 42% a day? You got a 42% a day candle. No follow-up. None. Only went down afterwards and made new lows. Went down to 6,500. Damn. That sucks. That truly is terrible price performance. Garbage. Anyone that was short, liquidated. And it was long, liquidated. Oops, who won? Exchanges won. Or someone that got really lucky and guessed an impossible range. Or an option seller that bought volatility and got a good deal buying volatility. So I will tell you not to trade. You lose all your money, you lose all your time. The money you're taking is from some other poor bastard on the other side of the screen who you're torturing in the same way you're being tortured. It's not good for the world. It's not good for you. It's not good for your pocketbook. The harder you work, the more you lose. Fuck all that. We have trustless interest now. Work on trustless interest. Work on HEX. Don't work on getting wrecked margin trading. Close your positions. Cut your losses. Stop revenge trading. Stop trying to make it back. Stop losing. Hop in something that just came out. Might work. Might not work. Might go to zero. But it might work and do amazing things. It's designed to, and so far so good. That design seems to be working out very well so far. Yeah, so Bitcoin price. Tell me the good news. We got a new cool technical thing coming up? Nope. We got a bunch of new retailers? Nope. Google search is up. Twitter mentions. On-chain volume? What do you got? ETF? Nope. You got fucking nothing. You got nothing. The only reason the price pumped was because it fucking Ponzi pumped it. It also pumped Ethereum and EOS at the same time because you could donate to it through any of those. So they've got 1% of all Bitcoin from their Ponzi. The Ponzi owns 1% of all Bitcoin. They've been selling some, but the market's so liquid that they can only sell maybe 2,000 a day, apparently, if you do the chain analysis. So no, I currently think Bitcoin sucks. I hope the price goes up. I hope some other... I mean, is that wholesome and honest that you hope another Ponzi picks up to move the price up? That seems shitty to me, that some other people have to lose all their life savings so that your bag can become valuable. Because there's no ads, less devs, less fuck, like, where's the good things? There's nothing good going on that I'm aware of. There's Lightning, which is a different project. And if it works out, it'll work for everything. What's good? You guys answer that. Let's look in chat here. Because I don't want to be a negative Nelly. I got a bag of fucking Bitcoin. I want the price to go up. Tell me what's good about Bitcoin. Go. I got to wait, 10 or 20 seconds before you guys hear it. All I see is people asking about altcoins. Somebody's asking about Stellar Lumens. Somebody's asking about Chainlink. Somebody's asking about HBAR. I wasn't even talking about altcoins, and that's all chat cares about. I was talking about Bitcoin. Bitcoin sucks so bad that even if I ask you to say good things about it, you can't. Wow. Wow. Somebody says Bitcoin is the best performing asset still. You're a retard. Go look up BNB. That's up over 400x over Bitcoin. Retard. When Binance? I don't know. I haven't talked to them. So I don't know if they're doing it or not doing it. No one's messaged me. These guys messaged me. When you're the number 2 DApp on Ethereum, you should be getting messages. So we're getting messages. Tell them Link is a shitcoin. Listen, Oracles isn't solved. Pretending to solve it isn't solving it, and there's actually no demand for it whatsoever. So, congratulations, the price went up. Great. Shouldn't have. No reason for it. No actual demand. But it was crypto, so Dogecoin's worth $250 million. Comedy coin, $250 million. Works fine. Chainlink went up a shitload. No one uses it. Okay. What can I do? Right? Like, things in crypto go up and go down that they're not tied to the technology. Technology and price aren't related, and since most people only care about the price, it's almost like talking about the technology. It's like not as important as talking about the hype. If you care about price. When 7-hour stream? I could do a 7-hour stream now. I do things better than other people. I will stream longer than other people. I will type faster than other people. I will do better game theory than other people. Like, I don't eat healthier than other people, but a lot of other stuff I do better. When debate with Trace Meyer, make it happen. I don't know that Trace and I disagree on anything. He's a smart guy. We may agree on everything. The only time that you'll see me debating people is when they're just wrong. If they're right, then great. Or if they know more than I do and I can learn from them, great. Like, awesome. How do you think I got so smart? Being a fucking asshole and thinking I know better than everyone else? No, I shut up and I listen. And now I have so much information to give. So now I'm very talkative because I've filled up already with information. But there was a time when I didn't know as much as I do now. And by shutting the fuck up and listening is a good way to learn. Trying to act smart and look smart and flap your lips, you're not absorbing info. I'm so old now and have done this for so long that I should be flapping my lips because it's harder for me to learn because it's less stuff I don't already, like, I know so much that it's harder for me to find stuff I don't know in particular areas. If you dive, you could memorize the scratches on your silverware in your drawer if you want to learn useless things. But if you want to learn useful things, you do run out of useful things to learn in an area. BTC has the first mover advantage. That's actually not true. So eGold and B Money and Liberty Reserve all had first mover advantages over Bitcoin. Bitcoin just did shit a little bit differently, and therefore it's still around. So we have survivorship bias. So like we think it's the first, but there was other digital currency projects and Chami and eCash as well. And who gives a shit? Like first mover advantage? Yeah, we dropped 85%. What's up? How's the first mover advantage going, dude? We went 20K to 3K in 364 days. Was that fun? Was that first mover enough for you? What a piece of shit. What a shit coin. Seriously. 85% fucking drawdown? Yeah, we're on CME. Look at this fucking... Oh, okay, cool. Great. 85% drawdown. Dogecoin performed almost as well. Hard to take moral superiority and yell scam at everything else when your shitcoin goes down 85% rather often. And people say 99% uptime. Not whenever there's a fork. Nobody will accept your transactions. You got to wait for that shit to resolve. So like when SegWit got rolled in, no one was fucking accepting transactions. So that 99.9% is a fucking lie. That, pretend that we haven't had critical vulnerabilities and had to roll back the chain, fucking lie. There's so much dishonesty and bullshit in blockchain. And I'm one of the few guys to be able to scream it out and call it out because I can't be canceled. You can't cancel culture me. Can't. I'm the intellectual dark web. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you the truth, right? So I have the ability to tell you the truth and not run ads and not link to margin trading. Whereas everyone else in social media makes all their money from margin trading and so can't speak against it, or they cut off their own income. And so you guys are all being led to the slaughter. You're all being slaughtered by all of the other people in crypto mostly with margin trading links and other bullshit links that you don't need because that's the only revenue they got. Because otherwise you guys won't pay them, and there's not that many of you. So to be the guy telling the truth and pointing out the facts and putting things on paper and showing the audits and like to do all these things and then hear people yell fucking scam over and over and over and over again when everyone that uses it likes it. Like go in the chat room and ask people how it's going. How's it working? Do you like it? Is it fun? Are you enjoying it? Just do what you want. People like it. People like HEX a lot. But these idiots that have never used it or looked at it just scream, scam at the top of their lungs while they hold their bag of shit that's down 65%, and they don't realize they have a shitcoin too. You're like, hey guys, these things are primarily used for speculation. That's the world we live in. Your piece of shit that goes down 85% is only marginally better than someone else's piece of shit that goes down 90%. Assuming they continue oscillating and those things go back up. I'm sure there's some altcoins that will just go down and go down forever, like Omni or Counterparty versus Bitcoin. They just basically went down forever. I don't think Ethereum will do that. I think Ethereum will eventually pump again. Seems reasonable to me. Might not. Who knows, right? Probabilities, man. It sucks that I've got to hedge every single thing that I say with I'm not an investment advisor and all this bullshit, because somehow speaking plainly and truthfully about things is nearly illegal. It's just like terrible. There should be a better way. I'm reading your guys' questions here. Going out of the bottom. When can we buy something with HEX? Well, you can buy bags from somebody in chat now. They're like shiny. They've got like a really reflective material that when you hit it with a light or a camera flash, it like glows really far. I think that guy's in France. So if you want to buy some glowing like bags, he accepts HEX. You can also exchange your HEX on the free market for ETH, BTC, USDT. What else? We have a shirt store called hexshirt.com. However, the billing is turned off because dealing with billing sucks and is low margin, and everyone in Hex right now should be focused on scale. Now is the time to onboard everybody. We're viral, everyone's interested, everyone's talking, and that amplifies the performance of any other campaigns. So if you guys were thinking about marketing Hex as a referrer, I think now is a great time to do it because they're already likely to have seen something else about Hex in the space, and it should amplify the performance of whatever your offer is. This is a feature that you have to pay extra for in a lot of ad networks, right? I can't remember what it's called when you target a user across different domains. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a feature that you can pay for. Like in Google Analytics, they have like an advanced tracking thing that you can activate that tracks people across devices. I guess it just knows who you are somehow. Also, you can make a unique referral link per advertising campaign and then see which ones worked better and which ones didn't. I think that's very smart. Yeah, I remember when CME said they'd tame Bitcoin. That was pretty funny. They didn't tame shit. What keyboard am I using? This is an IBM touchpad. It's got a track point. It doesn't have a Windows button, which sucks because then things aren't where they're supposed to be. But this is ancient, so they didn't have Windows buttons back then. I should probably get like a newer version of this, I guess. I have a custom-built Tex Yoda, but the track point broke. And it's the second track point that's broke on it, so I don't really feel like super gluing it or getting a new one. Right now, I just want things that are reliable. I don't feel like building keyboards. I feel like building things at scale. I've already got 50 or 100 keyboards. I've got 100 key sets. I've probably got 50 keyboards. How can you claim you're making the world a better place when you literally own 50% of the crypto you're promoting? People, please stop being stupid. He could have walked away with ETH, but he also want 50% of the HEX. What the fuck? Listen, bro. If you don't like HEX, don't use it. Go away. If you don't like the world's first blockchain CD, go away. You don't have to use it. As a matter of fact, why don't you go build your own and set it up however you want and see if you can get people to use it? Go for it. HEX is designed the way it is. If it wasn't designed the way it is, it might not exist. So if you like that it exists instead of not existing, you should quit being a choosing beggar. They actually have a subreddit called choosingbeggars.reddit.com where people that are getting free stuff complain about how they want it delivered and how they need another one and can they install it for them and all this other crap because you guys don't recognize a good thing when it's handed to you. A new cryptocurrency has been invented that just launched with a $2 billion valuation on total supply, estimated total supply. In between, my math was 1.89 and like 2.4, something like that. And now, because everyone over FOMO'd then, the price dumped, the ratio dumped. Lucky you. What would it have been like when Bitcoin launched to be able to buy it at $1 instead of 30? So I bought it at 30 and it dumped. Man, wish I could have doubled my stack for a couple percent more back then, right? Now this is making assumptions that, price will go back up and all these other assumptions. And I've hedged so much, but I'm going to hedge again. I'm not an investment advisor. I have no idea what the price will do. I think it'll go down 85 or 95% one day like every other crypto has done. But maybe this staking thing removes so much supply that it doesn't do that. And maybe the timing, the stakes, removes volatility. Could happen, right? It's what it's designed to do. Cool. I hope it does those things. So to have a chance to get in on a cryptocurrency that you can get for free, that has no counterparty risk, you mint your own coins, you are the network, you can refer other people, they get a bonus for using a referral link, you get a bonus for referring them, and the entry just got better because the ratios just got better to get in, and it's the number 2 and sometimes number 1 project on Ethereum, the second most popular cryptocurrency in the world, and it might even be like number 1 if Tether hadn't moved all their Bitcoin transactions onto Ethereum. I have to check the math. So, what more do you want out of a new project? We're on 8 or 9 exchanges in 12 days, or how many days is it now? It's the beginning of the 14th day. So I'll say we finished the 13th day. So in 13 days, we have a tip bot, a Twitter bot, 2 Telegram bots, 2 statistics websites, 2 top X scam promoters that have stopped promoting scams, I think, and are now promoting HEX. All, ads from referrers on the Pirate Bay and on Bitcoin Wisdom, and phone calls coming into me talking about, hey, we want to list. Hey, I want to work with you. How can we work together? All this stuff. This is amazing. This is 13 days. This is amazing. $0 spent on marketing. Now the referrers did probably spend money on marketing, I assume. Unless they actually owned the thing and, just put a referral link on it and it didn't cost them because it was their own inventory. I don't know. And the other cool thing is you can look up to see how the referral program performed for them, because you can look up the address and see whether they did well on it or not. So the last time I looked, whoever the entity was that placed the ad on the Pirate Bay, they got 5 million HEX as a referrer, I believe. Actually, the address received 5 million HEX, and so I'm assuming it was from a referral, but it may have actually just been them buying or something. So I should actually look harder, make sure that it was a referral thing. I'm probably not going to get around to that, but you can do it. It's all public, right? There's just so much sticky, speculative things going on in HEX that aren't in any other currency. It's awesome. It's so good. If these things are primarily used for speculation, we do that better. If they're used for, removing volatility, I don't know if anyone else has a chart of future market supply. I think we're the only one. If you want to monetize time, I think we're the only one that does that. Referral program, I think we're the only one that does that. So, goddamn, what more do you want? It's amazing. It's amazing. And it works now. I don't see how it could be much better. It's really, 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 really good. Richard Hart makes me feel so stupid. I think I have a man crush. Thanks, Jack Black. Maybe if I get fitter, it'll be even harder for you to remain on your side of the screen. Did I say even fitter? I'm strong, but I'm not fit. I retract that statement. How do you get a coin listed? Well, in HEX's experience, they just list it and tell you about it. So, I don't know how it works for everybody else. I know sometimes they can ask you for money. I had a conversation with someone that asked for money, and I'm like, no, thank you. You can list it when we're popular enough. Thanks. I'm reading the chat. Something I don't usually do. I feel tired, so I'm being more tranquil, I guess. Been working pretty hard lately. I wake up, I work until I can't stay awake anymore, and I go to sleep. And then I wake up, and I work until I can't stay awake anymore, and I go to sleep. And I do that 7 days a week. I'm sure a lot of people say it's not sustainable. It might not be, but it feels like the right thing to do now. I don't know why people are saying Ripple and Lumens are worse. It's just it feels to me like a more honest XRP. And I think it has the same founder as XRP. I think Jared McCaleb founded both, something along those lines. So maybe if a guy founds two things, the newer thing is better than the older thing is probably how that works. So I don't have any problem with Lumens. They give them away for free. They give them away for free to Bitcoin holders too. Seems all right, what's the problem? It works. It works. You have a number, you type in how much you want to send, your number moves down, some other guy's number moves up, no one appears to have any problems. What do you want? It works. I could tell you a funny story about how Lumens got hacked and how they just paid the hacker by letting him keep the money effectively. They didn't pay him, but they let him keep the money. They didn't fork it out. And then they just reduced their supply in the foundation to make up for the supply the hacker got, because it was an inflation bug. So this hacker inflated the currency by, I think, about 1.5%. And I tell people about how shitty inflation bugs are and how they're the biggest threat to crypto. And it's just like I'm talking to a brick wall. Like, you guys keep talking about hash rate. Hash rate is not the problem. Bugs are the problem. Please listen to the words that I'm telling you. Please learn. Lot of inflation bugs. And if you keep improving your code and your code's spaghetti code, you're very likely to get more inflation bugs. I wouldn't be counting Trayvon as an asset. Listen, I never watched any of his videos. But then when people were like, hey, the BitConnect guys are promoting HEX, I watch their videos. I like their videos. I don't see them saying things that are outrageous. I mean, okay, some of Trayvon's shit he said was totally wrong, right? Like, he says, hey, if HEX goes wrong, we can just blame Richard. But I think he's being funny, right? I think he's making jokes. The majority of what I've seen from both of those guys has been accurate walkthroughs of the software. So the first time I saw someone run the flush function on the contract was when I watched Craig Grant do it on YouTube. I'd never seen it happen before. I didn't even know how to do it. So I learned right then and there how to do it. Like, wow, cool. Anyone can do that? I didn't even know anyone could do it, right? Like, it hasn't been my focus. So that was neat. And then what else? Walkthrough of the referral program. I've never done a walkthrough of the referral program in HEX. Craig Grant did. Showed how he was staking. Showed his laddered stakes. I've never seen anyone else show a video of their laddered stakes. Showed how much he was getting in referrals. Showed the referrals tab. I never did that. He did it. So look, I don't know what this guy did in the past, but from what I've seen, from the videos I've seen, it's good content. It's good content. It's fun to watch. And so, you know, I don't like all of his stuff, but if I've watched something and it looks all right, you know, I'll click like. Maybe I'll retweet it. But you guys are such little crybaby snowflake fucks out there that I almost feel bad retweeting things, because you're such a bunch of just scumbags that you poison people by association. Why don't you watch a video and tell me what's wrong about it instead of attacking a man's identity as though redemption isn't a thing? Like someone can't be worse and then be better. Yeah, getting better is something that people can do, and you should reward them for doing it instead of being a bunch of assholes about it and not even looking to see whether someone's turned a new leaf. You're scumbags for that. And if you're Christians, you might want to go check your Bible and see what it says about, you know, giving people a second chance. Bunch of fucking assholes out there. Sometimes I feel bad about giving you people free stuff. Truly. But I assume most of you are really good people, and it's just you loud, terrible, terrible people that just are so loud that you seem like a larger percentage of the population. I'm trying to actually not talk about HEX, but a lot of scrolling. People say, okay, maybe this says something about Bitcoin. Likely to see the new improvements to Bitcoin next year and soon after as well. Remember, Starbucks has announced worldwide acceptance of Bitcoin next year. You're a fucking idiot. You are so stupid. You're painfully, terribly stupid. Have you ever used Bitcoin, man? You know it takes about 10 minutes to get a confirmation. You understand you have to wait for a confirmation before you can securely accept funds. Because if you don't wait for a confirmation, somebody could spend 10 times at once and get 10 times as much stuff, which is the reason confirmations exist. Do you like doxing yourself? Do you like every dollar that you've ever spent in Bitcoin tied to your coffee you bought? Do you like waiting 10 minutes for confirmation? Do you like the poor son of a bitch cashier that has to serve your weird ass, having to spend 10 minutes looking for the device that she can bill you Bitcoin on because you're the only person to do it in 2 months and ruining her day? You're an asshole. Seriously. Or what's your other option? Oh, I'm going to get anonymous Bitcoin onto my phone. And then she's going to be trained and ready and willing to accept my Bitcoin. It's going to work great. It's not going to hold the line up for everybody else. Yeah? How are you going to get your Bitcoin? You going to get it from an ATM? You going to give it your AML KYC? You going to pay 10% markup? You going to mix it and hope the people you mixed with were actually different people? Or that you didn't get dirtier coins than your coins? Fuck all of that. Fuck all of that. That all sucks, which is why no one uses it. They're not using it. The reason people don't pay for coffee with Bitcoin is because it straight up sucks. It is a terrible, horrible user experience. It works okay for digital gold a little bit. It does not work for coffee. How much coffee are you drinking? Why don't you use Cash, which is more anonymous? Use Cash. It's more anonymous. It works when your cell phone battery's dead. I want to buy coffee with Bitcoin. Why don't you work on electronics retailers that actually have high enough like ticket prices and maybe get chargebacks and get them to accept Bitcoin and maybe have some type of useful utility in the world instead of the coffee vendors that are doing just fine, not getting charged back on their coffee sales. You know you can't even pay for a Bitcoin conference with Bitcoin because it sucks that much. You know when you donate to Andreas, he prefers you donate through Patreon so he can rebill you because Bitcoin sucks that much. The very people that are the hardest core in Bitcoin don't accept that shit because it sucks. Can the price still go up? Yes. Will it go up? I hope so. Is it good? Not really. The best part is the price goes up. Everything else, not that good. If you want it to be better, you need to quit dreaming it's good and build. Build solutions. Build. Quit crying. Ooh, my safe space. Ooh, my bag I bought has to be perfect. I have to pretend 3.7 fucking TPS is the best. It's not even close to good, man. Rich, don't associate with Trayvon, trust me. No, fuck you. Go make better videos than him, and I'll like and retweet your videos instead. How's that? You scumbag. Like, if someone's going to do good, I'm going to reward them for doing good. And if they turn bad, then I'm going to switch. I'm going to punish them for being bad. I'm not going to take your stupid, factless, baseless fucking claims, random. This dude's name is Bad Garlic Breath is his name. I'm not going to take Bad Garlic Breath's fucking advice out of a troll box over somebody that's producing content. Go make a video. You have a face and you have a phone. You have everything you need to go get on YouTube. Go spread your knowledge on YouTube. Go get some followers. Quit being a troll box loser. Actually, I'm going to have to ban this guy now because he's just flooding the chat room with his shit. Just think, you could still be able to speak if you said extra things that weren't the same thing 40 times. Joe Rogan accepts Bitcoin? I fucking highly doubt that. He may have been given an address and may remember that he has one, maybe. I doubt he's advertising it. I seem heated? Yeah, because, man, everyone on the internet's a player hater, fucking sad boy, sitting at home, being a loser, yelling at everyone else. And then eventually you're just like, yo, I can yell back, right? Like, designing something that kills scams by advertising like a scam, but not being one, and then out-competing them for energy, that's good for the world. But you guys, you do the opposite of what's good for the world. Instead of yelling at the actual scams, you waste my time. So stupid. Did you know there's someone that pretends to be Satoshi every day, all day? Where are you on that? Have you heard of Cloud Token? Have you, like, go get them. There's real ass scams. Go attack. Is HEX eventually going to be listed on Coinbase? I have no idea. I believe that if exchanges want to remain relevant, they have to list the relevant things in their ecosystem. So I would imagine that if HEX does very well, which it appears to be doing, that it should be listed most places you would want it to be. What would it take to get HEX on Coinbase? I don't think anything. I think they just list stuff they think's cool. I don't think there's any extra stuff that goes into that. And I know Brian likes Ethereum, and this is something that gets people to install a lot of Ethereum wallets. Thousands of Ethereum wallets have been installed due to my hard effort. The thing I designed is causing that to happen. That's why it's the number 2 app. If you can't get listed as the number 2 app, something wrong with the world. People are so stupid. Listen to this idiot. His name is Dick Cabeza. I'll stick with Satoshi. He put in a supply cap because he understands basic economics. First of all, most economists will tell you that hard money causes depressions. So your claim that he understands basic economics is not true, because whatever economics he understands has to be advanced or alternate, because it is not mainstream. You could say he was of the Austrian belief, and that is a niche. So you need to declare it as such. It is not basic economics, fuckboy. Second, you're not sticking with Satoshi. Satoshi didn't write SegWit. Satoshi isn't out on stage saying nice things about Bitcoin. I am. You can go look up my video in Malta, stand on stage, say only nice things about Bitcoin. It takes effort to just say nice things. This supply cap that you talk about, it's not really there. It's in the code, but the miners decide whether it gets to stay in the code or not. So whether you get to keep a supply cap or not is really just up to whether the miners want to leave it in or not. And then if they don't leave it in, what are you going to do? Troll box type? You can cry? You can be sad boy? What are you going to do? You ain't going to do shit. You can change your config file on your Bitcoin client and fork yourself off the network and mine no blocks, or have such a low hash rate that anyone comes and attacks you at will. So you don't really have a supply cap. You have a socially enforced supply cap, just like most other blockchains. So Satoshi's not here helping you. He's not writing Bitcoin improvement proposals. He's not saying good things about it on stage like other founders are. Vitalik founded a cryptocurrency, goes on stage, says nice things about it. I founded a cryptocurrency. I go on stage, I say nice things about it. Satoshi founded a cryptocurrency and said, fuck this, I'm out. Good luck, guys. Real courage, right? Satoshi's bag of Bitcoin is only worth, let's take a look here. Let's calculate what Satoshi's bag of Bitcoin is worth. I'm not done fucking up your statement yet, by the way. So Bitcoin's market cap right now is 128 billion. And Satoshi's got 1 million coins, and supply is 18 million. So let's do the math. 1 million over 18 million. He's got 5.56% of the supply. We'll just round it to 5.6%. So what's 5.6% of 128 billion? 128. And let's put that in millions. Satoshi's got $7 billion net worth. Illiquid. Couldn't possibly sell for anywhere near that number. Crash the market. So if you own $7 billion of Apple stock, you could sell that shit for pretty close to $7 billion because it's a very liquid market, and someone else would step in and just buy it from you because maybe they've been wanting to get in and looking for some way to get in with a lot of slippage or without a lot of slippage. If you've got $7 billion of Bitcoin, there's no one waiting trying to buy in for $7 billion. So you're going to have to eat a lot of slippage or execute over a very long time. So what's this $7 billion really worth, like adjusted for illiquidity? 4.5? Let's call it 4.5 or 5 for rounding. Now, let's go on the Forbes 400. Hello, computer. Do what I want. Thank you. I'm actually going to go to the Wikipedia version because it's going to be much more data efficient. If I find the right page. All right. List of Americans by net worth. Down at number 15, we're at 36 billion, which is about 8 times more than Satoshi. And the rest of the list as follows. Okay. So he's not in the top 15, where the top guy is 114 billion with Jeff Bezos, whose stock dropped at 95% at one point. And then the bottom is his wife that they divorced. And she's number 15, and her net worth is 36.1 billion from divorce. Not a bad job if you can get it. Then we've got a whole shitload of people in the 10 to 40 billion. Well, Satoshi wouldn't make that. And then we've got a whole ton of people. So I'm on a 4K screen, and it's 2 rows, and I have to page up. It's basically 2 pages by 2 rows on a 4K screen. That's how many people are the 4 to 10 billion. And he would just be in the lower range of this, is where Satoshi would be. All these people go in public. All these people go on stage. All these people, do lots of shit. They don't hide like a coward like Satoshi. Here's a few hundred people with more money than Satoshi. Not cowards. So in my opinion, Satoshi's either deceased or a coward. And, in either case, I don't know why people are so fanboy about it. I don't know. I mean, the work he did was okay, but just another guy. I don't get it. Oh, yes. So his statement was, Dick Cabeza, I'll stick with Satoshi. You're not. You're sticking with something that looks nothing like what he originally built. It was designed to be peer-to-peer digital currency. It's failed entirely to do that. Now it's digital gold. And now, that's not what he planned for. So you're sticking with whatever you've got now. It's not what he designed. And then he put in a supply cap. Look, about the supply cap. HEX has less inflation than Bitcoin has ever had in its entire existence after its launch phase. So the inflation rate in Bitcoin has dropped in half twice. And it has always been higher than about 4% until just the last few months. So is 4% low inflation? No, it's high inflation. The target that nation states have is 2%. So 4% is high inflation. And Bitcoin used to be 16%. So can you please shut the fuck up and tell me about Satoshi's knowledge of basic economics and a supply limit when it was a hyperinflationary piece of shit for a long time, like many proof-of-work currencies are? HEX is going to have lower inflation after it launches than Bitcoin has ever had up until the last couple months, and it's 10 years old. So, I don't know. Yeah. I think people don't know much about the technology or the price. They just have something someone told them, and then they just chant that shit back. Like, Satoshi was a god. Why not have, I have an idea, fuckwits. Why not have the inflation rate decline linearly over time instead of fucking ratcheting every 4 years? and then you'd have less supply shock bullshit. Goddamn, Richard, you're a genius. Maybe you're Satoshi. Huh. Or maybe there should have been an emergency down target to prevent eclipse attacks and shit, where if a bunch of miners leave, it takes forever to get the next block, and then the next block, and then the next block to finally get the 2016 blocks that you need to get a new retarget. That would be better. There's a lot of shit that could be better in Bitcoin, but you fucks have a bag of it, so now you think that it's the only thing that matters. I bought a bag, so it's got to be perfect. It ain't even close to perfect. Use HEX, see how it works, and then use Bitcoin, see how it works, and see which one you like better. It's that easy. The proof's in the pudding. Actually use both of them and see which one you enjoy more. Somebody says, can you comment on the zombie whale theory? More fan fiction, parade of imaginary horrible bullshit. Hey guys, do you remember that founder that murder is currency? It's pretty rare, you idiots. Like, people don't tend to murder the things that they invent. So, like, I'll address your question anyway. The origin could dump only to remass penalties and redump over and over again. How do you think murdering the people that bought is a good idea to get more people to buy? Do you kill the golden goose? Do you want milk and then kill Bessie the cow? No, you don't murder people if you want them to enjoy and use and spread the thing. So, like, any whale could murder any currency, but they choose to make the maximum profit for themselves by not shocking the price downwards away from their fucking sell orders. How stupid are you people? Where do you even come up with this shit? Show me one example in the history of cryptocurrency where anyone has done what the fuck you're talking about, ever. Where do you come up with this shit? I don't get it. Blockchains literally only operate because people follow logical, cost-effective self-interest, period. Otherwise, miners would just lie about what, like, it is uncommon to find people cutting their noses off to spite their faces. When you make funny stories about how people could fuck themselves over, they're not very compelling. I don't understand why you spend your time doing that. Hey, look, someone can destroy something, and then what? Why? Why would they do that? I've never walked around my house and just started destroying shit. Nope, not this house. Back when you played video games, back when I played StarCraft 2, some keyboards got fucked up, but I haven't had that problem in a long time. Somebody asks a half smart question. Somebody asks, as far as blockchains go, what's better, proof of work or proof of space? I believe you're talking about proof of space time, and I believe that was invented by the guy that works on Brave, whose name I can't remember right now. And it's whatever. I don't really care that much. If it were that good, there would already be some cryptocurrency using it as a proof of work, is my guess. But I don't know. Maybe it is that good and just people are lazy. You tell me. There's other alternate proof of works. There's proof of optical processing power, which I've seen. There's mining prime numbers with prime coin. There's I guess proof of space time. I think Filecoin and SIA try to do like proof of storage, but why do I care? Like, I don't care that much about that. If it worked and was more energy efficient, then I could see value in it. But I don't know. I care about scale right now. I care about reaching millions of people. And this little tidbit, tiny things that you're talking about, changing the proof of work from one thing to another, the people you're onboarding don't give a shit about that at all. And so probably you shouldn't. Someone says, SEC is coming after you. Well, I hope not, because they would be I believe, misspending their time. I think that what we're doing helps what they're doing. We both hate scams. We both, want the world to be a better place. And someone has got to build good stuff. And I think that we have built good stuff. So if you don't love HEX, you just don't understand it. It's really that simple. It's that good, and it is that innovative. Why aren't I in jail? Because I don't break the law. Which is why I have to have clunky conversations, free of expectations and no promises and all this stuff to make sure that it's legal. I assure you that this type of dedication to following the law is kind of rare in crypto. I'm teaching you about the Howey test better than anyone else. Why? Well, because I know and I care. Maybe there's some lawyers that do an okay job teaching about it, but I haven't really seen any that talk about it as much as I do. I don't understand why everyone's I know you guys hate it because HEX is successful, but how is crying for the government to be more powerful and to kill a successful thing make the world better? I don't understand. There's something wrong with you people. You're very hateful and very spiteful, and I don't know why you think that makes the world a better place. Welcome to my free YouTube channel without ads, where I teach you stuff that you didn't know. Welcome to my free self-help books that I wrote that make your lives better. Welcome to my free cryptocurrency that I invented that you can get for free. Welcome to... What more can I do for you people? What more can I do for you? I give you guys a lot. We're on hour 4. We're 4 hours and 16 minutes into this live stream. What more do you want from me? How about you say thanks? Thanks, Richard. We know you're sweating, man. Yeah, it's hot doing this. This big chandelier is hot. Bunch of loud, ungrateful scumbags. I made a chat room for you guys. You ungrateful scumbags out there. t.me/hexbad. And it's actually a pro HEX hate channel where you can hate HEX as much as you want. Tell me how fat I am, what a loser I am. For some reason, HEX doesn't get talked about that much. I get talked about a lot, which is just weird. But sure, go in there and have fun. I gave you guys a place to let your butthurt rage flow. And, I read it, I interact with you. And then you don't have to cancer up the rest of the world. You don't have to waste everyone else's mind space and time. You can let the rest of the world be free of your cancer, and we can concentrate your cancer in one place, and you can know you're getting your cancer right into my eyes. So I do a public service to the world, removing you from it and enduring your suctitude myself. Truthfully, it's kind of fun, though. Some things you guys say is funny. I'm a lot more vibrant and lively in that chat room. Because what am I going to offend people that should be offended? Good. Great. I've offended better. Yeah, people that miss the snapshot are like, do another snapshot so my coins can get in. It doesn't work that way, man. It's over. The contract is audited and locked and hashed, and ain't none of that happening. There's no going back. I'm not even going to read it. A person with a racial slur in his name types in all caps offensive things. I guess I'll just hide it. Or should I leave it there? As an example of how horrible people are. I'll leave it. HEX isn't free, someone says. If you had Bitcoin at the snapshot, which at least 9 million Bitcoin did have, at least 9 million, then you can claim for free. You can either mine your own Ethereum block, or you can pay someone a penny to run your software and mine that block for you. Paying a penny for something to happen is as close to free as you're going to get in this world. And if you have to walk to the store to get a free cheeseburger, I wouldn't be surprised if you burn more than a penny of calories having to do that. So having to incur a minuscule amount of effort to acquire something for free, I'm still going to consider free. Because otherwise I could measure how many calories my brain burnt evaluating your free offer and attempt to charge you for it. And you idiots just keep trying to break words and make words no longer useful. The word free should exist, and it should mean, like most other words, mostly free, right? Almost entirely free, whatever you want to call it. I hate you people. So what, free can't exist anymore because you guys want to seem smart. Destroying words is not smart. How much HEX will be on the supply of the AA on the last day? 365. Well, the last day is 350. 350 is the last day of AA. Well, 351 is the last day of AA. And then it ends at the beginning of day 352, and you have time to get your mint your coins and then stake them so that you can get the big payday that starts on day 353. So there's one day of slop in there that you have to get done what you need to get done to make the big payday. What is the supply going to be? If you go into t.me/hex crypto and you type !supply with no space, it's going to show you the estimates of what the supply will be at different claim percents, because the supply goes up, the more people free claim. The supply goes down, the less people that free claim. Now, there's a whole lot of other variables that go into how much supply there is. If you want a more advanced model, you can go to stakehex.com. You can see Paul's models there. Or we've got a C# version of the contract that you can run in a program called LinkPad and simulate user behaviors. If you're a developer, you can direct message me and I'll send you the developer-only chat. Just got like 60 or 70 people in there, maybe 90 people actually. I can't remember right now. It's at least 60. What else? You could just read the code and eyeball it and try and take a guess. So, I mean, right now we're 13 days in. We've got like 30x the days that we've done remaining. We've got about 1%, like 1.1 million coins of a maximum of 9 million that can claim. So, yeah, I have no idea. It's going to be in between 600 and 750 billion is my guess in there. That's my guess. But, I told you how to make better guesses, so have at it. Somebody says, thank you. You are welcome, Nestor Alvarado. You are welcome. Worthless HEX for ETH isn't free. So don't do it. If you don't like it, don't do it. If you don't like the ratio in the adoption amplifier, it's only because other people do like that. It's voluntary. If no one used it, apparently the tokens would just cease to exist. They would never come into reality, is what I heard from Paul on a live stream earlier today. And, he did the model, so he probably should know. You could check the code yourself. So if there is a value that you have to lose in order to mint your own coins, that value came from what other people thought was cool. So I'm sorry your opinion is different than theirs, and therefore you don't see the value they do. Get it for free, or go make your own cryptocurrency, or be a referrer. I'm sorry that it's not free enough for you, choosing Beggar Boy. Scumbag. I mean, I mine Bitcoin for free by double-clicking an EXE. And a bunch of idiots that want to break the meaning of the word free say, oh, you paid for that. Dude, I double-clicked an EXE. Coins appeared. Do you think I, incur some type of fee when I double-click other EXEs? No. Your stupid brain, to try and defend your bag value, says that there was some exchange of value for it. No, man. I double-click that EXE just like I double-click the StarCraft 2 EXE before it. I didn't pay to pay the StarCraft, and I didn't pay to mine the Bitcoin. I'm not gonna count the extra penny or two of electricity to make you guys feel better about your bags. Idiots. Free can't exist because you guys want your bags to cost more. Scumbags. You're similar to the people that create 75 genders that randomly mutate. Doesn't make the world a better place. Can I send HEX to the A and get ETH? No. Anything that you send to the, anything that gets sent to the contract ain't coming out. So I think because it's an ERC20, if you send it ERC20 tokens, they just get trapped there forever, I think. So they invented like an ERC223 to make it so that you could spend other weird random stuff that people sent, but then you're using something that's less reliable. And so it's better that if people screw up, that they take personal responsibility for their screw ups, and then you have something that's more reliable. So yeah, I'm not sure what happens if someone sends HEX directly to the contract. I don't know. You'd have to look it up. Code's viewable. Go to etherscan.io, plug in the contract address. It's written right at the top of hex.win. Click the code tab, read the code, and you tell me. I think it's under 2,000 lines, I think, in that screen. How do I still see? Oh, I left this guy. There was debate whether I mute him or not. Thanks, Richard, for all your time and life lessons. I don't look at the world the same anymore after finding your channel. I hope I provided you value, man. I hope I made your life better. And I hope in some way, by making your life better, it'll make everyone else's lives better. I appreciate the kind words. They're very rare in Cryptoville. A whole lot of hate. What's my thoughts on the carnivore diet? I don't know. Seems all right. I mean, you should have higher muscle mass due to increased protein intake, and you should have, more a lower caloric intake due to being satiated quicker. You'd be full quicker. You won't get like that sugar rush and carb rush that makes you want to eat more, and eating food with less variety also tends to make you full sooner as well. So I think you'd gain muscle mass and lose weight on a carnivore diet. You just have to watch out for ketosis and, bad breath, and every diet has its trade-offs. Somebody says apply pressure to snowflakes. Yeah, fuck these guys. I mean, like, if you're not helping me build something amazing and you don't have synergy with me, what real utility have you? If you're wasting your time in here advertising ideas that are false, you're not doing anyone in the world any good, and you should know that. If you've got questions about HEX, the answers are all written and all done in video already, and you should already know the answers. There's three places you need to go. t.me/hexcrypto. Type !pasta. There's your answers. 2 of those triggers, I believe, will take you to 2 other rooms where you could talk about specific things, like the adoption amplifier, or like the recycling FUD, or any of that stuff. HEX AA and HEX FUD. And if you want to just talk shit and be hateful, HEX bad. And you're supposed to be hateful and talk shit there. It's totally fine. Like, it's fine. You can make funny GIFs of me. You can, insult me. It's what it's for. I like that room. So the answers are all, we've had these same questions for 2 years. We've all the answers written for you. You need only read them. Keep winning, Rich. I'm winning, dude. Like, it's happening. It's great. I've been winning for a long time. Now everyone gets to win a little bit more with me. Question, Mr. Hart. No, he said Mr., so I'm like, okay, maybe this question's all right. Do you know if people handed over their BTC keys upon seizure, as you claim it is not censor proof of government seizure? And yet, what if they were compelled by the law wrench? Yeah, people get their BTC seized all the time, and the government sells it all the time. You can seize Bitcoin easy as fuck. You just seize the keys. It's data. Easy as fuck. Ask Silk Road guy, Mr. Ross. Ask him about whether Bitcoin can be seized or not. He was logged into his computer at the library. They tackled his ass. They took his computer. Dun dun dun. There's all the Bitcoin. Seized. And they sold him to Tim Draper through the auction, the Federal Marshal's auction. So yeah, you can seize the fuck out of Bitcoin. There's nothing magical or special at all about it. Now the one thing you can't do is use a court order to order the network to seize without the keys. So that particular form of seizure, which is rare, the network is resistant to that. But I don't think most people would even consider that confiscation. It's different. Confiscation is when they take something from you physically. A court order, an injunction, or another type of order to cause one party to treat you differently, like if you owe somebody money civilly, they can dock your pay. There's a word for that. I can't remember it right now. So when, that is not, I don't think that's considered seizure. I think there's a different word for that. So if you want to describe Bitcoin's resistance to network attacks against your value, I don't think unconfiscatable is an accurate representation of that property whatsoever. I think it is noob and stupid and wrong, and that this shit is seized all the time and sold by governments all the time. So you might as well use better language. If I was more awake, I could probably come up with something, but I would bust out at the source for this and look up, the precedent on what legal orders language is. See if we could find the right one for compelling a third party to fuck you over. Maybe uncompellable. I don't know. Somebody says FBI hacked the Tor network and that's how they got Dread Pirate Roberts. No, that's not how they got the Dread Pirate Roberts. They got the Dread Pirate Roberts because his server, like many servers, gets configured improperly. And then there's things you can do to interact with the server to cause it to tell you its IP address. And then all of the forwarding and routing and Tor onion stuff that goes in front of the server is irrelevant because it looks up its own IP address behind all that shit and then displays it to you over that shit. And then you know where to send your subpoena. So now, does Tor still get 0-dayed sometimes? A year or two ago, I think it did. So you can still get a 0-day against Tor and hack whoever the hell you want. But that's the rarest form of hack, right? Like that's the highest, that's the golden standard for how good a hack can be is, a 0-day full root access, Most people that get fucked up on crypto, like Ross ordered passports to his squat house that he was staying in. And then the government delivered them to him. And then he was asked questions about them. Now, after that happened, did he move? No, he stayed. So you ordered fake passports to your squat house where you use a fake name to rent. And the government delivers them to you. And you decide to stick around and continue to operate a criminal conspiracy. What? Okay. I don't get it. So, I don't know. He didn't need to get fucked up from the digital angle. He fucked up the physical angle, And most of these criminals, they fuck up the physical angle or their IP leaks because their proxy fails. And they get found out. And it only has to leak once. One single time. So. I like how people say shit in chat and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It is a religion. Like, why are you guys wrong about everything? I don't get it. Someone spams floods chat with 8 instances of HEX is a curse. This isn't a coincidence. HEX is a hexagon, mate. Like, what portion of people uses hex wrenches at work versus practices witchcraft? But like, what portion of people has ate beeswax out of a beehive or seen bubbles? Like, the vast majority of hex instances are not witchcraft oriented. You suck. I can't remember the last time a witchcraft movie that was good came out. I'm going to give you the old hide from channel so no one ever has to see that shit again. Bye-bye now. Ooh, this one's caught by the filter. Must really suck to be such a loser. Your idea of a good time is... Oh. All right, he was on my side. He was talking to the guy that was spamming chat. Thanks, Josh. Yes, that guy was a loser. The t-shirt straight out 80s Miami. I like this a lot. I think this looks fucking great. I really like it. I love the Hex logo. And we put a lot of work into it. A lot. This magenta is super hard to get. So if you use direct to print, or even print on a normal piece of paper, you just can't get this magenta to pop like that. It just looks dead and like a darker purple. So to get a material that hammers this bright color like that is like super important to me, because I care about color a lot, which is why I use hot lights that represent color better. If you use fluorescence or you use LEDs, the reds don't punch as hard. Like, for instance, this uses LEDs, so the reds don't punch as hard as it should back there. Most people don't notice this stuff. I do. Scrolling down. Man, I am so behind. All right, I'm going to page down 20 times. Oh, here we go. This guy's appealing to tone. Richard Hart, there are many valid questions being asked, and you seem to selective towards people to attack instead of answering legitimate questions. All right. Well, I read yours, so now point me the one that I'm missing. Please. Nick Thompson. I'm going to give him 20 seconds to hear me say that so that he can type, because there's lag. Yes, the number of questions exceeds my ability to read them, as I just skipped 20 pages of them to get to the bottom. Now I'm going to specifically look for this dude's Mr. Nick Thompson. Nick Thompson, please tell me what important question I missed, please. Or if any of you other guys know what he's talking about, please. Turn on my candles. Okay. I'll do it. Just for you. Ah. I'm only going to light the ones that are like super straight. These crooked ones, I don't feel like watching them drip all over the place. No, that one's not going to work. Maybe? Maybe. Last time I tried to light this one, it just wouldn't light. Look, it's immune to flame. What a good candle. Look at it. Just doesn't care. Doesn't care about fire. What on earth is wrong with this candle? It's real life? Yeah, it just doesn't care. All right. Well, you get 2 candles, mate. Ugh. You know what? I grabbed water, too. Man, it better not drip anywhere. I want to account for it dripping just in case. For the people. Actually, man, you know what? It don't got to be hot in here. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Enjoy the candle. I'll be back in 60 seconds. We're going to set this up the pretty way. Now, I've got two badass cameras here. And one of them does low light better than the other. So, I'm going to try switching them. See what it does. That's the first time I've ever taken a potty break on stream that I can remember. This looks all right. Now let's change the camera. I'm going to change to another camera. See if I can get it to load. You guys can enjoy the difference. All right, so here's the other one. Let's see which one's better. So this here is an A7S. And then this is the A7R2. So this is a 50 millimeter f1.4, so it's a little bit wider aperture. This seems like I'm a little more pink because this capture card's 422. And then this is a 420. See how I lose the skin tones? Just faded. So look at the gradient in the hex. This is 422 versus 420. Wow. The A7S gets its ass kicked by the A7R2. I never would have guessed that. Lucky me. I don't think I've got dynamic range turned on in this one. I'll turn that on. For science. Nope, it is on. Yep, all right. Well, I guess the A7R2 is better. You can actually shoot lower light, but you got to put it on crop frame mode. And then I'd have to move it farther away. I don't feel like doing all that crap. I'm going to turn off this other input. Look at the green too. You see how there's like 2 different tones of green there? But then when I switch to the A7S, yeah, there's no question. Like, look at the resolution on this. See these lines? It's just better on this one. So we're going to stick with this one. That's what we're doing. Back to chat. All right, chat. I feel sorry for you guys that aren't watching this live, because it's going to take YouTube hours and hours and hours to process this. So after the 2-hour mark, it'll just be blank. And then people will go, what happened to the other hours? And you're going to have to wait like a day until YouTube's done processing them. All right, I'm going to chat again. All right, chat. I'm going to move your chat window over to where I can kind of look at you, instead of always kind of being turned away. I'm going to kill this white light so that we don't mix a yellow and a white light. I'm going to check my results. I don't know, that might be too dark. I'm going to test it like this. No, that looks good. I'm all right with it. So this is called a key light. It's a strong light, and I should have a fill light here, but I don't feel like lighting another candle. Do I? I do, actually, because screw you guys. Why not? I'm here for 5 hours. I'll light a candle on this side. And then I'll have a fill light. And then we'll be good. Glory and production value. Let's see how this works. Now, light falls off exponentially by the inverse square law, I believe it's called. So if I move closer to this, it gets a lot brighter. See how overexposed I am now? But if I back off just a foot, huge, gigantic difference. Totally gigantic difference. So if you ever need something to be brighter, moving closer is like a really good way to do that. Yeah, this one's just farther away, unfortunately. It's just going to be weaker. I could blow one of these out. I'll just leave it. It's fine. When you have a light coming back from this angle, it creates your jawline, your cheekbone. It's called a kicker. Usually people will throw a hair light in from behind up top to put a silhouette around your head. But we're not really doing television production here. Can't believe the A7S got its ass kicked like that. All right, homies. Now I'm going to read your stuff. I'm going to look for that Nick dude's question first. I'm all right with this. I can see this cheek. I'm all right with it. See how there's a shadow when I put my hand there? Overexposed on this side, though. I think I will have to blow out one of these. That ain't going to work. Let's try that. Balance it out. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. See, the camera's trying to overexpose. The camera's trying to expose the whole frame. It's mostly black. So it's like, it's probably blowing out this corner, but whatever. Do I care? This actually looks pretty good with the... I might just leave this for fill. I will go with that. Fuck it. All right, guys, question time. Scrolling up to that dude, Nick. He said I was skipping stuff, which I have been skipping stuff. Where's your stuff, Nick? How much did you guys talk while I was gone? Not that much, right? Control F, don't fail me. Nick Thompson. Okay. I've got 2 Nick Thompsons here. And it says, nice way to let those questions get lost in the chat. But I search your name and I only get 2 results for it. So maybe the search is broken? Just gonna turn on timestamps? All right, you're gonna have to repeat yourself, Nick Thompson. I specifically want your question. So you have to repeat yourself now. And in the meantime, I will answer other people's questions. Somebody asks, daily data section in the homepage, day payout total for each day. What does that mean? We'll get some of all days, or is cumulative? I don't know. I haven't really watched that. You should go ask in HEX claims. Smart technical people watch it for questions like that. So t.me/HEX claims, plural. Do I know Bram Cohen? No, but that was the guy that I think wrote Proof of Spacetime and works on Brave. And I believe also helped invent JavaScript or something fancy. Some other fancy, cool claim to fame programming for him. Could you do more of those self-help videos? Yes, that is what comes after HEX, Sci-Vive, making the world a better place, hopefully to get medical research done. But you got to give people what they want, and what they want isn't medical research. They want money, power, respect, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and you got to give them what they want, and then once everything's good, hopefully you can pivot them into wanting to be around longer. Is my opinion on that. Wish this candle was in front of the HEX logo, but oh well. Replace the cup. Let's replace the cup. For aesthetic. Now we've got 2 candles on the screen. Cool. Do I know Bram Cohen? I mean, I just know of him. Do you have anything planned for HEX a year or 2 from now? I can't tell you, because that sounds like expectations. So, no. But lots of other people do, though. Maybe you're one of them. Maybe you're going to do something cool. Someone says, Richard, can you talk about the ex-dev who parades on other channels about his regrets? Yes, I can. When you work on a project, it makes you feel important. And then when you don't work on a project anymore, you don't feel important in regards to it anymore. And so for personal significance, you would prefer that the project kind of not do well without you because it needed you or something. It makes you feel more important. And people want to feel important. That's why we wear jewelry and why we try and have good postures and wear fancy, colorful stuff and look like Dracula and whatnot. People want to feel important and cool. And they should, because that's the important, that your desire to feel important is society's power and control over you. So you think that you're becoming more powerful by, dressing this way and these things, and to a degree you are, but in reality that power comes from doing what the society approves of. And so your quest for significance and importance is actually, in some small form, slavery to the desires of others. I understand that, and I like others enough that I'm willing to dress nicer to make their lives better, so that when they look at me, it's a more enjoyable experience. So, in regards to work, if you worked on something and then you left it, and then a year later it went great and you weren't there for that, well, what options would you have to try and feel important and feel as though you were still in the game and relevant? Well, you could either talk about how you were part of it and that was good, or you could talk about, how it could have been better if you were there, or right? So you're basically, you're choosing from a panel of ways to feel better. Because, I can tell you that I've got friends and I've had them for a while, and what you discover is that they have jealousy. Some have more, some have less. But if you tell them something bad happened to you and you see them smile, you know that they were happy that that bad thing happened to you. And they might regret it and know that they're being a bad friend, but just that subconscious programming that people have to want to see bad things happen to other people that you feel like you're on the same playing field with, that you're in competition with or whatever, you see it in your friends. And so some cultures, they choose not to brag. Americans in general choose to brag. And it creates this dynamic where, will your friend help you if you ask him to? Yes. Will your friend give him good advice if you ask him to? Yes. If you stub your toe really hard, is your friend going to smile? Yes. If you lose a lot of money, is your friend going to smile? Yes. But then if you ask him to loan you the money, he ain't going to smile. So it's like, it's this weird dynamic where you can be friends, you can be on the same team, but there's this theme of jealousy and competition amongst men that sucks. It really sucks that someone that is a close friend of yours wants something bad to happen to you. And they don't want to be that way, but it is the way their emotions go. And I think everyone can feel that, if you see someone else take an opportunity that you could have took and it works out great for them, I think that makes you, for some people, feels bad, right? Like they should have done something different. So in my opinion, the dev can go and talk and anything he wants, anywhere he wants. I support his free speech. It's totally cool with me, and like you don't have to go far to find people that want to say bad things about HEX. And they're all wrong. And I've written it all down. And there's a video and a piece of text for every single bad thing anyone has said. And it's been that way for years. And so even, when I hear XDev speak about the software, they get a lot of things wrong, just because they don't remember it as well. Like things have changed, things have gotten better, so their recollection isn't as good as it might have been had they not paused. So yeah, and I support it. Like I believe in free speech. I believe everyone should have an opinion. The entirety of arguments against HEX boil down to one of maybe three things. One, they don't like that whoever invented it, or how do I phrase this? They don't like that there is an address that is getting economic energy. They don't like that someone else is doing well in the world. Even if it is meritocracy, even if it is deserved, these people don't want to see other people do well. They don't like it. So this is such a common behavior that we've named the behavior. It's called player hating, or being a crab in a bucket, or I'm sure there's other words for it. People want other people to fail because through their failure, it can make them feel better about being losers, I guess. Now I feel this sometimes myself, and I don't know whether I just learned to kill it or just went away with time, but it's not something that I think you reach a phase where you're so comfortable with yourself that you don't have to lie about the traits of other people to maintain that comfort with yourself. I know I'm old and fat. I know my posture when I'm sitting here is garbage. I know that I curse too much. I know, I could have a tan. I could be skinnier. I know everything that sucks about me. I could do this math on screen better. I could upgrade this keyboard to something with a Windows key. I've slammed my hand into this stupid thing so many times. I'm thinking of putting it back here, but the screen's on the right, and my mouth's on the right, so the audio's better, but it's ruining my natural hand motions, which is pissing me off a bit. Even though I know all of those terrible traits about myself, there's a lot of things I love about myself. I work very hard. I'm very honest. I've helped many people's lives. I've taken the hard road and done things the hard way, the right way, and to great, personal cost, but also personal reward. And so for me, to say, look, Roger knows more about mining hardware than me. He owns that shit and runs it. I do not. He knows more than me. He got into Bitcoin before I did. He knows more about what's going on BCH. There's a lot of things I could learn from him. I think I could learn more from him than he can learn from me in the crypto space. If we start to branch out into marketing and sales and psychology and stuff like that, that's my domain, right? Because that's where I've spent my time, my expertise. So I like myself enough that I don't have to bullshit and lie about other people, sucking. No, like a lot of people have great utility in certain areas, and you should respect them and honor them for that and try and learn from them where you can. And then you end up just feeling better about yourself because it's not a competition anymore, right? So if you go through this world with a chip on your shoulder and you think that you're smarter than everyone else, I assure you you're not. You're probably not even smarter from yourself 2 months ago. You forgot some shit from back then. Now you know different stuff. So you're differently smart. You're not smarter, you're differently smart from yourself, let alone other people, let alone what you'll be in 10 years. So by stopping trying to be more free, you become more free. By being okay with less freedom, you become more free. By being okay with less significance dominance, you become more significant and more dominant. By letting go of some things, it's like a Chinese finger trap. The harder you pull, the tighter it gets. There's some things in life that when you let them go, you become more powerful, and ego is one of those things. So I think I have an accurate ego. I know what I suck at. I know what I'm good at. I know all the fuck ups I've made. I know not all, but a lot of the good things I've done. And I'm just accurate, right? I'm just like, if I go out in the street and I see a dude who looks like a model, and I'm then, there's some chick around, and I'd be like, yeah, that girl would definitely fuck that guy before me, right? And then apparently that's a problem for some people. They just can't recognize reality. Like they can't get where they're at in the world and just measure it properly. They don't. Seems weird to me. I don't know how misleading yourself is so useful. Dan asks, what are you using to stream with different cameras? I've got 2 capture cards, one that does 422 color and one that does 420. And the 422 is tied to a A7R2 on a 50mm f1.4 at f1.4. And the A7S is on a 55mm f1.8 at f1.8. And the A7S is just getting its ass kicked. Now, I'm nearly positive that if I switch the A7S to the other capture card, that it would outperform. But this is more than good enough, and it's got better autofocus, so I'm going to stick with this. In effect, people that dislike HEX, they mostly just don't understand it. And if people did understand it and they still didn't like it, it's because they don't like that someone else is doing well in the world for working hard. Whoever, whatever might be able to control those keys has economic energy that, they didn't have previously. And because, they're part of something great. And then what would the other hateful thing be? Everyone's, what's the utility? And he described to them things that are amazing about it that have never existed in the world before. Monetizing time, chart of future market supply, increased Sharpe ratio, starving scams of press. But their brain just doesn't hear it. Their brain just doesn't get it. Because it didn't know those things were things you could even want until you let them know, hey, these are things that could exist. So the only thing maybe their brains can understand is like more throughput. Apparently they don't even understand more security. You explain more security and their just brain doesn't get it. So these people, they ask, why would someone buy this? And you're like, well, it's a new token, and new tokens tend to appreciate more than old tokens because they have lower market caps that are easier to move. And this has product market fit, as you can see, by the people using it. And it's the number 2 app on Ethereum, and it has over $1 billion of free claims, and it has all these unique features that nothing else has. And we know those features are valuable because they're valuable in the real world, and nothing else is addressing those use cases. It does every fucking thing you could want except high liquidity, retail acceptance, and anonymity. And anonymity is actually being worked on by somebody. It's going to be a fork of the Tornado Cash contract, which just cleared some audits. So what else could you possibly want? If you don't think HEX is awesome, your brain doesn't work right. It just doesn't work right. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it has all of the things that you should like. It has almost everything you can have. You should really like it. And then this socialist rage with trying to like count other people's money and such. Everything that scales and gets big in the world gets diluted. So when you have a public company, originally you owned all the shares or some large portion of them, and now you're going to go public and you're going to sell shares to the public. And what is that going to do? It means that you're going to own less, but you're going to own less of a larger pie because the value of the company is going to increase because all the money these people are putting into it. So you get a smaller piece of a larger pie and you end up winning. And the richest people in the whole fucking world own publicly traded companies. So you can go to that Forbes richest people in the United States list, whole shitload of publicly traded shares there. And so in this world that we live in, the most valuable things in the world are publicly traded companies. And the most wealthy people in the world are people that own those. I'm sure you could find outliers. Go waste your time doing that. But in general, the things I'm saying are accurate here. Well, what is the difference between that, a world where you used to own almost all of something, and then you got diluted to bring people on, and then you got diluted to bring people on, and then you got diluted, which means you own less, to bring on the whole planet. And in the end, you have scale, and you have mass, and you have impact. That dilution process is in effect like what happens between a coin founder and the coin users. So let's take Satoshi. Satoshi invented a coin and he stealth mined it, and he mined the living fuck out of it before it was popular. And since he got to mine the living fuck out of it before it was popular, that actually became a method that people use to launch coins now because they don't want to be accused of a pre-mine. So what they do is they make sure it's not popular, and then they pretend to market it a couple places. Then they mine the living shit out of it, get the difficulty nice and high, and then they tell everyone else about it once they've got enough of the supply for them to be happy. And all of you unrealistic people out there that try and force your socialist values and say, I'm only okay with this, right? Like, I'm only okay with the way Satoshi did it. Pre-mine, no. Stealth mine, I'm okay with stealth mine, and then disappearing and having no idea, who has those keys now and all that shit. Okay, well, there's a lot of other ways to do it that have raised many, many, many multitudes more billions of dollars and had many, many, many times more impact through public companies. That appears to be a vastly superior system for making a difference in the world. And they don't stealth mine. One guy owns everything and found some shit, and then he gets diluted to bring some people on, and he gets diluted to bring some people on, and he gets diluted to bring some people on. So if you invented a coin and you owned it all, how much dilution would you want to eat in order to share it with the world? And really, what value are those people bringing that are buying it? In the beginning, when people were given the Bitcoin that they were mining, they provided security for the network. So you could say that the security of the network at that time, when it was on CPU, was in proportion to the number of people that used the network due to Metcalfe's law for value. But even back then, it didn't have price, so whatever. And it helped secure the network and prevent other CPU having people like botnets from attacking, because you were actually protecting yourself from someone outside the system. That doesn't exist now. Now it's just SHA-256 hash, and all that hash is in the system because it's got 10x more market cap than the next SHA-256 thing. So how much dilution, as a person that invented something and made the world a better place, how much dilution would you want to eat in order to bring other people on board? Well, how much value are the other people bringing? When you buy Bitcoin, what really did you do for the world? You removed some liquidity from the sell side of the order book. You might have lifted the price a penny. And yeah, that's all you did. You just bought that shit. Congrats, you bought something. Now, do you deserve like a percentage in perpetuity of somebody else's work or some shit? Did you buy shares in something? No, you didn't. and you didn't change the world. You bought something and hoped that you could sell it to someone else for a higher price later. You speculated. Didn't invent shit. Didn't work. You spent money on something. So this concept that people have that when a new thing exists, that they deserve all of it, or lion's share of it, or something, it comes from like fantasy la-la-ville. I don't know why on earth you think you deserve so much for doing nothing. You didn't do anything. So in the case of HEX, let me tell you how little you people did. A interest rate had to be chosen. What should the interest rate be? Let's tweet it. Hey guys, what do you guys think the interest rate should be? Fucking crickets. No responses. You guys were all useless. When HEX was being designed and you were asked for input on how things should be made better, you were silent. And so someone else had to do that hard work and figure that out because you guys were too lazy or stupid or unmotivated or whatever your problem was. You had years to chime in and help improve HEX. Years to do it. And some people did. Some people stepped in, they found bugs, they described things that could be done better, and those things became reality. And those people should be proud. They helped make the world a better place. But you guys that come along last and want to buy something and sell it to the next guy for higher, you need to chill out with your fucking expectations. If you're able to participate in something that is the first of its kind, and you happen to be lucky enough to be aware of it, primarily because someone shoved it down your throat for the most part, yeah, you might want to chill with your expectations. And as far as those expectations go, Bitcoin drops 85% pretty fucking often. That's the blue chip. That's the gold standard. That's the best we can do. 42% of all coins held by 2,000 addresses, which are controlled by less than 2,000 people. Notice I say controlled, not owned. Show me where the good is in that. You're going to revolutionize the world with Bitcoin? You own the tiniest bag of it, bro. Every time you say good things about Bitcoin, you're pumping a banker's bag because he owns more Bitcoin than your ass. Yes, the bankers own more Bitcoin than you do, and the Ponzi schemers own more Bitcoin than you do. So you're going to make the world an amazing place by shilling your Bitcoin bags? You're going to cure things in Africa? Yeah? Tell me how you're going to cure things in Africa. Because where I come from, Bitcoin gets bought with money, and they don't have any money. So how are they going to buy the Bitcoin that's going to make everything so much better? They also happen to have shit connectivity, and Bitcoin needs connectivity. And they also have shit electricity generation. So I guess they won't be mining, and then I guess they won't be part of the consensus network, and then I get like, oh, this shit's been around 10 years. It ain't helping nobody in Africa. So a lot of moon boys, they want the moon, and they want to lie to get there. I'm happy with getting the moon and just admitting that this stuff's mostly for speculation, as it currently is. It's more of a utility token for margin trading than it is a currency. I guarantee if you look at how many transactions are happening on chain and you measure how many of them are going to exchanges instead of like peer-to-peer, I think you'd be surprised at the speculative nature of this instrument. And that's okay with me because I don't have to lie to myself to feel good about it. It may suck now, but it may be good one day. And it's the highest appreciating asset class in the whole world. So isn't that good enough? Isn't that good enough? Does it also have to cure cancer and cure politics and do all this and like cure voting security? And no, chill the fuck out with your expectations. It doesn't need to do all those things. Be happy that the price keeps going up for no fault of your own. How many people in this world have done more to market Bitcoin than I have? 10? 12? I've put my years in. What the fuck have you done? Less. You've done less than I've done. You know less than I know. I share my knowledge with you for free and have done for years. I should be thanked, not shit talked into eternity. Unbelievable. Yeah, so a bunch of socialist, non-productive people see something amazing coming to the world, and they think they deserve more, even though they did fucking nothing. And I think it's disgusting, truthfully. So, I don't get it. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if I went to a restaurant and I ordered the food that was on the menu and I was like, hey, give me some more food. Well, sure, there was the menu, and you saw the price on the menu, and you said, I want that, and then we gave you that. So what is this it ain't good enough bullshit? Unreasonable. Unfucking reasonable. Read the code. You are the network. It is amazing. Everyone likes it. The people that don't like it have never used it. Speaking in generalities here, you can go analyze the chat and see if you see the same type of things. Everyone I know that hates it has not used it. Yeah, I don't hold you people to a very high standard, and you just impress me. Some small portion of you impresses me with how truly shitty you are. And it just blows my mind. I'm doing more to defund scams than you are. I'm doing more to get people to take possession of their keys than you are. I'm doing more to spread the truth of the differences between different cryptocurrencies and letting people choose honestly what type of security throughput trade-offs they want, what kind of convenience security trade-offs they want. What the fuck more could I possibly do? Oh, I know what I could have done. I could have removed the adoption amplifier, and then the referrers wouldn't be able to make any money right now, because they'd only be able to sell to the fucking 20 guys that had Bitcoin back at the snapshot. And there would be no halo price by which the market could decide the value, and then exchanges could look to check for sanity against. And you people don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It kills me. So if you don't like HEX, it is your problem. It is not because HEX isn't amazing. It is. Your brain doesn't work right. You need to feed your brain better data. The data is available for you in written and video form, and it's pretty well curated now. It exists on t.me/hex crypto, type !pasta. t.me/hexaa, read the pinned. t.me/hex FUD, read the pinned. All your questions are answered. All the ones that can be. There's some that can't. Like, I can't predict the future. I can't give you expectations about things. Yeah. So if you think HEX sucks, you just don't understand what it is. And if you have some worldview where you get to decide what people can choose to require as consensus rules to participate in a network, go build your own network, or shut up and say thanks. Thanks. No one wants your input. People that have never built anything good in your entire life, that don't even know what the top 10 market cap coins consist of, or which ones did well and which ones didn't do well and why. You're not qualified to design a cryptocurrency. Your input is harmful, not useful. You had 2 years to give it. You didn't give it. Now you can shut the fuck up and enjoy the ride. Scroll down to the bottom here. Never did find Nick's question. I'm going to search for your question again, Nick. Richard Hart, answer valid questions. Less ranting and saying how stupid people are. Okay, that's not a question. Control F. What's next? Nick Thompson, Glockmatics. Can I ask if you're being paid and how much you make? Who? I don't know. I guess he's trying to accuse somebody in chat of making money. I think most people in chat make money. That's how they pay for food, right? I don't get it. Is Glockmatics an admin or something? Just doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't even remember seeing. Let's do a search. So let me finish up Nick. So it turns out, Nick, that you accused me of ignoring your questions, but you're actually a fuckwit. But I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to hope that a question does appear here. Nick Thompson, I'm confident that Coinbase won't list HEX. Also, I am confident that Trace Meyer won't hold it either. I'm confident you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Remember when there was that rumor that Coinbase wouldn't list XRP because it might be a security? Yeah, they listed that shit, didn't they? I think Coinbase even participates in a list of what might be and what might not be a security, along with some other companies. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I regret even looking at your questions now, but we'll keep giving it a try here. Has Satoshi's coins moved, and do you honestly think they will stop dribbling? That doesn't even make any sense. I am unaware of any of Satoshi's coins that have moved. I don't know what dribbling you're talking about. Talking about the Bitcoin price? You're terrible at writing. He's crickets on valid questions, letting them simply pass by and not have to acknowledge them. This is very worrying, in all caps. Nick, you stupid fucking retarded bastard. I'm searching the chat for your questions, and they all suck balls. You probably suck balls. Please have a single good question. Please. Now he's asking someone else if they're being paid. Another person I've never heard of. Why Richard calls people's names. Listen to this language. Yes, Moon Boys, love it. Why Richard calls people's names and condescends with name calling is beyond me. I'm sure it is beyond you. I don't doubt that at all. So we're two enter presses from never having to hear from you again. And that's it. Now we're going to ban him because he is a scumbag. What a waste of everyone's life. So sad. Let's scroll down to the bottom and hope somebody's got some good questions here. Unbelievable. Richard, you skipped my question. Never ask the question again. But complains about being called out. Yep. All right. Stay stupid, bro. Hey, Rich, do you think HEX could be a useful tool to enable the third world, the global unbanked, and the 8 billion people who live on the breadline? Thanks in advance. 3 billion people live on the breadline. Indirectly. So cryptocurrencies tend to appreciate, and as they appreciate, it gets harder and harder for poor people to buy them. And they tend to only go viral in Western well-connected countries or Eastern well-connected countries first. So the first mover advantage and the mad gains usually goes to people that are already doing pretty fucking good, which is why you ain't got no poor Bitcoin, like everyone that got into Bitcoin was pretty technically savvy, older white dude mostly. So that's how it is, man. A lot of people lie to you and sell you a line of bullshit about how it's going to cure everything. I can tell you it's been around 10 years and ain't cured nothing. So, no, I don't think HEX is going to fix that shit. I think it could, if adopted at scale, increase the economic efficiency of the world, and those couple percent of increased GDP could change everything. So if cryptocurrency works out and if HEX works out, it will massively improve the world, and it will improve it for the rich people more than the poor people. That's how technology goes. So technology doesn't cure sociological problems or politics. You have to fight those hard battles on their own. Because notice technology's gotten a lot better, and has politics gotten better? Do you have more choice? Do you have better qualified candidates? I don't know about that shit. You pointed out 2 fatalities in Ethereum and then used it. Why? Because the reality changed, bro. They used to be able to roll back the chain, and now they can't. They used to have buggy implementations of things, and now they don't. They used to have less good devs, now they have better devs. They used to have it's fucking reality changed. So you have to update your opinion of reality when reality changes. God, stupid people. Maybe I should just ban people that say stupid shit. Let's try that. And hide user. All gone. Now the next time we have a stream, we don't have to have our time wasted by you. Richard, is your mother available tomorrow for another porn? Good one, mate. Got me. And hide user. I'm gonna make a hotkey for this. Someone says, forgive my ignorance. This is actually a smart question. Thank you, Bob the Builder. Forgive my ignorance, but I heard that a few ERC20 tokens that were hard-coded weren't compatible to the Ethereum chain anymore from the recent Ethereum updates. I ran out of space to type more. Yes, that's true. Some contracts got broken by an Ethereum update, and if those contracts were built properly, they wouldn't have been broken because the gas that it costs, the price in gas to do different shit, historically has been changed and could have been expected to continue to change. And so you have to include a little bit of flexibility into whatever you build to handle changing gas prices. So EIP 1884 was the Ethereum improvement proposal that was adopted in the most recent hard fork, which is the Istanbul hard fork, that changed and increased by fourfold the S-load price, which impacted some contracts, and HEX isn't impacted by it because we compressed our data enough and limited the years to 15 so that it can withstand a lot of bullshit on the network side. So we're aware of it, and it's not a problem. Richard Hart, why are the ETH from HEX contract moved to Binance, a centralized exchange? It is none of your business. If you want to do chain analysis and I fuck someone else's wallet, go ahead, do so. But I don't know why you think it's okay to ask that. What do you do with your money? Send me your address, please. Do you like when people ask you that shit? No, because it's offensive. What good thing in the world will happen from you having any knowledge about that? You might have some expectations, hey? And then HEX might find it harder to get on exchange, hey? And so you're ass-fucking the contract by asking that question, hey? So it's a good thing you're not getting an answer, ain't it? Asshole. I don't know how many times I have to explain the Howey test to you fucks. You can't have there's 4 legs. One of the legs is expectations of profit solely from the work of others. Well, if you ain't got no expectation of the work of others, man, hey, that helps, don't it? So stop trying to have expectations, you stupid fucker. Stop. Ain't your money, ain't going to benefit you, ain't going to help you. Quit counting other people's money. Worry about your money. And once again, do you know how much more money the contract would get if promises were made? But the legal thing, which generates less revenue, is being done. And you fucks are trying to harm the contract and get it to generate more revenue. I don't get it. I don't know, maybe you just got here. Maybe it's because your name is Prashanth. I don't fucking know, man. I only get this question every 30 minutes. And I only answer it every 1.5 hours. And it's just the same amount of not fun every fucking time. Why don't you go ahead and imagine the worst, all right? Imagine the worst possible fucking thing, all right? How bad is it? Please. Who the fuck in the entire universe gets these questions? Ever? Have you ever been to a restaurant and asked them what they do with the money? Have you ever fucking got on a bus and asked what they do with the money? Have you ever in your fucking life, gone to a flea market and bought some shit and be like, hey man, what are you going to do with the money? What is wrong with you fucking people? How stupid are you? I don't get it. You don't anywhere in your entire fucking life ask where the fucking money is going ever, even when you should. But in this one instance, when you should have no expectations whatsoever, you're like, nah, man, I gotta expect some shit. Hate you people. I don't know, maybe it's the mystery of it. Maybe you guys love fucking mysteries. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's no good reason. Maybe just curious. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's not evil or stupid. Maybe it's just curiosity. Curiosity's not that bad. Will HEX bring back the crypto thoughts? T-Hot, that hoe over there. They all left last summer. I don't really want them to come back. I want this to be a smart thing, and I don't need more noise. I like signal, so less noise is nice, in my opinion. So much blowback on HEX. Why? Because they know we're coming. They know we're coming, and we're making a fucking impact. And someone's going to have to get out of the way. And they don't want to get out of the way. They don't want to be removed and replaced. So, out with the old, in with the new, boys. Out with the old whales, in with the new whales. That's how I feel about it. Bunch of jealous folks out there. Deploy on Ethereum Classic? Why? Why would I deploy on a network less people use, that is less secure, that has been 51% attacked? What a stupid question. That is less development. It's worse in every way. Why would I launch on something that's worse in every way? Idiot. Second question is not that bad. What if ETH2 has issues? Well then, the community can find consensus and airdrop system state to a functioning blockchain that has the properties that they like, that runs Solidity code, of which there are many. TRX, EOS, you could fork the Ethereum code before it got crappy and just bust your GPU out and mine that and, get miners on board and have your own chain. So like there's a whole ton of options. They do require social consensus because there's no fixing it in the system. You have to go outside the system to replicate system state and do that. So that you would have to find community consensus. They would just have to agree, okay, that old ticker, that's not the thing, this new ticker's the thing. And it's a social construct. Like what makes you think that the BTC ticker is real BTC and it's not BCH? That's social consensus. You can't consult, like, you have to consult your buddies to decide what's real, pretty much. And you could use chain weight, but that's like a newer concept to people. Will burning staked coins prohibit a larger market cap? Yes, if market cap is based on circulating supply. So you'll get insane ROI appreciation with seemingly very low movement in market cap. I think that's how those mechanics would work, right? So when you remove supply by burning the coins, if the demand is static or increasing and the market is free, then the price should increase and the market cap should decrease because you reduce circulating supply. So I think that the mechanic is market supply goes down, circulating supply, which I just call market supply, goes down, price goes up, obviously assuming static or increasing demand, and it should be neat because I don't know of any other currency that burns coins to that degree. I mean, right now something like 90% of the coins are burnt, so it should be pretty awesome. In theory, you should be able to get high ROI without having to displace as many people up the market cap chart. But I might be assuming a weird relationship using that displace thing. Like that measuring market cap is kind of an abstraction. You don't really have to displace things. So that analogy of moving through a physical space might not accurately represent what the appreciation looks like. So It's a good question. You do your own research on it. I think it's very unique, and I'm excited to find out what it does. I'm tired of modeling shit. I've modeled this thing to death. I don't want to fuck with models anymore. I want to see the real world. So when the launch phase is over in 337 days, we're going to know a lot more. So I'm going to give an example of something that I'm hiding because it's not funny and it wastes everyone's time. Ian Russell asks, what do you think about removing the do not eat warning from paint cans? Maybe this shows some type of appeal to libertarianism, but I don't like it. So hide user. Bye, buddy. Be more funny or more useful next time. Don't you think HEX using the term staking is harmful for proof of stake projects because HEX is not really staking to secure the blockchain? So it's more like compounding. No, actually, fuck you. Fuck you is my answer. Proof of a thing are words that people understand. Proof I'm sitting. Yep, looks like I'm sitting. There's some cameras. My ass feels pressure on it. Yes, it looks like I'm sitting. I would call this proof of sitting. So what other types of proof can we have? Well, proof of work. Well, that's when you show your time card and get paid. Or, proof of eating a lot. I got that. So understand what proof of means, okay? Now, what does stake mean? Well, originally stake meant that you stuck a stake in the ground to say this is mine. So does that have a lot to do with owning a percentage of a cryptocurrency? Not really. It's not exactly the right use of the term. Okay, so what makes you think that the term proof of stake has to be used for the consensus layer? Why can't it be used for other layers? Why can't it be used for the inflation layer like HEX? It can. You're just stupid. So I'm sorry that your restricted, limited worldview doesn't understand that you can use proofs of things for more than fucking consensus. Maybe it's because I innovated it. Maybe it's because I invented it. I don't know. So a hybrid proof of work for transactions, proof of stake for inflation system is awesome. And I invented this one. It might be the only one. I'm not sure. Probably not. I mean, it's got to be someone that did something similar. So no, if you have this mental block where proof of stake for you must mean some consensus is being done, you just have a shitty worldview. Like, sorry. I'm sorry, like, your worldview sucks. It's going to be hard for you to innovate with that worldview. Richard, if millions watch Joe Rogan, why not go on there? Because he don't want to talk to me, bro. He don't know who the fuck I am. He talks to people who he's seen on other shows before and wants to talk to. So he's probably not seen me. So if Jamie doesn't pitch me, or some of the other people in the circle don't pitch me, he don't know I fucking exist. He'll know one day, I'm sure, and then maybe we'll have a chat. Someone says, love you, Rich. Thank you. Someone asked, but then what is the point of using tech then if it's not there to solve human problems? All we're talking about this whole live stream is using tech to solve problems. What have you been looking at? That's all we've been talking about is solving problems using tech. What the fuck stream have you been watching? I don't understand your brain. I mean, I don't get it. Does HEX use UTXO on the transaction? No. It uses an account-based system because it's an ERC20 on Ethereum. There's upsides to that. It's pretty cool. You lose some of the fake anonymity that Bitcoin pretends to give you. And then try and maintain it using coin control and shit. So, I mean, So far, I'm liking the account system better. Am I really still streaming? Why not? Fuck it. You know how hard I've been working? Might as well keep working hard. Whatever. Will you use my or another viewer's ref link live on stream and then free claim 1 Satoshi so one of us can be that guy that had a ref from Richard? No. Favorite pizza toppings? Mushroom and pepperoni. Crispy pepperoni. Yeah, get on Joe Rogan. Yeah. Sprout wings and fly. You get me on Joe Rogan, dude. Question, Mr. Hart. What are your feels over if people acted stupid by wrapping their stakes to sell as a stake bag without unstaking their coins? Y'all know an impatient dumb butt will do it. If you want to lose money in crypto, a lot of ways to do it. Maybe you described a way, but I don't think anyone's going to accidentally wrap a contract with another contract and then lose the keys. It's possible, but it's a lot of extra work. Why not just lose the keys off the bat without the wrapping? I don't get the question. Are you trying to appeal that people do stupid stuff? Yep. Yes, they do. Amazing stream, Richard Hart. You are doing all sorts of winning lately. I'm a big fan. Thank you for continuing to speak the truth through your knowledge. Thank you, Stephanie, one of the few women presenting as a woman. Might be a guy. I don't know. Thank you, anyway. Who's your ideal person to chat with? Someone smarter than me that I can learn from? Like, I want to learn, dude. I'm tired of saying the same shit to you guys over and over again. I've already said all this stuff to you before. Just some of you didn't hear it, so here I am saying it again. I'm tired of saying the same shit to you guys all the time. I want to say new shit. Ban the dumb people? Yeah. I'll just turn on the dumb filter. I have a new HEX website and YouTube channel that needs love. Well, why don't you tell me what it is and I'll shill it on stream, bro. Aside from us as a community, who else do we need to contact on behalf of HEX, and what are some relations you think we should focus on to pursue? I think now's the time to scale. So if you want to make HEX better for yourself, I would get in touch with people that have Ethereum and Bitcoin, because they're the easiest to onboard, because the Bitcoin guys get free and the Ethereum guys can transform to HEX very easily. And those, I believe, are the low-hanging fruit for adoption. Once we've exhausted that, or parallel to that, I think we go into the same markets all the damn scams go into, which is, hey, look, amazing new cryptocurrency, might go great, might go to zero. What do you think? Come play, right? I think that those things are more important. I think onboarding those users is more important than retail adoption, because retail adoption already works good. Retail adoption's been around for 100 years, and they've figured a lot of stuff out, and therefore there's very low margins, and therefore it's very unprofitable to improve. Whereas we have a new industry that has never existed before, which is this peer-to-peer digital gold. It's the fastest appreciating asset class in human history. And I'm much more excited about that part of it than, oh, I can take your 10 cents that you paid as a transaction fee for coffee and reduce it to 8. And you got to wait an hour or whatever. Like, that sucks. All of the use cases for blockchain do not have the same value. Timestamping is valueless. No one will pay for it. Digital ledger technology is valueless. No one will pay for it, and they probably shouldn't, because they don't need censorship resistance, which means they don't need a blockchain, which means they can use a normal database like Amazon does. Amazon will sell you blockchain, but they don't use it because it sucks. They'll sell it to you because you're dumb, but they don't use it because it sucks. So Amazon, 50% of commerce, richest guy in the United States, he don't use the fucking blockchain because it sucks. So digital ledger technology is dumb. And I regret that those things find so many millions of dollars of investment, because they're terribly stupid ideas. Blockchains are for censorship resistance only, because they're the slowest, most unreliable databases in the world. They're the worst database in the world. The only advantage is that they have censorship resistance. So the only people that use it should be people that need censorship resistance. And that's it. And anyone else that's using it is stupid or playing buzzword bingo or word salad for money, for investment money, or they're just stupid. And this isn't just my opinion. This is the opinion of the National Institute of Standards, whose report I published yesterday or the day before with a spreadsheet that shows if you need this, you should use that. If you need this, you should use that. If you need this, you should use that. And if finally you can't do it with this, then okay, you can use a blockchain. It's a flow chart. And then there was a simpler flow chart that just said, do I need a blockchain? No. And that applies to almost everyone. So who should you reach out and contact? Look, if you want to see HEX listed on exchanges and you want to onboard those users, it's not enough to just be listed. They have to, people that use that exchange need to know you're there and have a reason to participate. And just being listed isn't enough. So you got to reach out to all those guys. I would like to see every wallet that has Bitcoin holders in it free claim their HEX for their users and bring them onto this better system. I'd like to see everyone that's got an exchange list HEX and free claim if they've got a wallet that can do it at a big whale penalty usually, because exchanges are usually over 1,000 BTC and they get a 50% whale penalty. If they're over 10,000 BTC, they get a 75% whale penalty. That's fine. If the project's going well and it has more than 4x appreciation anyway, then it would cancel out a 75% penalty anyway. So I would like to see exchanges onboarded. I'd like to see wallets onboarded. I'd like to see someone take over the media space where you're getting HEX ads shoved down your throat. That's all you see for some period. So you guys that are referrers out there, experiment, right? If you need graphics and you need creative, there's people that do creative and t.me/HEX memes. A lot of Photoshop guys in there like to have fun. Have fun with them. Make something, see if you can make it work. Scale in. You don't have to buy some big thing up front. The HEX is as good as you make it. You are the network. So if you want it to be great, make it great. Wallets, exchanges, media, focus on the Ethereum and Bitcoin guys. And then after the low-hanging fruit there is captured, legacy. Compete those damn scams. Stop those people from losing all their life savings to fraudulent things. Lies. Centralized, lie-based scams. We could get rid of those. That would make the world a better place. Do you think there needs to be a big event to pump HEX like Brexit? No, I don't think so. Bitcoin didn't have that. You could say, oh, well, talked about some event in the Genesis block. Yeah, but obviously he was working on it from before then. It's just like people that want to get clicks on their news articles, price moves. Okay, what happened? Okay, we're going to say that's causative and that whatever just happened made the price do that. Stupid. Sometimes it's causative, sometimes it's not. Thoughts on when to expect the bull run? I don't know. I mean, hopefully it's right now. I hope price starts going up right now. But I really don't know. Maybe after the halvening, maybe next summer, maybe once the next Chinese Ponzi that no one knows about is kicking off. I don't know. The game changed. So it's a different game now. This guy says Hex Vision on YouTube. I guess that's the guy that was shilling his new YouTube channel. So Mr. Kruptos Denarius says he's Hex Vision on YouTube. I guess you can Google Hex Vision or YouTube search it. Rich, how do you feel about a coin that rewards high IQ people? I feel terrible about it because high IQ people, I'm in Mensa, and they're not the most effective people. They sit around and mostly talk about puzzles and shit, and it's like not useful. So I wouldn't feel particularly good about that. When I was a kid, probably sounded like a great idea. But then after you go to a couple Mensa meetings in a couple different countries, you're like, there's no real fucking utility here. Gonna move on. You gotta group people by interest more so than raw horsepower. You get a lot of people with raw horsepower in a room, they don't have high IQs. They don't have similar interests. hard to find synergy, man. You know? Power streamer like a total Chad, thanks. What's the best way to contact me? t.me/Richard Hart. By far. Thoughts on Tezos? I can't care at all. Do not care. Do you ever think about the fluid dynamics token anymore? Sometimes, sure. It's just too hard. So, like, if we get useful proof of work becomes a lot less valuable if proof of stake for consensus works. Because then you don't need to burn all that energy, and then if you don't need to burn the energy, then there's no advantage to attaching useful proof of work under the consensus to take advantage of the energy that was being wasted anyway, because if proof of stake does work, then you won't have energy being wasted anyway. And the market for computation is just what it is. So there's no like making it more efficient. Can HEX be used as some sort of collateral in DeFi? I don't see why not. The contract's open to be called from any other contract, so it's built to be extensible and built to be, built on top of. So yes, I think that even if it didn't have that feature, you could still use it as collateral, sure. It's probably easier to use as collateral because you can do so many things with it. I have a question about the meaning of inflation. I've repeated them too many times, but if you acknowledge it, I don't have to repeat. Okay, cool. Well, give me the question, Carl. Don't fuck me like Nick did, Carl. I'm going to search your name, Carl, and I better find a question or I'm banning your ass. Carl Watts. Carl. All right. He asked if his questions are being ignored or limited bandwidth. Limited bandwidth. One question about Andreas and one about the meaning of inflation. Okay. Okay. Ask the question. Bro, just ask the question. Don't keep messaging me that you want to ask the question. Just ask the question. So in the 3 results for Carl that I have in my search here, none of them is a question. One was about inflation, one was about Andreas. Hopefully he actually writes that shit. Pretty low hit rate with following up with these complainers. You're ignoring me, you're ignoring me. And then that's the only message as I see, or that they're being ignored. Next time, just repeat your question over and over again. Don't complain about being ignored, and then I would have already seen it. What do you see as the biggest roadblock to HEX adoption? Referrers being profitable, acquiring customers for less than they make on the referral. So if referrers can be profitable doing that, then you can get scale pretty wonderfully. So having never bought an ad, I don't know what the conversion rate is. So I don't know how profitable you can be as a referrer yet. Hopefully some referrers will share data with me. Then I will have a better idea. So I think scale and media purchases, or if we could get that virality going just on the referral, person to person style, that could be okay too. So in a lot of products, you need the referral program to work because they're niche. In this product, who doesn't want to have more money? Lots of people want to have more money. So when you're in the business of making money and giving the ability for people to mint their own money, it just seems like a very universal, wide pitch that a lot of people would be receptive to. So I think you could go better with a person-to-person virality referral system in HEX than most other products. there's successful referral programs for kitchen knives, but most people already have kitchen knives. I have to assume that's a harder sell than, hey, look, cryptocurrencies, the things that go up more than anything else in human history in value. Yeah, there's a new one out. Do you want to hear about it? It's cool. It's got these new features. That just seems like an easier pitch to me. So I think that should work well. And I've been talking about it for a while, and there's 40,000 stakes and $1 billion of BTC that's free claimed in 13 days. So it sounds like it's working. I scrolled up so far that, let's see if that dude ever asked this question again. So the first idiot was named Nick. And what was this guy named? This last guy. He's asking about Andreas. And it's not even showing up in the chat anymore. Yeah, bro. You're just going to have to keep repeating it until it gets addressed, unfortunately. I sometimes wonder if the search function just needs recalled as you scroll up and down. Richard Hart, need to go mobile for quick onboarding. Education icon implemented in it as well. I don't know what education icon means. I do appreciate the mobile angle entirely. I'd really like to see someone build a different landing page for each different vertical demographic. So we've got a landing page for China with hex.win/languages.html. And I'd like to see other styles of landing page. People that are interested in saving the environment. People that are interested in making the highest ROI. People that are interested in referring people. And each one of those is a different focus. People that are interested in security. There's so many different features. Oh, you want the novelty. What are the new things that this has that nothing else in the world has? Right? Chart of future market supply, monetization of time. You really can have a different landing page for each one of those things and a different Twitter card that shows when people link to them. Like right now, our Twitter card is the same for all things, and that sucks. So if I link you to the Bitcoin and HEX comparison, it's got the same exact header, like summary image that shows on Twitter, Facebook, and Telegram as other pages. That should be improved and optimized. There's the sky's the limit on cool things that can be done around and on top of HEX. We're 13 days old, and it's amazing already. Imagine where it'll be in 130 days. I can't wait to find out. Why doesn't HEX have more snapshot dates? Because giving people free money isn't the best thing in the world. Like, you do it once because you have to, and then once you get where you want to go, you don't need to do that anymore. So if you go to Tesla, they don't give you a free car. If you go to the supermarket, if they give you something free, it ain't worth that much, right? So this is something that new companies do and new projects do, but it's not something in general that older projects do, within reason. So if you want HEX, maybe you should buy some from someone else that has some, or maybe you should transform Ethereum into it, or maybe you should have listened for the 2 years that this was being talked about and had your Bitcoin in a wallet that could claim when you should have. There's no reason to prevent buy pressure from anyone else to give you free shit because you missed a deadline. It doesn't seem reasonable to me. But I mean, I still do believe in freemium. I'd still like to freemium onboard everyone for everything to some degree. But I mean, the smart contract's done. So hard to say how that would how that would happen. All right, let me see how many hours I've gone here. All right, I'm 6 hours in. So, well, it's 5 hours and 58 minutes and 54 seconds. So I'm going to take one last question and then tell you guys what you should do, and then call it quits and talk to my chat, my real chat in Telegram, not this zoo here on YouTube. In Telegram, we've got a tip bot and easy answers to everyone's questions by using triggers like exclamation mark ETH, exclamation mark supply, exclamation mark share price, like everything you want to know about. We've already got a hotkey to answer it. Beats the hell out of saying the same thing over and over and over again to you guys that haven't been listening for the last couple of years. Carl Watt says that inflation does not mean expansion of money supply. Yes, I know that, and you know that, but the rest of the world doesn't know that. And if you're speaking to the rest of the world and you want to use the language they understand, you should just say inflation instead of expanding the monetary supply, because they won't know what the fuck you're talking about, and then you'll have to explain it to them. So yes, you're right, technically, but for communicating with average humans, you shouldn't bother with that shit. Can I please give a 22-year-old some financial advice? Google Richard Hart, one way to get rich. Read t.me/Scivive, SCIVIVE. Good luck. Someone asks, what's a good position to start off into HEX? Well, how do I say this nicely? Without it being financial advice, just for myself, if this were 10 years ago, and this was the first time I heard of a cryptocurrency, and I saw the properties HEX had, and I saw the traction it was getting, I would go all in. And because the launch is over 350 days, I would scale in probably over 30 days, probably. Let me think. 30 to 60 days, probably, is what I would scale in. Now, is that ideal? No one in the world knows. Nobody knows. You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. It's not knowable. We just have to see how it turns out. So, my answer is what would be right for me. I would all in, and I would just spread it over a month or two. What's right for you? I don't know, man. You do you. You figure out what's right for you. Do your own research. You're responsible for yourself. I believe in HEX. And apparently, whoever the addresses are that are receiving HEX from the origin address also believes, because they're staking for 3641 days, 3640 days, 3639, 3638, 3637. It looks like they do 10 or 11 days every day. 10 years out, going back. Well, that's a pretty long time horizon, ain't it? Seems like a long time horizon to me. How many people do you know that got into Bitcoin that wish they could have locked up their coins for 10 years and not fucked up and sold them? Would have worked real well in Bitcoin. Something to think about. Two years ago, you used to speak with a higher voice. Did you learn on purpose? I just got old, basically. So I got lucky and old. My voice got deeper old. But yeah, I don't like my earlier, girlier sounding voice. One of the few things age has improved. Do you have an SVG of the HEX logo? Yes. Can you link me to it? Yes. You're going to make a 3D model? We've already got a 3D model. And we've already got a coin necklace and shit. So go to hex.win/downloads.html and you will have a 3D model of the HEX coin that someone made, and the textures and the gradient and a lot of other stuff. And if what you want isn't there, then you can direct message me and I can get you vector files. You can get them from HEX memes, Telegram t.me/hex memes, search for the zip file there, or just message me on t.me/Richard Hart, and then I'll be able to get you whatever you want. So our SVG is in a PDF, and you can export the vector out of the PDF. It's a .ai file. So I guess it's not really a PDF, it's a .ai file. But I've got PDF versions too. It's the same. I'm pretty sure the math's the same in the vector. Somebody asked for financial advice. Go read Survive. Go watch One Way to Get Rich. Richard Hart, One Way to Get Rich YouTube video. That's my advice to you. Why not create a private group of doers? Yeah, we'll end up with that. We will have so much noise, and English is a second language noise, and people that don't get the jokes that, you know, you've got to be fast and culturally aware to get, that we will end up having. I mean, I've already got a private room, but there's no one in it yet. I haven't invited anybody yet. So we're going to end up with tiers of participation, basically, because if people don't get your jokes, they're not fun to hang out with, man. So you want to play along with people that you can have fun with. And I think at scale, the general population chat should become unbearable at some point, I think. I need money. Yeah, I need money for those who want graphic design work. Find me and throw funds at me. Lol for art and design stuff. All right, Amorous Brown. Great show again, Richard the Man. Thanks. Multisig can't claim. Correct. You know who uses multisig? Usually whales. So whales lose, you win. These questions are harder to scroll through quickly because they're paragraphs now. All right, I'm calling it quits. We've done 6 hours and 6 minutes. It's been fun. The questions were pretty good. Actually, the cancer in chat wasn't anywhere near as bad as it could have been. It's actually pretty all right. Particularly since I think a lot of the audience would have been BCH oriented with, you know, in the past, the BCH bros and I have had our words. So I think this was actually very good stream. Let's look here. So what should you do? If I were me, and this had come out 10 years ago, I would all in it. I would sell everything and buy in. That's what I would do. What should you do? I have no idea. You figure that out for yourself. What's the best way to enter? I also have no idea, but I've published some EOS charts and done analysis on what happened with their thing, and it had a 350 period launch. We have a 350 period launch for the free claims. They over FOMO'd day one, and HEX, people over FOMO'd day one. So maybe there's some type of correlation or similarity there. Who knows? I don't have any other actually good data to act off of. You could actually try and chart it. You could do technical analysis and see what, let me look actually. What happened today? So I've been on the live stream so long with you guys that I don't know what happened yesterday. All right, so it looks like yesterday got about 800 ETH. Today so far about 151. And the day before was 900. So it looks like flattening out. There's not a lot of data points here. So you gotta kind of figure it out on your own. And I don't know how relevant technical analysis is on this. It's an interesting question. So t.me/Sci-Vive, free books. Read them, improve your life. And I'm going to stop saying t.me in front of everything. You're just going to have to remember that. t.me. That's how you get to Telegram links. HEX crypto. Type !pasta when you get in. Got a tip bot, got that pasta command, which gives you all the answers you could want. Cool stuff in there. 6,700 people, more or less. Might be 7,000 by now. T.me, just because I talk so much, /HEX memes, HEX charts, HEX trading, HEX videos, HEX AA, HEX FUD, HEX bad, HEX claims, HEX news, Richard's calls, Strape, STRAPE, Strape charts, HEX Asia. I think that's got Telegram covered. YouTube.com/Richard Hart. Twitter.com/Richard Hart Win. YouTube.com/HEX Crypto. We've got a Facebook page, HEX Crypto. We've got Instagram page, HEX Crypto. Richard Hart Official. This is my Instagram, which I barely ever update. If you're going to support charity, donate to SENS.org. They accept crypto. Vitalik did. I volunteered for him. Vitalik gave him a few $1 million. I think they're great. If you want to donate to charity, I think it's a great charity. So you got free books, free chat, free YouTube, free tokens. Go to pumpamentals.com. Get 10% bonus on your free claim or on transforming Ethereum into HEX. If you don't want the bonus, you can go to hex.win. If you just want to actually see the contract numbers moving around and see it live, go to go.hex.win, install MetaMask. You can install MetaMask on desktop or mobile. In mobile, it's in the Android store. And then on iOS, it's a little harder. You got to use something called like Fly-by-Wire or something that lets you test like new beta apps. I can't remember what it's called, but I linked to it a couple hours ago, maybe 6 hours ago, maybe 7 or 8 hours ago. Yeah, free books, free chat, free coins, free YouTube, no ads. Am I missing anything? I think that's it. So you've got an opportunity. You've got an opportunity to participate in what I believe is the best cryptocurrency the world's ever seen. And it's done absolutely amazing things in the 13 days that it's existed. I'm very, very proud of what it has done. And the community's blowing my mind with the things that they built. HEXViz with a Z.xyz, HEXStat, singular.com, HEXStat.com, Whale Hex on Twitter, HEXWinBot on Telegram, HEXStat on Telegram, and hex-data.com, which analyzes the AA system and who put money in and how much they put in and who the whales are and when they put money into the AA. Awesome. Amazing. Things that we have in this currency that the world has never seen before and is fun. So come play along. Claim your free coins. Transform ETH into HEX. Refer people. Be referred. It's all here waiting for you. We got a real good community here. And, you know, the signal noise ratio is high because we take everyone that sucks and we send them to HEX bad. And they can cancer it up and be as terrible as they want to be there. But let's just keep our other chats clean for the people that have earned it and deserve it and don't need that cancer in their life. Because these people that just show up, I'm going to solve everything. I just got here. Just learned about this. I'm going to tell you everything. But they don't realize that they're number 150 to say the same damn thing. And we've got copy pasta responses for everything they've ever thought in regards to HEX. It's just boring and trite and crappy to have to endure that. So we kick those guys to HEX bad. And then I'm learning to mute them instead of kick them so that they can still absorb the good information they want, but just not be cancerous. So I need to get out of the habit of banning and just mute them. Just started that practice today. And that's it. I I've enjoyed it, guys. Come, I'm not going to quit working. I'm going to keep working. If you want to come chat, come to HEX Crypto, t.me/HEX Crypto. That's where I'm going to be hanging out and talking to the 100 or 200 messages that I've missed during this 6-hour and 14-minute stream. Pumpamentals.com, guys. Have fun. Goodbye.